on-demand platform. It's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm Terrence Bates. As always, it's nice to have you along for the ride. Hydration may be just what the doctor ordered when it comes to curing your obesity and your depression. My next guest is a believer, and he's in fact making his clients believers as well.
I was at my doctor's office. I was in a bad state of depression. She said, Annette, you're going to have to lose weight. I started out in November at 194 pounds. My final check-in weight the other day was 135.4. Talk about pant size. I am constantly going out and buying new pants.
The man that helped make that a reality, Energized Health founder John Jubilee. John, good to see you.
Great to see you, Terrence.
All right, so let's talk about how obesity and depression may be related.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of reasons and a lot of medical studies for that, Terrence. And of course, when somebody grows up and they're in a normal size, there's just a natural side of it, right? Like none of us want to have to go keep buying bigger and bigger and bigger clothes. But physiologically, Terrence, what happens is all that visceral and subcutaneous fat, it's suffocating our organs. And when our organs are getting suffocated, it is depressing. I mean, it's physically depressing because the body is being put in trauma. It's like if somebody put, a 100-pound weight on your chest when you're trying to sleep. That's what that weight feels on all day long. And so that mentally becomes very draining to us, just that extra weight. There's even a scripture in the Bible, Terrence. It said, let us lay aside the weight that does so easily beset us.
Oh, wow. I never knew that scripture, but I can use that now as an excuse for why I may be adding some pounds. So talk about intracellular hydration and how it factors into this conversation and helping to pull back on the depression and on the obesity that might beset us.
Yeah, so we have clients, Terrence, that, and by the way, 1 out of 4, Terrence, 1 out of 4 people watching us right now is taking a medication for either depression or anxiety. It is an absolute epidemic in the United States of America because of, all of our oxidative stress and our hurriedness, our busyness in life. 1 out of 4 people, Terrence, is on a mood altering, to try to alter their mood in a good way, medication. And I want to encourage people that we have had thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that were on 1, 2, 3, even we had one client was on 5, and they get off all their medication. Why? Because intercellular hydration hydrates the biggest hydrated necessity hydrated organ in your body, which is your brain. When your brain is hydrated, you create new neural pathways and new brain synapses activity. You basically supercharge, and then you do not need the medication. And cool side effect, like this lady, she lost 60 pounds of fat, but more importantly for her, Terrence, she got rid of her depression and she got rid of the weight.
So how do people start the process? Hearing about it is one thing, actually starting the protocol is another.
Yeah, listen, let me encourage people. Look, just book a call, guys. Go on our website. There is a little master class. You could watch Chelsea and I for about 15 minutes, and then just book your call. You have nothing to lose. But when you have depression or anxiety or you have a weight problem, this is the solution. So when you find a solution, all you got to do is pick up your phone. Actually today, all you got to do is click on your website first. Click on a website, watch a little master class, and then book your call. The solution is right there. It's a couple clicks and a phone call away.
And all of those initial things you talked about are free. It's at no cost other than time.
It is no cost. It's just, guys, just go log on energizehealth.com. Watch a masterclass, book your call. There's no obligation, doesn't cost you a penny, totally free.
All right, that's what I like to hear. If it's free, it's from me. Always good to see you, my friend.
Great to see you, Terrence.
Appreciate it. And once again, folks, the information is there on your screen, energizedhealth.com. Log on, go ahead and watch the masterclass, book your call, and at least take a first step towards health.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your.
There's always something to make you look around and say, hey, you know what? I live in a pretty great country.
President Trump is calm, on point, on his game, and unlike the last guy, he is competent and coherent.
Come on, man.
We're not bending the knee anymore. We're here to take a stand for God and country.
This is the Steve Gruber Show.
And welcome to it as we kick off another big program here from the heartland of Detroit, lighting the fuse on the next explosive hour, the next explosive day, fighting for you from the foxhole of freedom. We do it every day here because you need to know the truth before you go out there into that big wild world. Lots of work to do. Let's get to it. Three big things. Number one, the push for Greenland is getting far more serious. Marco Rubio will be meeting with his Danish counterparts to discuss what has become a big priority for President Trump. Number two, the flood of millions of immigrants over the past few years was never a good policy. It's a recipe for fraud and theft of taxpayer dollars. But what can we do to make sure these programs are shut down or don't operate that way in the future? We'll talk about it. And number three, it might be cold and flu season, sick season. But there's nothing I'm more sick of right now than all the whiners, the complainers, the so-called progressives who are packing their bags, they claim, and threatening to flee our great nation because, oh, boo-hoo, things are just so bad under President Donald Trump. These snowflakes are stomping their feet, tweeting their tantrums, and vowing to abandon the land of the free because Trump dared to make America great again and keep it that way. Here is a sample of what I'm talking about.
All right, MAGA. You can have it. You can have the whole damn thing, the whole damn country. You and friggin' Trump, that whole administration can go to hell. I've had enough of you guys. You know, all I ever do is come in and ask questions. And you guys are just as mean as snakes, man. As mean as you can friggin' be. We've had enough. My wife and I are selling our place, and we're moving. We're gonna friggin' move to Mexico, man. I'm so tired of you guys.
Okay. Let me tell you, folks, if you're one of those ungrateful people eyeing the exit door, don't let it hit you on the way out. But before you go, pay attention. I'm about to school you on why America is the shining city on the hill and why your spoiled attitude is nothing short of a slap on the face to the people who've actually tasted real oppression. the people who've been under the jackbooted thugs. First off, let's talk about what makes America uniquely excellent. We're not just any country. We are the United States of America, the greatest experiment in human liberty the world has ever seen, ever seen. Under President Trump, we've reclaimed our sovereignty. Our economy is roaring back like a lion after a nap, and our borders are secure, finally, after years of neglect. Remember those dark days under the radical left? Inflation through the roof, 9.1%, endless wars, draining our blood and treasure, and a culture war turning our schools into indoctrination camps. Trump flipped the script on all those things. He brought jobs back from China, slashed regulations that were choking small business into oblivion, and stood up to the globalists who wanted to sell us out. Our military is stronger. Our energy independence is rock solid. We're exporting oil now, folks, not begging OPEC for scraps. And let's not forget the peace deals. Abraham Accords on steroids, no new wars, and dictators around the world trembling at the mere mention of his name. America isn't just excellent, it's exceptional because we have the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and a leader who fights for the forgotten man and woman. We have freedom of speech, the right to bear arms, and opportunities that make the rest of the world green with envy. You can start from nothing and build an empire here. Just ask Elon Musk or any bootstrapping entrepreneur thriving in Trump's America today. But no, that's not good enough for these crybabies. They're screaming about fascism and oppression because Trump tweets mean things and enforces the law. He enforces the law. Listen to this clown.
It's time to leave the country. 100%. It's time to leave. That rhetoric on Greenland and everything else and Gestapo in the streets, it's time to leave. Because it's either going to be fighting in the streets, a world war, or just straight up authoritarian regime and everybody just doesn't care, or they're too apathetic to fight. And I'm not like that. I'm getting my kids out of here, and I suggest you all do the same. Give your kids a better life. Get them out of this country.
A better life? A better life where? They're threatening to move to Canada or Europe, as if those socialist paradises aren't crumbling under their own weight as we speak. High taxes, stifled innovation, and governments that treat citizens like children. It sounds like a dream, right? These folks have sipped the Kool-Aid of entitlement so long they've forgotten what real hardship looks like and real hard work, actually. They've got their iPhones, their Netflix binges, their avocado toast brunches, and yet they act like living in Trump's America is basically the same as a gulag. Newsflash, you're not oppressed. You're just offended. And your threats to leave, pure theater, but run along. Most of you won't go anywhere because deep down you know there's no place to run. This home, the one that Trump is protecting from the radical agendas that would turn us into another failed state, are working. Now, let's get real and compare your pampered gripes to the stories of people who've actually lived under the boot of tyranny. Take Venezuela, for instance. That once prosperous nation was destroyed by two dictators. Most notably recently, madman Nicolas Maduro and his cronies. Hyperinflation, food shortages, gangs ruling the streets. Millions fled, a third of the population, risking their lives on treacherous journeys just for a shot at freedom, just for a taste of it again. But under President Trump, we saw real action. He ramped up sanctions, supported the opposition, and in a bold move that history will applaud, facilitated Maduro's removal through diplomatic pressure and alliances that isolated the regime. And now, Venezuelans are beginning the long process of rebuilding. And you know what they're saying? Thank you, President Trump. Here's an example.
No USA. Trump had the right. Trump from yesterday and on is our new Simon Bolivar. He's our freedom. He's our Lord. Only Trump and his government can talk about Venezuela because he was the only one who helped and rescued the people of Venezuela, the only one in the entire war. We were been suffering for more than 20 years and nobody came to rescue us. Only Donald Trump. So he can talk all that he wants.
He can talk all that he wants. Thank you, President Trump. There's more videos, folks. Crowds chanting his name, waving American flags alongside their own. They are grateful. to be alive and free from the nightmare of oppression. They know what it's like to have your vote stolen, your economy gutted, and your spirit crushed. And here you are, Americans, with your first world problems acting like Trump's policies are the end of the world. Shame on you, ingrates. Venezuelans would trade places with you in a heartbeat and kiss the ground for the privileges you take for granted. Despite the outrage from the left over Maduro's removal, the Venezuelans know. And when I come back, a Venezuelan journalist is going to set it straight for you again. You want to leave? There's the door. You want to be part of what we're building? Stick around, because we're just getting started. And we're just getting started on this day. Thank you for being here. It's the Steve Gruber Show. Email me at stevegruber.com. Go there. Find the email. Tell me what's on your mind. And don't forget to follow us on all the social media platforms. More in a moment.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like? This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
All right, back to it now. I want to share a Venezuelan journalist setting the record straight about everything that has happened in the last few days and the last few weeks leading up to the removal of Maduro. This is really important. Listen.
Now a message to my English-speaking friends, because I'm already seeing people are organizing protests, hands off Venezuela, let's defend Maduro, we love dictators. Do not for a moment let your hatred and disdain for Donald Trump, an unsavory character, have you defending the dictator of my country that was destroyed by him and Chavez and their system 20 years ago. We Venezuelans are very, very happy that our dictator has been arrested, removed, and will be put through a trial. It's the first time we're seeing justice in 26 years. Now let's hope that they get the rest of the criminals out of Venezuela, and then we can return home.
Yeah. Stop it. A very popular anti-Trump talking point is that Trump is an imperialist overlord who took over Venezuela to steal the oil, which completely ignores the fact that Russia, China, and Iran were already stealing the Venezuelans' oil every single day. And this Venezuelan woman completely destroys that talking point as well. There's just one right after another after another. Listen.
Don't live through it, they won't know how desperate us Venezuelans are for a change. I know they're talking about Trump only wanting the oil, but everybody's there for the oil. Russia, Iran, everybody's there for the oil already, China. So if Trump needs the oil to give us freedom, then that's a price we're willing to pay just so that we have our freedom and make a change. In 26 years, nobody has done anything for our country except for Trump. So if that's a price that he's the only one that has made an action on it, and he's the only one that has delivered his promise. So if that's the price we need to pay for it, then that's okay. Venezuela has a lot of other resources. It's not just oil. We have minerals. We have so many other things that once our country is better, then we, as Maria Corina always say, we will be an amazing country. We just need that change and somebody to help us for it.
And you could also look at Iran. The mullahs and the Ayatollah have ruled with an iron fist for decades, executing dissidents, oppressing women openly, funding terrorism, and crushing any whisper of freedom. In the 70s, leftists backed Ayatollah Khomeini simply because he was against the West, but then he instated Sharia law. The Iranian people have been enslaved to it ever since. But the Iranian people, they too are rising up, revolting in the streets for more than 2 weeks now, risking bullets and batons for just one little taste of freedom. One little taste. Listen. And who is their beacon? President Trump. Remember how he pulled out of that disastrous Obama-era nuclear deal, slapped on maximum pressure sanctions, and called out the regime for what it is, a sponsor of evil? Now with Trump in the White House, Iranians are chanting, "Make Iran great again." Yes, you heard that right. They're waving MAGA hats smuggled in, posting on underground social media, begging for Trump's support to topple the theocracy and restore Iran's ancient glory. These brave souls aren't whining about bad vibes or mean tweets. They're fighting for their lives against real oppression and people that kill them every single day. Women burning their hijabs, students facing down riot police. That's courage. And you, comfy in your suburban McMansion, threatened to expatriate because Trump secured the border or cut taxes? Pathetic. Iranians dream of the freedoms you enjoy every day, to speak your mind without fear of secret police, to pursue happiness without religious edicts dictating your life. Just listen to this guy and his criticism of the celebrities and their hypocrisy. Here it is.
Mr. Mark Ruffalo, why are you talking about the ICE, that one single woman that died, that came in front of ICE? I don't understand where you guys want to take this with Gaza and Hamas and the Islamic Republic of Iran. Neither of you have lived under the Islamic Republic tyranny that you guys are talking about the death of one single woman that have came in front of an ICE agent, a police And you guys are talking about, you guys have human rights. You guys have everything that you need in your life. We have been taken, our lives have been taken away from us. You guys have everything, and you guys once have one president in your country that wants the best for the people of America that have built the land for 250 years. America has a right to have a country. America has a right to have a country as much as Iranians have a right to have a country. So let's get the facts right here, all right? Let's not get ourselves lost in this illusion that you guys have been building for us, for people.
Yeah, the people are passionate, and that includes this other Iranian protester in Los Angeles who's also sick of the Democrats. He explains why he left the Democrat Party. One more thought.
I used to be a Democrat. I stood by you guys because you promised us liberty, justice, diversity. This is not diversity. Your silence is complicit. Democrats, wake the damn up. This is not okay. Iranian people right now, they're in prison. They're in complete digital blackout. How can you be silent?
How can you be silent? He used to be a Democrat, and he is right on the money. Folks, this negative attitude from the people who feel like anywhere is better than the United States, this attitude is a symptom of a deeper rot, ingratitude and entitlement that comes from abundance and easy living. America under Trump isn't perfect, far from it. But it's the best damn place on earth because we have the tools to fix our problems, elections, innovation, and a fighting spirit. Well, Venezuelans thank Trump for liberating them from Maduro's hell, and Iranians plead for him to do the same for their country. You're here bellyaching about democracy dying when it's thriving better than ever. If you're so unhappy, go ahead, leave. But don't come crawling back when you realize the grass isn't greener. Stay in the fight like the rest of us, or admit you're just virtue signaling. America is exceptional because of leaders like Trump and people like me and you who appreciate it. That's your lesson for today. I'll take a break and be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate.
All right, so Trump's Greenland push escalated as a Republican lawmaker moves to make it America's 51st state. Of course, that will not happen. But it's interesting that it's been put out there, by the way, by Randy Fine, a Republican from Florida, introducing a bill yesterday aiming at authorizing Trump to take such steps as may be necessary to acquire Greenland and set it on a pathway of becoming part of the United States. Look, we've talked about this at length. The Monroe Doctrine being reimagined now to include Greenland is not some mistake, and it's not even recent. It dates back to 1867, as I said. At several times during American history, we had plans to try to acquire Greenland. We bought the Danish West Indies in 1917. We now call it the American Virgin Islands. We've done real estate deals with these folks before. I don't know where it ends up, but I can tell you this again. Before Donald Trump leaves office, we will have control, operational control of Greenland, whatever that may look like, and it'll probably happen a lot sooner. What if the medicine that helped save millions during the pandemic was being made mostly in China? It's true. About 58% of the world's ivermectin supply comes from China and 75% from Asia overall, but not the wellness companies. Introducing American-made ivermectin, safe, trusted, and produced right here in the U.S. Ivermectin has been prescribed globally for more than 3 decades and earned the Nobel Prize in Medicine for its proven ability to eliminate parasites and support overall health. New research also points to potential benefits for skin, your immune system, and cancer. Most pharmacies charge $5 a tablet, but the wellness company is offering a higher 18-milligram dose for just $3.33. You'll get a 6-month supply designed for 4 21-day cleanse cycles, all at an unbeatable price. Support American medicine, not China's supply chain. Get your U.S.-made ivermectin today at twc.health/Gruber. Use the promo code Gruber. You'll save $30 and get free shipping. That's twc.health/Gruber. Again, use the promo code Gruber, save $30, and get free shipping. I did it. Ivy did it. We've done it. You should too. twc.health/Gruber. When we come back, the Supreme Court and men and women's sports. We'll talk about it coming up on the Steve Gruber Show.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
I started talking about this a moment ago here on the program off the top. Trans athlete in the middle of the Supreme Court case that's being heard, now accused of sexual harassment of female athletes, actual women in the locker room. The trans athlete denies the charges. And isn't it remarkable? It's the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, that's bringing this case to try to defend the idea that biological men should compete against women in sports. It's outrageous. And here's, the Attorney General from the state of West Virginia speaking out saying, look, this is the problem right here. Sexual harassment in the locker room. I mean, what did you think was going to happen? Carrie Severino is the Judicial Network president. She's joining me now to discuss this. Carrie, welcome back to the program.
Great to be here.
All right, so the Supreme Court is taking up this showdown over women's sports and equal protection. Title IX. Look, Title IX was not designed to protect men pretending to be women, period. I hope the Supreme Court has the good sense to rule on this appropriately. What are your thoughts going into oral arguments?
In a saner time, just the idea of having a male in a women's locker room would have been per se sexual harassment. The idea that we're having this debate is kind of amazing right now, but thank God we're having it because this is a live issue. So many places in the country, 27 states have had to pass laws and have policies preventing biological men from competing against women. We all know common sense tells us this is not a fair fight if you have men and women. And obviously Title IX is supposed to be protecting women's ability to have sports, and you can't have fair sports if there's not an even playing field where women can compete fairly.
If you went to the deep, dark blue states of America and put this on the ballot, it would lose 9-1. Women's sports would be protected by the voters if they had the courage to do that, but they don't. I don't know why the left thinks this is a good issue. It's a losing argument, even for the people on their own side who think this is just silly and stupid, frankly. And yet they keep pushing. Why?
They have an agenda that they're continuing to go on, but I think this is one that we've seen in real time go from an issue that people were being canceled left and right over not using every pronoun that someone comes up with to recognizing some of the realities under this. And I think it's a good thing the Supreme Court will get to weigh in on what I think is one of the easiest questions they have. If you're an originalist and you say, what are the words of the Constitution say? What did they mean at the time they were enacted? I think it's very clear, open and shut, that the 14th Amendment passed in the wake of the Civil War was not created to make men possible to compete in women's sports. This was created to make sure we were treating black and white Americans equally. The equal protection of the laws means a lot of things. It's a lot of different groups it covers. Clearly does not cover people who are sadly confused about their sex.
You said come up with pronouns. A number of years ago now, I saw this list of pronouns, which were just this jumbled up series of letters. You couldn't pronounce them. And I searched them in Webster's dictionary, for example. They're all meaningless. These are meaningless little, they're not even words. They're just jumbles of letters that are supposed to mean something. And here's the other thing. What do these things mean? Nobody could define what this pronoun was or that pronoun was. It's, as my mother would say, it's gobbledygook. It's nonsense. It's garbage. So what are they trying? They want to create words that mean nothing to protect who exactly?
Well, it's frustrating because where we're seeing real needs for protection, and this is why states are having to enact these laws, are the women in the locker rooms who are getting harassed. You've got issues where people are putting males into women's prisons, and you can imagine the all of the things that ensue from sexual assaults to just violent interactions there. This is not a wise thing, and in the effort to try to help individuals who probably do have serious mental issues that they need help on, I think we're forcing this on a lot of other people, largely including school children and young girls who are being forced to kind of be the ones who are accommodating individuals where this accommodation isn't really what's going to ultimately help their problems. And I think I hope the Supreme Court gets this right. I think they will, so that we're not further bending our Constitution to accommodate that.
I think they will. The two cases, let me see here, Little v. Hecox and West Virginia v. BPJ. All right, so let me ask you this, Carrie. I think the Supreme Court easily is a 6-3 vote on this. But again, I've got to be honest here. Even liberals that I know, Democrats I know, think this is a ridiculous issue. They don't support this. And so If it's 7-2 or 8-1, I think that there's one that'll always vote for it. Is that possible in your estimation?
You know, I think it'll be interesting. We'll know more after argument. I wonder what would happen if we had Justice Ginsburg here today, who was a champion of women's rights, and I feel confident would have been interested in having women's sports succeed and be even just a possible enterprise, which I think is lost if we have men competing against women.
There would be no
I
women's
wonder what
sports
she
at
would
that
think
point.
in this case.
Yeah, there would be no women's sports, and I agree with you. I think Ginsburg would have said, "This is ridiculous. What are you doing?" And you know, a living, breathing document maybe, but living, breathing women are important, and they deserve protection. That's what Title IX was written for, to give women equal protection in opportunity, right? That was the point of Title IX.
Absolutely, and nothing in the language of Title IX suggests that we can then redefine women to mean, frankly, men. And I think this is the problem. It's kind of an assault on the underlying language. You can't try to shoehorn your idea into an existing law, into an existing constitutional provision simply by trying to redefine terms. And I think we need to stand up against that.
So you think it's possible then that one of these liberal justices, Sotomayor, one of them, could end up with the majority here?
I think it's theoretically possible. I think we'll have to. It's also very possible that they go exactly in the predictable lane, and they say, "Well, no, this is the line. This is the new orthodoxy on the left. We're going to decide that, you know, men and women, there's no real differences at the end of the day. If you decide that's the case." But I think it's also possible they will see the common sense answer here, which is that just as the states have found as a matter of their legislative process, there is a distinction here, that they can find that. And, you know, at the end of the day, it isn't really even what do I think is the right answer. Should states have this law or shouldn't they? The real answer is, does the Constitution even permit such a law? Because the Constitution permits states to protect women in locker rooms, on the playing field. And it's just a shocking proposal to say, no, you can't even come to this conclusion. As a democratic country, that's not even on the table of the type of laws that people could ask their representatives to pass.
I guess we'll have to wait till about June, maybe July, but probably June to find out, Carrie, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it when it does happen. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
There you have it. I mean, look, it's 6-3, very predictable. Common sense here would make it 9-0, but I think there's one vote you can count on would never join the majority. It wouldn't matter what it was. I think that's one thing. But I think it's possible that one of the liberal jurists, one of the liberal justices on the Supreme Court, will side with the majority. That's my prediction. One will break free and come over. We'll have to wait and find out, but we will find out. We'll take a break and be right back on the Steve Gruber Show.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Welcome back to the program. You know, it's a new year, but some of the old scams continue. They just seem to get refined and redone so they can work again for another year or two or three. One of those is the theft of your home. Now, I know some of you don't really take this too seriously, but I want to share a story with you. The story of a woman who was disabled, who was taken advantage of, whose home was stolen right out from under her. Not literally, but the equity. Listen to this story.
HNN investigates how the family of a disabled Waianae woman lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to a forged deed scheme. It's just one example of people getting ripped off by title theft, Daryl Huff reports.
Betsy and her husband lived here on this 1-acre lot in Waianae until he died and she was disabled by Alzheimer's and dementia. Family members rushed to sell the property to generate money for her care. But sadly, the title thief got there first.
The title thief got there first. That's in the state of Hawaii. Join me now, Natalie Dominguez, the title theft education specialist for Home Title Lock. Natalie, nice to see you again. Sorry to start the new year with such a downer of a story, but look, if you don't protect yourself and one of your loved ones needs money and all of a sudden you find out the hard way, there's no money there because somebody scammed your mom or your grandmother. Wow, what a horrible lesson to learn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, Steve, someone's home is usually it's the biggest investment you'll ever make, right? Being a property owner. And it becomes harder and harder to do that regardless nowadays. And a lot of people look forward to being able to utilize the equity that they have put into their home over time for, you know, very tragic situations like this disabled woman, Betsy, her husband passed away. The family's trying to figure out how to care for her because she has Alzheimer's. And, you know, the sale of the home and having that extra equity and those funds for her care, you know, without being able to do that, they're losing all of that capacity to care for her in the correct way, right? And this is the scariest part about this crime, is that it took 16 days after the family gained the legal guardianship to sell the home. The criminal had already come in, done the fraud transfer, and then was going about trying to utilize its equity.
Right. You know, and here's the thing. Police are not very familiar with this. So when you go to the police, hey, this has happened, they'll say, well, that's a civil matter. It is a criminal matter. But sometimes telling the police that, explaining the situation, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. You know, prevention's a heck of a lot more effective. But the police, they may or may not help you.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened in this situation. The family saw the fraud, realized that they were no longer on the title, went and filed a police report, and the police came back and said, hey, this isn't criminal. Now, we know that it's criminal, but in many areas of the country, and most areas of the country, the biggest place where there actually is a law on the books is New York City, ironically, where all the fraud is happening. But in places like this, no, it's not always criminal. You have to prove the fraud, you have to get it reversed, you have to go through a very long civil process. And during, I think this was over, months to years, the family had actually gone through filing, trying to stop the sale from this fraudulent owner, and couldn't end up doing it. They ended up actually selling the home to an investment buyer. And so the family had to go through this whole process for years to try to get it unwound.
And I know there's people listening right now and they're going, wait a second, it can't be that easy. The government's got to verify signatures, look at IDs, this and that. Look, you're trusting the government. And to be honest with you, they don't really do much due diligence. They just say, oh, there's the paper, there it is, they shift it through. There's not really a lot of background work done by the government. They assume that the documents are valid on their face, right?
Absolutely. And again, in this case, that's exactly what happened. When they looked over the fraudulent paperwork, there was a notary stamp, there was a notary signature. When they followed up with the notary that the stamp belonged to, the notary said, I didn't do this. This wasn't me. This isn't my signature. I didn't verify this. But the conveyance's office took it anyway, because legally, as long as everything is filled out properly, they don't have to actually verify anything. The most a county or the conveyance's office like this is going to look at is possibly an ID, which is extremely easy to fake.
So in this particular case, this family hoped to get somewhere around $600,000, $700,000. But during this interim period, when they had been taken advantage of, when they had been the victims of theft, another company came in, and I don't blame this company, a finance company out of Texas came in and bought the property at cut rate $350,000. That's terrible.
Yeah. So they lost all of that long term. The family had the house for a very, very long time. They lost everything. And I think after a few years, they had kind of gone through a process where they were able to settle with the company that purchased it, because they had warned the company that this was a fraudulent seller, and the company purchased it anyway, which is very scary. And Scott Midiyoshi, I think is his name. He's the consumer protection chair, and he's an attorney. He said in an interview in Hawaii that there are companies that will go through the sale even knowing the seller is fraudulent, because they stand to make more money in the aftermath than settling, if they even get to that point.
So real quickly, we got about a minute left here. Tell the folks about Home Title Lock. This is why your company was established, to prevent this sort of family tragedy from happening. Tell us about it.
Yeah. So Home Title Lock, we have our $1 million triple lock protection. What that means is you get monitoring alerts of your property title. We watch for any changes that are being made, but the most important part is our restoration. That's the third lock. What we do is we jump in and we take over for the homeowner and start the legal process in your county, in your state, specific to the laws there, so that you don't have to do anything. So instead of going to the police and them telling you, you have no recourse, we do everything for you. So you don't have to do anything, and we cover all of the costs involved.
So there you have it. My suggestion, start out the new year right with peace of mind, knowing your home is protected, that investment, no matter what the future might hold, that investment, at least you've got that to count on. Natalie, always nice to see you. Happy New Year.
Thanks, Steve. You guys too.
Greatly appreciate it. Look, HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Gruber. You're going to save some money on it today as well. HomeTitleLock.com. Don't be one of these stories that we have to tell here about a family losing everything or not being able to take care of mom or grandma. Don't let that happen. HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Gruber. I'll take a break and be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
You know, I thought this thing had come and gone. You know, I did. I thought this whole thing about mullets had come and gone. How about a little fun for a second here? The mullet contest, the Joe Dirt, what do they call this thing? The Joe Dirt tribute happened yesterday at a Pennsylvania farm. Pennsylvania, I'm a little worried about you right now. I'm just going to be honest, I'm a little worried about you. But yeah, there's Joe Dirt right there on your screen, folks. Yeah, the mullet contest. 150 participants, right? Short in the front, long in the back. Yeah, Anthony won't come show us his. The top award in the form of the rear bumper of a Corvette went to a 10-year-old, Drew Fleshett of Dallas, Pennsylvania. Wore a red and black shirt in homage to Joe Dirt. Of course he did. Contestants were evaluated on style and so forth. Style? I guess, if that's what you're into. Anyhow, congratulations. Maybe next year I'll be in the mullet kind of. I'll have hair down to here, just shave it back.
You're a mullet hater, Steve.
I'm not a mullet hater. I'm just like, it's. Look, I'm not into the 80s hairband look. That's all. All right, so it is. Mullet. There's a little tidbit for you. Let me be blunt. If weight loss was a one-size-fits-all, it would have worked by now for you. No shots, no pills, no potions, no lotions. This is all natural, My Pure Health Solutions. They start with a body scan, and you're given a customized plan made for you, not everybody else, as an individual. Plus, you get your own health coach who meets with you, guides you through the process. 40 days, simple rules, real results. Then they show you how to keep it off. Go to gruberhealth.com. All my listeners get a big discount here today. Look, I did this back in 2018. It was a roaring success. My Pure Health has been a partner with me ever since. You've seen it on here. You've seen Missy on here talking about her success stories. People that get off medications, aren't afraid of looking at the mirror anymore, feel good about themselves. I think we've got 45 of the 50 states represented now at My Pure Health. We're almost there. Could it be you? Gruberhealth.com. You get to see some really cool pictures of me if you go there. Gruberhealth.com. And get a discount. Enjoy yourselves, please. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk about the RFK-Trump alliance. Will it survive 2026, or is it going to fall apart? It's done well so far. We'll see. We'll talk about it straight ahead here on The Steve Gruber Show.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6 J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
It is 7 o'clock in the East, 4 a.m. in the West. Coming up right now on this early edition of American Sunrise, Iran prepares for war. The Iranian regime is now openly warning it is ready for military confrontation with the United States, even as mass protests rip through the country and the death toll continues to climb. Now, other world leaders are calling what they are witnessing the last days of a dying regime. We will have the latest. Plus, in the wake of the Minneapolis shooting of an unarmed civilian, federal law enforcement is under siege. ICE agents are being targeted across the country. Assaults on ICE are up more than 1,300%. Vehicles are being used as weapons, and death threats have skyrocketed against agents. In moments, the man running these operations joins us live. And our nation on edge. Protest escalating. Cities on alert. Threats, both foreign and domestic. Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin and the Homeland Security Committee is here to discuss the failures, the threats, and the demand for answers. This early edition of American Sunrise starts right now.
Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
You people and others like you built this country.
Join us as we break down the stories that matter.
FAFO. If you don't know, now you know.
American Sunrise Early Edition on Real America's Voice starts now.
Good morning and welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Allison Hans, live from West Palm Beach. Thank you so much for starting your day with us. Let's bring in my co-anchor, Brian Glenn. Good morning, Brian. How you doing?
Good morning, Allison. Doing great.
Looking good. Looking good. Now, I heard you slept very well last night. That's what you were chatting.
Yeah, you guys get to hear the inner conversations with the control room. When you go to bed at 7 o'clock at night and you wake up at 5, you're ready to take on the world.
Well, you were at the White House all day yesterday, so that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it was. It was kind of an uneventful day as far as him making any kind of public appearances or making public statements, but it's always eventful because, Allison, as we're going to talk about this entire show, there's so much going on in the world right now.
Absolutely. Well, let's start with what's moving fast this morning here at home. Iran-related protests turned violent in Los Angeles. A U-Haul truck rammed into a crowd demonstrating against the Iranian regime. This happened Sunday afternoon near the federal building in Westwood. Now, one adult male was struck. No serious injuries were reported. The driver was detained as police continue investigating the matter. And the bigger picture, chaos abroad, tensions spilling into American streets. I know we've been talking about the protests in Iran over the past couple of days, but now seeing these protests here at home. Brian.
Yeah, I saw the video, and I'm really amazed that we didn't have more people injured by that U-Haul. And as the images on your screen unfold, I mean, I talked to an Iranian television correspondent yesterday at length about this situation and what is the facts. You know, you see so many propaganda, you see so many misinformation online, and the biggest cities, and mind you, the biggest cities that have rallies supporting this regime change is in Santa Monica, California, and McLean, Virginia, the two largest population of American Iranians that live in this country. So we'll have more about that throughout the show.
Very, very interesting. Okay, let's take a look at our Bible verse this morning. It is marked, obviously, the morning is marked with pressure, conflict, and consequence. But we want to take a pause to anchor ourselves in the truth. And this morning's scripture comes from 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 21, and it says, "For God called you to do good, even if it means suffering. Just as Christ suffered for you, here is your example, and you must follow in his steps." Well, we turn now from God's word to what's happening on American streets. This morning, we want to show you exactly what federal agents are up against. Now, this video is from St. Paul, Minnesota, where Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino and his team were surrounded and hounded by activists during a simple restroom stop at a Target. They were screamed at, cursed at, and verbally attacked for enforcing federal law. Let's take a look at that.
Out of here! Get the out of here, you stupid! You're a coward piece of you. And if you didn't have a gun or a badge, I would beat the out of you. Take that badge off and that gun and see what happened to you. You don't shut up. You're a white boys.
Unbelievable. And this is what federal agents face every day in America. And yet their operations are working. The worst of the worst, dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens are being removed. So why is this even controversial? United States Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino joins us now. Commander, good morning to you.
Allison and Brian, good morning to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hope you're doing good this morning.
Thank you. Commander, we just watched that disgusting video where you and your agents were surrounded, harassed during this simple stop at a Target. Is this what your teams are now put up with every day?
Well, unfortunately, that is the reality of what we are seeing here on the streets in Minnesota. So, yes, this is actually a common occurrence, but something the viewers might want to know is generally, this is a very small percentage of people that engage in conduct like this. The other 90% of the shoppers there in Target were absolutely aghast, just like you and I, at such reprehensible language and behavior. So we get a lot of support out there. It's just oftentimes that gets drowned out by a very small percentage of very vocal and foul-mouthed individuals.
I'm so glad you brought that up. And by the way, thank you for your service and what you're doing. If I was in that Target, I might have been that one guy that might have challenged that individuals that was screaming at you and allowed you to get out of Target, and I would have handled that guy myself. That's a completely separate issue. But how much harder is it right now to protect your own agents while carrying out these operations when you have these people, these mobs that are surrounding you? Logistically, does that make it tougher to do that?
Sure, Brian, we have to be on alert. That's for certain. On alert everywhere we go. And I think what's happening here is a lot of these weaker-minded individuals, like what you saw there in Target, are falling victim to the crazy talk by the Ilhan Omars, by the Tim Waltzes, by the Mayor Frys, and they're actually acting upon what those leaders say. So that's the problem. If you know, we had just gotten back from Louisiana, where we had a month-long operation. We had one use of force in an entire month there in Louisiana. We've already had double-digit uses of force, attacks on law enforcement, attacks on Border Patrol agents in 4 days here in Minnesota. So there's a contrast, but there's also a reason. This doesn't just happen on its own, Brian and Allison. It doesn't happen on its own. There's always a causation for this, and that causation is those elected leaders, those community leaders, and some of those social media influencers. They're fomenting violence for their own needs and their own desires, and that's too bad.
Well, I would think a major causation now in the past 24 hours is Keith Ellison and Fry getting up there and having that presser yesterday afternoon, and now they're suing, correct me if I'm wrong, the Department of Justice to get ICE out of Minnesota. What's your understanding of that?
Sure. I think that's grandstanding. I think that whole thing is grandstanding. When I first listened to the news conference, that Minnesota Attorney General, I actually thought, is something wrong with this guy? Is this a joke? And when I realized he was serious, I kind of chuckled to myself because, as you know, that Title 10 of the Constitution, the Privileges and Immunities Clause, that which is not specifically reserved for the states is reserved for the federal government. In other words, we can and will do things like protect our nation. The military protects our nation overseas. We protect our nation domestically. That is a federal issue, not a state issue. And that's why we're here. We've done this over several states already over the past 8 months. We've been in California, we've been in Illinois, we've been in North Carolina, we've been in New Orleans, we've been all across the entire United States. So Minnesota is not being treated any differently. I saw something that Attorney General said, and it was towards the fact that he believes Minnesota is being treated differently. Well, they're not.
Chief Pavino, one thing that really confused me was I think last week Waltz got up and he started talking about the National Guard and basically saying the National Guard belonged to him and he was potentially going to put them out on the streets. Can you expand on that?
I listened to what Walt said. Now it seems he's backed off on that. I haven't heard too much about that lately. As a matter of fact, I haven't heard anything from Governor Waltz. He seems to be missing in action in this whole thing. But he talked about sending his guard into the streets, but yet he's talking that he does not want militarized forces or Border Patrol agents in the streets. So why would he send the National Guard into the streets? It makes absolutely zero sense. I think he had a faux pas there, and he probably misspoke. But I'm not sure what or why he would take that route with what's going on now. So if he wants to send the Guard or the state police into the streets to give us a hand with this Title VIII immigration mission, all the better. We love working with our state and local partners. We do that nationwide. Take a look at Louisiana. Fantastic operation down there, got a lot done because we had that cooperation. So let's hope that Minnesota gets its act together, Governor Waltz and Mayor Fry specifically, and we can wrap this mission up all the sooner with help from those state and local agencies.
Yeah, I got a last question. We got about 20 seconds, so I apologize for the quick answer. Does this get better or does this get worse with all this political rhetoric encouraging the hostile towards these federal agents?
Brian, it always gets better. We are going to wrap up this Title VIII mission. We are taking hundreds and hundreds or approaching thousands of criminal illegal aliens off the streets. It's going to get better. Some of the folks are in the find out phase right now. That's fine. It's going to get better.
They're going to find out all right.
Oh, yeah. Well, Border Patrol Chief Greg Bavino, you're the best. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good to be with you. God bless.
Thank you. God bless. Coming up, President Trump puts America's homeowners first. After years of sky-high rates and locked-out buyers, mortgage costs are finally falling. And President Trump is driving the ship. What this means for families, first-time buyers, and a middle class ready for a reset. That's coming up next.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Beautiful shot of Atlanta early this morning. Yeah, no one's out on the road at this hour. That's okay. We're here for you. Hopefully you're getting ready, getting some coffee, and getting ready for a super day. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Allison Hans. Let's bring back in Brian Glenn. Hey there, Brian. It doesn't look like too many people out on the streets there in Atlanta.
But I can guarantee you, for someone who flies in and out of Atlanta about once a week, they're coming. What is it? Local time there. It is 7:15. Trust me, another 15 minutes, that place is packed.
Okay, I'll trust you. Well, let's move on. While Washington argues, we won't argue here. Americans are watching their monthly bills. And this morning, there is a real shift. Mortgage rates have dropped to their lowest level in nearly 3 years after President Trump ordered Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac to step in and buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds. The result? Lower rates, lower payments, and for some families, the first real shot at owning a home in years. Joining us now with reaction is this morning's money man, Michael Wilkerson, founder of Stormwater Advisors. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, Allison.
Thanks so much for being here. Okay, for families who've been locked out of the housing market for years, is this the first real sign that relief might actually be here?
It's a clear sign that the president is making affordability a key part of his economic priorities. If you think about where have people still not been terribly satisfied, it's been on the economy and it's been on rising prices. So this has been a real issue. Homes have become increasingly affordable. Think about going back a generation, an average home, a typical home, costs about 2 times median income. Today, homes are about 5 times median income, making them really out of reach for a lot of homeowners. So these are important steps. I think the bigger issue is we have to see real wages, real income, take-home money keep up with inflation and actually reaccelerate again. Prices can't naturally come down nominally because that'll hurt existing homeowners. But what can happen is we can get increase in supply and we can get real wages rising again. These are important things, and I think the president is taking the initial steps in that direction.
Yeah, you know, when you look at under Biden, the rates spiked and the feds basically did nothing for the working class families. Is this the true difference between an administration that talks about the middle class and actually does things to help it?
I think it's an important step. It's a little bit tricky because as rates are coming down, and we've seen them come down about 1.6% since the peak in October 2023. One of the challenges, though, is that housing prices have continued to rise. So even though homes are more affordable to live in and own by several $100s a month, if it costs you more to enter that home, you might be better off over a lifetime, but the upfront price is still too high. So it's an important initial step. We've got to do more. We've got to figure out how to make those initial purchases affordable. This is, I think, an important first step, a couple steps along the way. One, lower interest rates. Two, keep institutional money from competing with homeowners for single-family homes is another initiative of the president that I think is an important piece of the puzzle there.
It is a little confusing, or I feel for those young people out there who want to get into a home, and you have these homes out there that are maybe $500,000 or even $1 million, and they're really, really tiny, and they can't even get into those homes. What is your suggestion to the young people out there?
So first of all, ownership's really important. If you look at how owners of assets, whether it be real estate or otherwise, have done in the last few years versus renters, there's no comparison. When you're renting, you're not storing up value for the future. So the first piece of advice is find a way to own something. Find a way through various initiatives that are out there for first-time owners. Even though it feels like you're stretching, owning an asset that can grow with inflation over time is really, really important.
And even $100 a month can be the difference between renting forever and owning a home. Do you see this as like a psychological turning point where people finally believe they can have the American dream? I know you've written a book about the American dream.
I think it's really important. The psychological impact can't be underestimated here. When people feel excluded from the economy, they're excluded from society. Homeownership has been the path to the American dream. It's been the path to real wealth creation and a store of value. And that's why housing is so important and affordability is such a priority for the Trump administration.
Last question, Michael, real quickly. There's a bill in Congress that would eliminate taxes, capital gains on home sales. Would this create a sense of liquidity in the market and people that might sell a property that they would have to pay a lot of tax on? Now they would be able to do it. They would save that money. Yes or no? Would this be a good thing for the market?
I think it'd be a great thing for the market, as with the elimination of property taxes, as Florida is asking for as well.
Okay. Thank you,
Wonderful.
Michael. We appreciate you this morning. Okay, an organic skincare brand called Purience has been turning heads recently in Elle, Cosmopolitan, and LA Weekly. To date, they've helped over 60,000 women to fall in love with their skin complexion again. Purience delivers clean, organic skincare without harsh preservatives. Their Cellular Restore Serum features a gentle alternative to retinol called Bachiol. In a small focus group, 92.9% of women saw fewer wrinkles after just 3 weeks of applying Cellular Restore Serum. Their Cellular Hydration Serum contains tremella mushroom, which hydrates the deepest layers of skin better than hyaluronic acid. Then there's Lift and Glow Organic Eye Cream. If you want to lighten the appearance of dark under eye circles and restore a radiant complexion, then you'll love Lift and Glow. And finally, they have Even Glow Serum. Even Glow features Kakadu Plum, which delivers 100 times more concentrated vitamin C than oranges. Even Glow works wonders for reducing dark spot appearance. And right now, for a limited time, you can save 35% on all Puriens products. Simply go to Puriens.com and enter coupon code EARLY at checkout. That's Puriens.com and coupon code EARLY to save 35% on your order today. Puriens.com, promo code EARLY to save 35%. Coming up, Iran in turmoil. While we're seeing reports from the Islamic Republic, new images are coming to the table, emerging from that country, telling a dark story. You'll see them next as American Sunrise continues.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back. Shot of the Everglades there. Before we dive back in the news, let's dive into a glass of great tea. That's the Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand. Their mission is simple: maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just the real tea. And here's a tactical advantage: each bag brews twice. Just go to artillerytco.com and use the code RAV for 10% off your first order. That's artillerytco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven, brewed for the brave. And I don't know about you, Allison, but I'm not brave enough to walk through the Everglades there in that swamp. There's a little bit. I walk through the swamp here every day, but I'm going to stay away from the Everglades there in Florida. A little too sketchy for me.
I don't know. I think I'd go for it. I think it's Lana Del Rey met the love of her life out on one of those gator boats, right?
There you go. Okay.
I'm willing to go for it.
There you go.
That's really sad. Okay, thank you, Brian. So first this morning, under attack, federal agents targeted for enforcing the law. Criminal illegal aliens removed from our streets while the left protests and demands ICE stand down. Foreign threats aren't staying overseas. They're showing up in American cities. This is the moment we either take control or lose it. And the man watching it all is Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, a member of the Homeland Security Committee. Senator Johnson, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Doing great. Well, from your vantage point on Homeland Security, how serious is this moment for the country?
I think you put it quite well. I mean, this is a make or break moment for America. Conservatives, Republicans have to understand the radical left is at war with us. It makes no sense. I mean, socialism, radical leftism, wherever it's tried, just destroys things, destroys societies, destroys economies. But this has been their game plan. They've infiltrated all of our institutions, government, churches, all these other organizations, academia. They preach this hate. They flood our nation with millions of illegal immigrants. A lot of them are criminals, drug traffickers, human traffickers, sex traffickers. And then when America says, no, we don't like this, we duly elect a president who has vowed to clean up this mess. They take to the streets, they protest, they impede lawful enforcement actions. They encourage or they incite people to fire at ICE, killing some illegal immigrants. They block the roads, and then you end up with this tragedy of this one woman who's not an innocent bystander. She was involved in these protests. Again, it's just a tragedy all the way around. But again, this is all incited by the radical left. And unfortunately, the radical left is pretty well taking over the Democrat Party. They'll put the elected officials as the face of the radical left who appear to be more moderate, but they've all signed up the movement. They certainly aren't willing to crack down on this and repair it. So this is, as you said, this is a make or break moment for America. Will enough Americans open up their eyes to what is happening, the danger, the peril that this country is in because of the radical left? That's pretty much the $64,000 question.
It is. And I want to say something real quickly. Thank you for your leadership in all of this, because you're staying strong, and a lot of people in your conference want to bend a knee. Now, when local leaders and activists target federal agents instead of criminals, what does that do to national security and the rule of law? I personally think these ICE agents will probably be in place for years, because we're going to see such a pushback from the left of all the things that we need to do as a country. But what's your thoughts on that?
Well, it destroys it. The Democrats had planned, I think, January 6th, not knowing exactly what was going to happen, but in case something happened, that they had the term armed insurrection. They just pulled that out of the hat and they started using it right away. That wasn't it was certainly a protest gone wrong. We all condemn the violence, but it was not an armed insurrection. What we're seeing on the streets, and quite honestly, what we saw in the summer of 2020, that looked more like an insurrection to me. What we're seeing now, again, these are organized protests. They are impeding lawful enforcement actions. That looks like an insurrection to me. And then when you have government officials side with the protesters, side with Hamas, it's like that is an insurrection to me. Now, the left will never call it that. The legacy media will never call it that. But that's the real danger of this country. Those are the people who are rejecting our founding values. They're the ones that are trying to impose this radical leftism on this country that, again, time and time again, when it's tried, it utterly fails and it just destroys nations, societies, and economies.
And, Senator, in all of this, the fraud issue, specifically in Minnesota, is out of the headlines right now, which to me is absolutely atrocious. Your thoughts on that?
Well, again, what fraud represents is the absolute predictable result of big government. Democrats want to grow government. I mean, this dates back to Franklin Roosevelt, the New Deal, when he figured out how to use the federal fisc to basically garner votes, guarantee votes, make people dependent on the federal government, make them dependent on Democrats who wanted to grow the federal government. So we've grown the federal government. And when you're spending now $7 trillion, prior to the pandemic, we were spending 4.4. This year we'll spend over $7 trillion. We know a lot of this is fraud. The GAO, Government Accountability Office, 2003, they've been doing what they call a improper payment report. Imprecise terms, overpayments, underpayments, but it's called sloppiness. Let's put it that way, okay? It's waste, it's fraud. $2.8 trillion is what they've identified in their report since 2003. $2.8 trillion. And that's just scratching the surface. What we're seeing in Minnesota is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, Somalians, they are new to this country. They're relatively new. They're amateurs Now, they're very effective, they're very good, and unique in terms of the level of graft and how it's been contained and kind of protected within that community and the politicians that they buy. But think of the military-industrial complex. Think of all these other entities that have been established to basically transfer this money from the government, from the taxpayers, through these organizations to some group of people. I mean, they're taking a big cut. So again, I think the fraud, I think the graft, I think the waste is enormous. And what we're seeing in Minnesota is just a small, infinitesimal tip of the iceberg.
Well, Senator Ron Johnson, if the Somalis are the amateurs, I really do not want to meet the professionals. Thank you.
Well, they're down in Texas as well. It's happening in Texas.
Indeed.
That's the next ball to drop.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming in this morning. We appreciate you.
Have a great day. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still ahead, President Trump is doubling down on the U.S. military operation to capture Maduro, saying history is on his administration's side. Is he right? We'll discuss as this early edition of American Sunrise continues.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Welcome to American Sunrise Early Edition. The show where faith, freedom, and the values that built this nation take center stage.
Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Allison Hans. Let's bring back in my co-host, Brian Glenn. Okay, Brian, what does the president and the White House have on schedule today?
Funny you ask, Allison. A little bit later this morning, in about 2 hours, you're going to go to Detroit to meet with Detroit Economic Club. But before that, he's going to tour a manufacturing plant. I believe it's a Ford plant. He'll make his return. This is just a day trip, going to go up and down. He'll be back on the South Lawn around 5 o'clock tonight, but we'll have, once again, full coverage. I believe we have Steve Gruber and a camera crew on the ground there in Detroit, so we'll have full coverage of his speech coming up all day right here on Real America's Voice.
Excellent. Heading to Motor City. Sounds good.
That's right.
Meanwhile, President Trump defends his military operation to remove Nicolas Maduro from power in Venezuela, saying history shows America has long used force to fight tyranny and protect U.S. interests. He insists such actions are justified without congressional approval when national security is at stake. Trump frames the operation as a bold move to end Maduro's corrupt regime and restore freedom to the Venezuelan people. He warns that failure to act strongly could embolden dictators and threaten America's position around the world. For more, let's welcome in American Sunrise contributor Emily Finn to the show. Okay, good morning, Emily.
Good morning to you, Allison. Thanks so much for having me.
Of course. Okay, what do you think of this?
Well, it's interesting, Allison. If you dive into the history with this a little bit further, I was looking at this article in the Federalist, and according to them, President Adams, Jefferson, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Obama, they have all ordered military action similar to what President Trump has done. Now, what is interesting about this and what I've been reading about is that they are relatively minor military engagements. So not necessarily minor in terms of the effects that they have. Obviously, capturing Maduro is going to have tremendous effects for the people of Venezuela, tremendous positive effects for the people of Venezuela. But it's the small, minor military operations like this or full-scale war, which is a long-term military operation that you would, of course, need congressional approval for. But history is on his side, Allison. If you look into this, you know, about 5 presidents that I just named off here that you could look to similar military operations that they have done as well.
You know, it's interesting, Emily, ever since the Venezuela thing has happened, and of course now we're looking at Iran, a lot of people in MAGA are asking themselves, is this America first? Is this what we should be focusing on? And I can argue on both sides that to make sure we don't have an evil regime in Iran that's plotting to attack countries, that's probably a good thing. Or we don't have oil and we have a country that could be selling the resources to our enemies. That's probably a good thing. But Emily, what are you seeing on social media and in your circle of influence that suggests, should we be doing these things? And is that America first?
Yeah, Brian, I think you described it pretty well. There's certainly a bit of a divide, right? And there's arguments on both sides of this. Is it America first or not? I think in my mind and what I've been seeing on social media from people in MAGA circles is that it's the ripple effects of what capturing Maduro actually means and what that means for Americans, especially in terms of drug smuggling and that, that happening in our country. But yes, are there things that, this administration could be doing to directly impact Americans in a positive way domestically here on the home front? Of course. So I think that debate is going to continue to be ongoing. But the president and Pete Hegseth have certainly made it clear that this is a priority of their administration to keep U.S. interests safe globally across the world, Brian.
Yeah, I agree. Emily, thank you so much for joining us. You look beautiful, by the way.
Well, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. You didn't get the pink memo today. You had to wear the pink suit. Next time, we'll make sure you get that memo. Thanks, Brian.
I'll do that. I'll probably just rip the microphone off. All right, thank you so much. Now, in a stunning and dangerous escalation, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei posts a shocking image. Check this out, showing President Donald Trump in a coffin, openly threatening the United States. Now, the post mocks President Trump and declares the so-called, quote, arrogant leaders will be overthrown, marking a clear and direct provocation from a hostile regime. This happens as Iran faces internal chaos and as President Trump issues strong warnings over the regime's violent crackdown on its own people. America stays on alert as our enemies test President Trump, and the world watches what comes next. For further discussion, let's welcome to the show retired U.S. Navy SEAL officer Mike Sarraille. Hey, thanks, Mike. I mean, you see images like that taunting the U.S., like they're saying, bring it. Did they not see what has happened in some of these other countries? And obviously we dropped some haymakers on there in Operation Midnight Hammer. What's your thoughts? Are they being pretty arrogant right now?
I tell you, it's like the kid who continually touches the electric fence, gets shocked, and then just never learns. No, this is bold, and the act of a desperate tyranny at their decline. And they've declared all-out war, total war on the United States, which is provocation enough for us to strike and assist these protesters. And that's the red line. And I think the question that we all have is if and when President Trump is going to strike Iran. We've already seen it economically or diplomatically with an increase of 25% tariffs on any nation that does trade with Iran. So he's slowly escalating the measures against it. But now is the time to finally put this regime to bed, to bury him and hopefully remove a cancer from the Middle East.
Okay, Mike, in other news, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says he is shocked by the violence, murder, and mayhem sweeping Iran as the regime cracks down on its own people. As Iran descends further into chaos, the UN issues words while the bloodshed continues and the world watches. Okay, is anybody listening to the UN chief at this point?
Guys, this is absolutely shocking. The UN is issuing strongly worded documents and speeches about the terror going on. The UN has become like an HR department for tyrannical, despotic leaders. It documents the abuse. It holds workshops for awareness. It condemns them with strong words. But guys, I think we are seeing Trump make very decisive decisions around the world, as Emily just brought up with past presidents. I think a strong, decisive decision would be to shut down our involvement in the UN. And we already see Trump starting to do that with certain commissions or alliances, is pull back, stop funding them, because the UN was a 1945 structure that has failed to adapt to the 21st century, and quite frankly has been taken over by woke liberal globalists whose views do not align with ours. It's time to shut it down. It is ineffective. It has always been ineffective.
I agree.
Yeah.
All right. President Trump says Iran is starting to cross the U.S. red line as protesters continue to die in the government crackdown. The president is very strongly weighing of options as activists claim about 544 people have been killed. I met an Iranian television correspondent at the White House yesterday. He's even telling me this, and I don't think and you probably have heard this, Mike. When the regime brings someone they've killed back to the family and says, here's the remains of your protester, and by the way, we pumped 2 bullets inside that protester, you owe us, pay up for the 2 bullets. This is an evil regime. And as we see people die, President Trump says, hey, they've crossed the red line. There's going to be a price to pay for that.
So these protesters have momentum. We're going into our 3rd week here, guys. And, I'm usually of the mind, let sort of it unfold. If a husband and a wife are arguing, that's none of my business. But right now we're at a point with Iran has declared total war in the United States. That's justification enough. But we've never seen protests of these magnitude. This is the highest death toll of protests we've seen in a while. This is an opportunity. And so, I wouldn't be surprised if we see cyber operations already going or soon to be underway against Iranian nodes that are conducting or orchestrating this blackout. We want to open up the communication channels with the good people of Iran, and we want to see in near real time what's going on and support them and allow them to communicate. But don't rule out precision airstrikes on not only the IRGC, especially the Bajis, which is their version of the Gestapo, that's tamping down a lot of these civilian protests and actually orchestrating this murder, but also select Iranian regime leaders. I think this is the time, and as Americans, we need to be behind President Trump if he makes this strong decision. Because I offer you this: could you imagine a Middle East without the cancer, the state-sponsored terrorism regime of Iran in place? It would just a world like that would be completely different. We could actually orchestrate a different level of peace that the Middle East has never known.
It's unbelievable. We've never seen leadership like this before. It's extraordinary. And so I'm interested to get your perspective with your fellow military friends and colleagues. What is the mood right now with them? I'd love to kind of hear it from your perspective and your history.
Well, I have no love lost for Iran. In 2008, I was fighting in Sadr City, Maqta al-Sadr and the Sadr militia, which was backed by Iranian special groups. In fact, Iran was manufacturing and supplying them EFPs, explosive forming penetrators that were killing Americans. Again, they are a state sponsor of Hezbollah and Hamas. So we in the military who have fought over there would be absolutely 100% aligned and behind President Trump if he does make the decisive decision to conduct airstrikes against Iran. Help these protesters. Let's try to unseat this regime, assist with the transitional government, and allow them free and democratic elections to elect the next leaders of Iran that are aligned with the rest of the Middle East and the world.
Thank you so much.
I agree. Thank you. We're probably days or not hours away from seeing what that conclusion looks like. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks.
All right, coming up, we're going to check in with our own David Brody for the Washington, D.C. swamp for a preview of the big show coming up here in America Sunrise. That's a few minutes away. Don't go away.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Hey. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Okay, good morning there. We're looking at a live shot of Times Square, New York City. Okay, things are moving there. We had Atlanta, Georgia earlier. It's quiet, but this is the city that never sleeps. My hometown. Love it. New York, New York. Welcome back to American Sunrise Early Edition. I'm Allison Hans, and let's bring back my co-host, Brian Glenn. And joining us now is American Sunrise host, David Brody. Good morning, David. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good to see you both. Brian, you didn't get the red pink memo, I guess. But
you know, I've got to go back to the closet, get some more stuff.
You're looking good. You're looking good. Okay, David, we have so many things to talk about this morning, but something we haven't touched upon is happenings at the Supreme Court today. So there are a number of things that are happening. So I'm just going to let you jump in and talk about that for now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's really one of the big issues of our time, right? Banning this whole idea of whether or not transgender athletes should be banned from playing sports. And by the way, 2/3 of Americans, if you look at poll after poll, 2/3 of Americans say, yeah, they should. Absolutely, they should. It's an unfair advantage. But the Supreme Court's going to weigh in on that today. And I always love to listen to the oral arguments. I don't mean they're actually the Supreme Court, but we get the audio released. And we can start to read the tea leaves a little bit to see how some of these justices are going to rule on this. I mean, the question really is, do these transgender athletes have a constitutional right to, in essence, play where they want to play, that their constitutional rights are infringed upon. I say hogwash, of course, but we'll see what happens with the Supreme Court justices today. By the way, I just wanted to say the word hogwash, very 1972 type word, kind of like malarkey, Brian. Kind of like malarkey.
Yeah. I can promise you that there'll be some transgender activists outside of the Supreme Court, but I can also promise you none of them were athletes in their entire life. They're just, I know this demo so well.
I think this is an interesting case because I think this has to do with Chloe Cole, who was a young woman, and early on she was counseled and given puberty blockers, and then I think at around 15 she had top surgery, and I think it's a larger question about protecting youth and having this type of activity when you are a young person at 13, 14, 15 years old being transitioned. It's extraordinary.
Well, you got to Protect Children's Innocence Act that passed in Congress. It's now going to the Senate, and it would make it a felony to perform transgender surgeries on kids. It's a no-brainer.
Right. And then this whole idea of gender dysphoria, which, by the way, is real. But here's the problem. The actual parents lean into gender dysphoria and say, oh, okay, you know, Bobby, you want to play with a Barbie doll? And all of a sudden, the next thing you know, they're in a mutilation office, 4 years later. I mean, it's insane. Yeah.
But you know what, David? The parents are being reaffirmed by Hollywood and the culture. Sure. Because parents 10, 20 years ago would say this is nuts. But then when the schools and TV and movies are saying this is a totally normal thing, of course the parents are questioning themselves and they want to do what's best for their kids. But this is not what's best.
No, and I think it's interesting that the LGB community pushed back on the T's. The T's are ruining it for the LGB. I mean, they've come such a far way to getting all of these rights and getting society, things like that. The T's are ruining it for everyone. Anyway, that's my little rant for this morning.
Well, I'm glad you said that, and I get confused by all the consonants anyhow, and then they add in the plus minus stuff, and I don't know where they're going exactly with all this crap.
Okay, well,
but that's the truth.
We love everyone, but we have to protect women's sports, so I'll leave it at that.
That's right.
David, we'll see you in a few minutes on American Sunrise. Brian, thanks for being here today, and thank you for being with us. We love you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. God bless.
American Sunrise is a great way to start your morning. Join us Monday through Friday from 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We've got the news of the day and some compelling interviews that you don't want to miss. Here's what you missed from yesterday. I want to shift the conversation, if you guys don't mind, to Iran. The world quite literally watching the situation there unfold as protests have become deadly. We're hearing that more than 500 people have been killed in the crackdown from the government there on those protesters. More than 10,000 people supposedly imprisoned following the protests. President Trump keeping a very close eye on this situation, also considering reportedly some sort of U.S. intervention. In fact, he talked about that last night aboard Air Force One.
I got to tell you, I'm concerned. I'm concerned that this isn't necessarily MAGA at all. I hate to be critical, but let me be critical for a moment. I think he's falling in love with being the peace president, and I think he wants to put this on his resume, if you will, to say, hey, I helped free and liberate the Iranian people from a horrible regime. I'm not quite sure if we should be going there. The jury's still out on this. I'm still formulating my opinion on it, but that's where I'm at least. That's where I land this morning.
Here's what I think is motivating President Trump
Trump, I understand to some degree the psychology happening here. This is me guessing, but he realizes that there's not a lot he can do domestically, that the Democrats can't walk in and reverse, and that he doesn't have the numbers in Congress to codify most of what he does domestically. Where he can make a lifelong difference and really leave a legacy is on the international scale. Congressman, what do you think about the international versus the domestic activities of President Trump?
President Trump's a pretty tough negotiator. The bottom line is that Iran is an enemy. They have crowds chant death to America all the time. Now, of course, now the protest crowds are not. The protest crowds want to be freed from the tyranny of the Iran regime. This is a terrorist regime that hates America. It hates what America stands for. And the president should do everything he can to remove the regime and restore democracy to Iran.
Congressman, let me ask you about what's going on with ICE specifically. It's been really vitriolic, if you will. You've got Governor Tim Walz, Minneapolis Governor Jacob Frey, basically describing the situation in Minneapolis in very stark terms.
I suggest Governor Walz should go back and look at the founding of the United States and what it is. It's a group of states that have agreed that the federal government is going to enforce border security. It's in the Constitution. And the whole problem starts when these local jurisdictions don't allow their law enforcement to cooperate with border enforcement. That's the bottom line. The ICE should not be doing traffic control. That should be done by local jurisdictions. And when they refuse to cooperate, as they should do under the Constitution, this is the logical result.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Ahead on American Sunrise, President Trump announces new tariffs against countries who do business with Iran's rogue regime. So, will this bring the Islamic Republic to the negotiating table or to its knees? We've got the latest developments coming up. Plus, President Trump is set to meet with Venezuelan opposition leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado on Thursday. North Carolina Congressman Mark Harris joins us live to weigh in on that meeting and the president's trip to Detroit later today. Later, New York Socialist Mayor Zohran Mamdani is turning to a top content creator to push universal child care, which is one of his agenda items. We've got those stories and so much more right now on American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina. Good morning. I'm Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in David Brody. He's in Washington, D.C., and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, gentlemen.
Happy Tuesday.
Dr. G and David, good morning.
Happy Tuesday.
Happy
Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday. Hey, guys, look, I want to start off with this new Gallup poll that finds that a majority of young voters are identifying as unaffiliated and independent voters, and that includes 54% of millennials and 56% of Gen Zers. Now, David and Dr. G, I find this interesting because, of course, we've heard a lot since Charlie Kirk's assassination that more people were coming not just to faith, but also to politics, and were becoming more involved in politics. So are you buying this poll? And is this an opportunity, if it is in fact true, for MAGA to really attract and reach out to young people to hopefully bring them into the tent, Dr. Gina? I want to start with you, Dr. Gina, just because you've got young kids who are very political active.
Yes, I do. I would say this doesn't surprise me at all. And the reason it doesn't surprise me is because I've never identified with a political party. I have always considered myself a conservative Christian first, and whatever party decides to court my values is the party that I will espouse. Now, obviously, in my lifetime, especially within the last decade or so, when the Democrats disavowed God in a vote at their convention, they lost me pretty hard. But I'll tell you, I don't vote based on party. I think parties have really tarnished what a party is supposed to be to not just young people, to people who have values. I think most people, there are some, I'm not going to say there aren't Republican loyalists, David, and I know you'll see some of this too, just having observed politics for all the decades you have. But I think even a lot of our sitting most conservative Congress people, Freedom Caucus types, they're not party first. They are values first. They are God first. And it so happens that the party stays with them. But if the party ever abandons them, they will so quickly go a different direction. And that goes for candidates too, Brody.
Ditto to all of that, Gina. And Terrence, to answer your question, I'm not surprised about this at all. I think we're in the free thinker generation right now. I really do. And with free thinking comes unaffiliation, comes independence, and, a pox on all of their houses, right? Republicans and Democrats. That's how a lot of folks feel. Not just the older set, it's a little harder for them to get out of that mindset. But the younger set, absolutely, a pox on all your houses. And I think Republicans and Democrats both have to work really hard to do that. By the way, I'm all for the free thinker generation. Now, having said that, I don't want to start already this morning about Candace Owens, but people like that, okay, that's a bridge too far for me, okay? But the point is that free thinking overall is a very good thing. We should embrace it. That's all I have to say. I guess we should embrace the Bible verse too.
Yeah. Interesting conversation. I wanted to get your guys' perspective on that. I was thinking about that all night. Anyway, Dr. Gina, would you give us our Bible verse?
Great job with the topic today. Yeah, I loved it. Today's Bible verse is 1 Peter 2:21. For to this you were called, because Christ also suffered for us, leaving us an example that you should follow his steps, as we all should. President Trump announces a 25% tariff on any country that does business with Iran. Trump posted on Truth Social, effective immediately, any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff of 25% on any and all business being done with the United States of America. This order is final and conclusive. The move comes as Iran faces mass protests against the government, and Trump reiterates that all options, including military action, remain on the table. Let's bring in pastor North Carolina Congressman Mark Harris. Congressman, I want to get to the topic of Iran, but I have a feeling you want to comment on what we were just talking about regarding young people, Gen Z, and party loyalty. So I'm going to shoot that at you first, and you can pick up the Iran thing whenever you feel about it.
Well, it's great to be with you, Dr. G, and Terrence and David. Thank you so much for having me this morning. And oh, absolutely. I think your conversation has been spot on. And that is that when you look at this younger generation, they are more interested in issues. They're more interested in where they're going to stand on particular issues and not necessarily the loyalty to the political party. Political parties are really and truly needing to recognize this reality and understand that we've got to make sure our positions are reflective of what we believe and what we hold. And I think when you look at the younger generation, they're looking for consistency. They're looking for people with courage that are willing to speak up and step out. And so I think our political parties, I know the Republican Party, many of us on the conservative end continue to try to talk about the importance of really painting in these broad or these deep colors, not the pastels that has been talked about in previous times before, but we've got to be more focused on stating what we believe and why we believe it and hanging on to that consistency, because I think young people, they can smell out a rat. They can smell out inconsistency. They can smell out those that say one thing and do something else. And so I think that's why President Trump became such a major movement, because it was promises made, promises kept. And I think that consistency is very important. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on what's happened there with the younger generation. On the Iranian thing, we are seeing something magnificent take place here. It's painful to go through. It's painful for those that are under attack by this regime. But let's face the reality. This regime has destroyed this country, and they continue to destroy lives. They've destroyed their economy, and they're destroying people. And President Trump has stepped in this latest statement that you made about the 25% tariff on those doing business with Iran. I mean, bottom line, he's again doing what he always does, and that is trying to find a surgical way to leverage the power of the United States and the economic pressure that needs to be there on what's happening in Iran right now. So I think that things are happening. We need to be praying. I have told people more than once over the last few days, we need to be bathing in prayer these powerful patriots in Iran that are willing to step up and stand up to this regime. And hopefully the reports we were hearing a week or so ago that the Ayatollah was already plotting a path out that happens to lead all the way to Moscow, I don't know. But if he's plotting a way to escape, that's probably a good thing.
Congressman, how do you see strikes in Iran? Like, what would be part of your calculus here as to whether or not to strike Iran? I mean, my sense of it is that if you've got a situation where you can tip the scales, like in other words, if the strikes are going to actually accomplish the final topple of the regime, that's one thing, that's great. But if it's going to do something and we're not quite sure if there's ambiguity to it, then maybe you hold off. I'm curious to get your take on that. J.D. Vance is pushing, according to reports this morning, he's pushing diplomacy and talking with Iran. I don't know about that, talking with Iran. President Trump, it does seem, is leaning towards striking certain security targets inside Iran. Your take?
Well, I do understand that Iran is reaching out to the United States, and what you're hearing from them publicly and all of their condemnation of the United States is quite different from their outreach to our diplomats and to others. So I think that that's a good sign, and probably the reason the vice president is indicating we maybe need to enter in some talks and do whatever we can. But I do think that the president is recognizing the importance of these, possibly the threat even of the strategic strikes. Many of us have said the thing to be looking for is when this Iranian guard start laying down their guns and walking away, that's going to be a clear sign. So I don't know if there could possibly be some strikes on areas where this Iranian guard is particularly populous. I don't know. But I do think that all options are on the table, of course. That's the bottom line that is there. But I do think that, again, when you realize that Iranians are perhaps saying one thing behind the scenes and trying to seek a path out versus what they're trying to say publicly and looking all tough, I think that's something to note.
Congressman David asked you about the calculus. Sorry, I only made it to Algebra 2, so I'll give you an A plus B equals C. If A is Iran threatening strikes against the United States or some sort of retaliation, B is that Iran says, oh, we're willing to sit down and talk with you, then C seems to me to be incongruent. The two just don't add up.
Well, they don't add up, and that's the unfortunate thing that we have to do here from our standpoint is we do have to watch, we do have to wait, we do have to try to apply the pressure, and I think that's what this administration on our end is trying to do. They're applying pressure from every end. They're probably hearing through these other conversations and back channel conversations of how we might come to some kind of ability to see transition without any kind of weaponry being used on our end. So I think, again, all options are on the table. If military force is necessary, it will be used. If we can get to a path through diplomacy to avoid that, I think that's going to be used. So I think that, again, we're right in the heat of it right now, and we have to be careful in our reactions because we've got too many variables that are happening at this moment.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining our math class, by the way.
I love how Terrence is giving us options today. It's A, B, or C. You get to pick. Congressman Mark Harris, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. It's always great to be with you.
Always great to have you, too. God bless. All right, coming up, we're going to check out the hottest headlines from the RAV newsroom with Terrence Bates. Also later, the Trump administration versus Cuba. Cuba says there are no talks with the U.S. despite President Trump urging the country to make a deal. What will come next? Well, we have expert analysis, and that's just ahead here in American Sunrise.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
You're looking live at the Supreme Court of the United States. Big case today. Should transgender athletes be allowed in men's sports? I mean, let's be honest. These are men who now say they're women, and that's the truth of the matter. Anyhow, we will discuss that in the second hour. First, though, T. Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can right the course of America.
It's Powell versus Trump round 2 as the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell speaks out for the first time since being threatened with a criminal indictment over the cost overruns at the Fed headquarters renovation in Washington, D.C. The Department of Justice is looking into whether Powell lied to Congress about the scope and cost of the project. On Monday, Powell pleaded his case in the court of public opinion and immediately called out President Trump with whom he's had an ongoing feud.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
The president denies any involvement in the subpoenas, but also says that Powell, quote, well, he's certainly not very good at the Fed, and he's not very good at building buildings, he says. For months, President Trump has been touting this summer's Soccer World Cup, which is being played largely on U.S. soil. FIFA, which is the world soccer's governing body, even bestowed the president with its first ever Medal of Peace. Now, the Trump administration is investing $115 million in counter-drone measures in order to keep peace at the event. The threat of drone attacks has increased since the war in Ukraine, which has become somewhat of a case study for the lethality of drones. With millions of visitors in the United States for one of the world's largest sporting events, the Trump administration isn't leaving any stone unturned. In a statement announcing the effort, Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem writes, "We are entering a new era to defend our air superiority, to protect our borders and the interior of the United States." The technology is also expected to be available in time for this summer's 250th anniversary of the nation's founding. Well, the Department of War is gearing up to fight, but not necessarily on a battlefield with tanks and machine guns. Instead, the machines being used to fight the battles of the future will be digital and guided by artificial intelligence. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth laid out the strategy during remarks in Texas on Monday.
Very soon, we will have the world's leading AI models on every unclassified and classified network throughout our department. Long overdue. To further that, today at my direction, we're executing an AI acceleration strategy that will extend our lead in military AI established during President Trump's first term. This strategy will unleash experimentation, eliminate bureaucratic barriers, focus on investments, and demonstrate the execution approach needed to ensure we lead in military AI and that it grows more dominant into the future.
Hegseth says to start, the Pentagon and other intelligence agencies will be using Google's Gemini AI platform and X's Grok. The Undersecretary of War for Research and Engineering says, quote, "Speed defines victory in the AI era, and the War Department will match the velocity of America's AI industry." It's going to be interesting to see how all of that develops. That's a quick check of your headlines. Now let's get a quick check of your forecast. Weather Nation meteorologist Tracy Anthony joining us this morning. You can also scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen and join our friends over at Weather Nation. Tracy, good to see you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Terrence. Another day where it's kind of calm and quiet across the country, but we are tracking that next system that's starting to work in across the Great Lakes. So that's a warm front that's pushing through. So it is bringing some snow and some rain. A lot of us will have kind of a grab bag of precipitation types until that cold front can work on through behind it. So as we get into Wednesday, we're really going to get this surge of Arctic air, and it is going to impact everyone as far south as Miami. So by Friday morning, Miami will be talking about wind chill values, so fairly chilly there. But today, really from coast to coast, all of us very mild with temperatures well above average. We're talking temperatures anywhere from a couple degrees to 25 degrees above average. So areas like St. Louis, though, you're going to be bracing for that cool down and expect those temperatures to plunge a good 25 degrees in just 24 hours. So that's the big weather story, Terrence. It's the East Coast cooling down, but you out west, you're staying warm.
And we'll take it. Thanks so much, Tracy. We'll check back with you next hour and get our hometown forecast. All right. Up next, folks, Iran is talking out of both sides of its mouth. On one side, the Islamic regime says it's ready for talks with the United States, while on the other, the country's leaders claim they're ready for war. So we'll break down what's really going on. First, though, a quick look at this day in history. It was on this date in 1999 that basketball legend Michael Jordan announced his second retirement from the NBA in front of fans at Chicago's United Center. Jordan is widely considered one of the greatest players of all time. He won 6 NBA championships and multiple MVPs. The NBA legend said that he had lost his desire to play at the highest level and was 99.9% sure that he would not return. That means there was always a chance. Well, he couldn't stay away because Jordan came out of retirement again to play for the Washington Wizards in 2001. More American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Kansas City, Missouri. Let me get some barbecue. By the way, we're having a discussion in the break, and go to the chat. Could we all just go to the chat right now on Getter and YouTube and Rumble and all that? Who's the best basketball player of all time? We said Michael Jordan in the last segment was one of. I'm sorry, Michael Jordan is the best basketball player of all time. Who else? Then I heard LeBron James. Don't get me started with LeBron James. Okay, anyhow, we'll talk about it in the chat. I'm sure Gina will be really interested in that, the non-basketball fan. Welcome back to American Sunrise, everybody. All right, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, I can say it, declared Tuesday that Iran's regime is in its final days and weeks, saying that any government that can only remain in power through violence, well, they're effectively finished. Mers made the remarks during a visit to India as nationwide protests sweep Iran over economic hardship and political repression. He urged Tehran to end the brutal crackdown and seek a peaceful path forward. Yeah, good luck with that. This comes as President Trump is weighing his options for Iran. So let's talk about this now with the chairman of the American Defense International. That would be Van Hipp, back with us on the show. Van, thanks for being here. All right, so there are news reports suggesting that Trump is leaning towards striking Iran, but then you have the vice president, J.D. Vance. Apparently he's trying to convince Trump to go the diplomatic route and talk with Iran. I'm curious to get your thoughts about what needs to be done here. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, the president has said diplomacy is the first option. He says he's getting briefed every hour and that he's got good options on the table. I would go back to 2020 when that regime was teetering to get a glimpse of what President Trump is thinking. He warned the Iranian regime then that if you attack U.S. troops, you attack U.S. assets, we've identified 52 sites in Iran, 52 representing the 52 Americans who were held hostage when our embassy in Iran was seized back in 1979. So I think the president's got several options. We saw yesterday what he did with tariffs. They're looking at possible cyber attacks today. So I think these next 24 to 48 hours are critical. There's a huge disconnect between the Ayatollah and his henchmen who run and rule Iran and the Iranian people. And we're seeing it right now, 560 locations in all 31 provinces. The people of Iran are rising up, and it's teetering. David, 48% inflation, 58% food inflation, and the rial, their dollar, is worthless. It takes 1.4 million rials to equal $1 US. The people there have had it.
Van, President of Cuba, Miguel Diaz-Canel, says that there are no current diplomatic talks with the United States government, denying any recent claims from Washington that those discussions were in fact underway. He clarified, in fact, that the only contact between the nations is technical discussions on migration, and stressed any improved relations must be based on international law, which, what is that? And mutual respect. Right. Sorry, what is that? Diaz-Canel's statement comes amid heightened tensions following U.S. pressure and threats against Havana, including cutting off oil support and urging Cuba to make a deal. This international law thing, people love to throw that term around, but really, what is it? When the most powerful man in the entire world is the president of the United States, the most powerful country is the United States. What's this international law bit?
Well, it's whatever suits them at the time. Diaz-Canel is an old hardline communist, and they're feeling the heat now like never before. Cuba could very easily collapse. It was already in tough shape. Dr. Gina, back, I would say the last 4 years, 25% of the entire population of Cuba has gotten out of there. And you're right about the Venezuelans historically have supplied most of the oil and the energy needs of Cuba. 26,500 barrels a day is what they've been getting. That's gone. That's gone. They're feeling the heat. And President Trump has said, make a deal now while you still can.
Hey, Van, I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about Russia-Ukraine. 2 months ago, we were talking about the possibility for a ceasefire or potential peace. We thought that there would be talks. Those talks have been not much more than more rockets fired. In fact, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky vowing to intensify operations against Russian forces and even target key military and energy infrastructure as those peace talks, as I mentioned, are now stalled. He says that Ukraine is going to continue active defense if diplomacy fails, and I'm not so sure that there's even any diplomacy ongoing at this point, Van. So how do you see all of this ultimately playing out, and will there ever be peace, or is this going to be a fight that both sides just drag on? From Ukraine's perspective, they're hoping to get more money. From Russia's perspective, they're just hoping to wear Ukraine down. How do you see all this ultimately playing out?
Yeah, and what he said, too, yesterday, he used the phrase deep strikes in Russia. And basically, he's targeting their logistical supply apparatus, oil rigs, fuel depots, you name it. But when he said strikes, deep strikes in Russia, I think he was sending a message to Putin. Go back to June of last year. Remember Operation Spiderweb, where they used those drones to take out 40 aircraft, 40 Russian aircraft. It was like a Mossad type of operation. I think he's telegraphing something to Putin right now that they can hit him and hit him hard deep in Russia. And I got to say this before we go. The best basketball player, my old friend Meadowlark Lemon, don't forget him. He had the best free throw shooting percentage of all time. He told me, he said, Van, the free throws are given to you. They're free. Take it. It's free. And back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters could beat any NBA team.
1,000,000%. The Harlem Globetrotters are near and dear to my heart. I literally, listen, I love it.
I loved the Harlem Globetrotters. They came to my high school, and I thought they were the coolest thing ever.
I used to watch them at Madison Square Garden every February. My birthday is February 13th, and they literally would play a lot of times on my birthday and in the 70s, and I just, oh my gosh, loved it. Meadowlark Lemon, agreed. Thank you, Van.
Yeah, good. But the base sound.
There you go, for sure.
And let me give you a sound effect. LeBron. Coming up, the benefits of yoga, minus the spirituality, of course. None of that, I'm praying to some sort of cardboard box or whatever they're doing. How can yoga help with opioid withdrawals? That's interesting. Those developments when we come back.
First time an American Pope has been chosen.
We commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a massive parade.
They fight, and they win.
Floods in central Texas, devastating. The death toll could reach 100.
It's not a good morning. I think our hearts are hurting.
God is listening. Pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America.
Never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart.
We have peace in the Middle East, and we can thank President Trump.
Looked like an ambush situation.
Two of our brave members of the National Guard were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence.
Hanukkah celebration shot up by migrants.
Appeasement equals death.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the
Cincinnati, Ohio. WKRP. Oh, no, wait. RAV. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Betcha Gina. Thanks for joining us. It is time now for today's health news, sponsored by the wellness company, dating myself with that WKRP. But if you know, you know, right? Under the microscope today, could yoga help with opioid withdrawal recovery? Well, a new study suggests yoga may help people recover from opioid withdrawal a little more quickly. Researchers found that patients who combined standard medication with regular yoga sessions recovered in about 5 days compared to those using medication alone. The yoga program included breathing exercises, simple poses, and relaxation. Experts say yoga helped reduce anxiety, improve sleep, ease pain, making withdrawal more manageable. Researchers are now looking at whether the benefits are long term. So I'm just going to throw this in here because I think yoga is a little secular for me anyway. That I think a little bit of prayer and exercise, little weightlifting and prayer in combination and some stretching could maybe do the same thing. I don't know. I'd like to see a side by side because I think it's the sort of the time turning inward and pushing out the distractions and the noise of the world that actually was helpful there. But that's just me, and that's just a theory. And I'm not a medical doctor. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality, though, there's only so much government can do. If we really want to make America healthy again, it's going to start at home with each of us, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from their doctors on this network, and you know their products are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. The Wellness Company makes sure you're prepared for whatever comes your way with their series of prescription med kits. These kits have an assortment of life-saving medications and a guidebook to tell you how to use the meds that are in the kit. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss, so much more. These can help you stay healthy and live a longer life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part, protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to twc.health/RAV today. Give it an order. That's twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. And for more on the health of America, let's bring in the chief of maternal and prenatal medicine for the Wellness Company. One of my all-time favorites, actually, Dr. James Thorpe. Dr. Thorpe, there's a huge flu virus that is going around. I know a number of the people in my family have had it. I've managed to duck it, and I'm not kidding. I think it is my preparedness from my kits from the Wellness Company, because every time I start to feel a little tickle in the back of my throat or something, I'm like, nope, I know what to do. I know what to do. I really do think you can prevent the flu. But let me ask you, is this a China virus? Because this seems to be a bitter clinger here, Dr. Thorpe.
It's a great question, Dr. Gina, and thank you for having me on. Happy New Year. I think that it is a form of the virus, particularly virulent this year, with hitting many states hard with increased risks of hospitalization. Now, I don't think it's from China. Nobody really knows the origin of this, but we do know that season fluctuate from year to year in terms of the severity of influenza. I do want to make a point. I'm not surprised that it's increased, and I think it will continue to increase. Why? Because we have globally paralyzed the immune systems of the world. Mm-hmm. We distributed over 13.5 billion injections of a immune crippling gene therapy, allegedly COVID-19 vaccine, 13.5 billion globally to over 5.5 billion people, that has caused a global VAIDS problem. VAIDS, what is VAIDS for our audience? It's vaccine-associated acquired immune deficiency syndrome. And so that increases your risk of all types of respiratory diseases, including influenza, and it increases your risk of cancers too. That's clear. To the listeners, don't take the flu vaccine. It's ridiculous. It's very risky, many complications to it, including death and Guillain-Barré syndrome. But what's worse, it doesn't work. It increases the risk of influenza and other para-influenza viruses. One of the reasons why it was taken off the schedule, Dr. Gina. So yes, there are a lot of ways to prevent the influenza virus. And the best way, in my opinion, is keep your vitamin D levels up to the upper limits of normal by a blood test that you can get without a doctor's order through LabCorp On Demand. Your vitamin D levels should be up to the 80, 90, or 100 range, upper limits of normal, not the lower limits of normal, 30, 40, or 50. Take a couple grams of vitamin C every day. Most importantly is the immune mist. I take it daily. There's an oral form and a nasal form, couple squirts in each nose. inhale it, sniff it upwards, couple of squeezes in your mouth with the oil preparation. You'll never get, I haven't had the influenza. I don't know that I've ever had it in the last 10 years because I use that twice daily.
Yep,
and
me too.
when I'm in crowds, in a sporting event or in church
Airplane.
or around a lot of people, always take it.
Yeah. When you're traveling, I'm telling you, twice a day with that stuff. And I can't believe, because I've been traveling more than ever, and that flu is just rampant. Like I said, all my kids have had it, and I still haven't gotten it. So I just think I am diligent about taking the things in my prevention kit, and I believe that's part of it. And prayer, I always want to credit God, too. But I want to talk about this vaccine schedule and the changes that have been made thanks to our very Maha Secretary Kennedy. Tell us about that. And did you ever think you'd see the day, Dr. Thorpe?
Dr. Gina, I'm so ecstatic, so ecstatic. And I'm so proud of Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and Jim Lewis is now the acting head of the CDC. And by the way, of note, very importantly, this was a direct order from Trump to Secretary Kennedy to Jim O'Neill, who's not a physician, head of the CDC. Interestingly, why? The chain of command, they bypassed the ACIP committee, the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, bypassed them, which is awesome because they've been a huge mess and a deterrent. And Secretary Kennedy's trying to clean that up. So this is a good start,
Dr. Thorpe. We don't have a lot of time, so I just want to ask you this really quickly. It's a good start, but is there more to come, do you believe? Because it's not enough.
It's not enough, but it's a huge step, Dr. Gina, and there's going to be more.
Yeah.
There's going to be more.
Good. And they inverted our food pyramid and made that look a lot more realistic based on data and actual science. So for those who said believe science, now you've got a food pyramid that actually reflects that. Dr. Thorpe, I'd love to have you longer because I love the work you all do there at the Wellness Company. Keeping me well, for one. Thank you so much. And God bless you and happy 2026 to you.
God bless you, Gina, and have a happy 2026.
Thank you so much. All right, coming up, Mamdani's next moves. The New York City mayor, the new one, is turning to a popular YouTuber to push his universal child care Kami Mamdani plan. We analyze this next here on American Sunrise.
Very first time an American Pope has been chosen.
We commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a massive parade.
They fight, and they win.
Floods in central Texas, devastating. The death toll could reach 100.
It's not a good morning. I think our hearts are hurting.
God is listening. Pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America.
Never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart.
We have peace in the Middle East, and we can thank President Trump.
Looked like an ambush situation.
Two of our brave members of the National Guard were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence.
Hanukkah celebration shot up by migrants.
Appeasement equals death.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the
All right, welcome back to American Sunrise. It's time to stay awake, not woke. And today we are discussing YouTube star Miss Rachel and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. During a recent appearance at a New York City show, Miss Rachel, who is known for pushing left-wing causes like Free Palestine, among others, was part of Mamdani's efforts to push the universal child care efforts. The two even sang nursery songs to children. Take a look at this.
Hello, friends.
Let's now bring in Terrence, Dr. Gina, and David. Terrence, what say you on this one? Is this a match made in heaven?
I've got no words. Okay. I really have no words on this one. I'm sorry. I've got very little to say. David, I'm going to yield to you. I'm sorry. I'll put it on your plate, David. Save the show. I've got no words. Okay. That's really about as much. Okay, Mamdani. All right.
Yeah. It's your version of SOS, Save Our Show, right here. So the wheels on the bus go cray, 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 because these folks are out of control. Look, a couple of things. First of all, this is tragic and upsetting to me on a lot of different levels. Going into grandparent mode here, I've got 3 granddaughters, and the first 2, definitely the first one, when Miss Rachel, I know all about Miss Rachel. I don't have her IRS tax returns, but I've seen her on television, and I can tell you that my first granddaughter loved Miss Rachel, and I put on Miss Rachel. Oh, do I feel guilty now? I put on Miss Rachel. I didn't know anything about this. This was 4 or 5 years ago, 3, 4 years ago. She's been around for a bit, and I didn't know. Now, not in a million years is Miss Rachel getting on our YouTube stream. That's all I got to say. I'm out.
Yeah.
Gina, save the show.
If you call me and you know it, clap your hands. I mean, really, that's what Colin was singing in my ear while that was going on. It's true. This is so creepy. Emily, you said it on the break. It's so creepy, and I wasn't prepared for exactly how creepy, but there's something so cynical and awful about this. I have to tell you, going clear back to church camp, actually YMCA camp. My mom worked full time. She was a single mom, and so I was in those situations a lot in the summertime. And the Wheels on the Bus and Happy and You Know It, those 2 songs always bristled me, and I never knew why. And then for them to sing, I always thought, can't we sing something that means something? Wheels on a bus going round and round. How does this mean anything in my life? I mean, at 5, I was thinking these thoughts. And to hear them sung by these 2 people, I realized why. Because they are so distinctly secular. They are so distinctly collectivist, right? Just think about it for a minute. You know, you could be riding to the death camp and the wheels on the bus are going round and round. It doesn't really matter. There's something really gross. I'm sorry. There just is. This has really struck me because I've been thinking this since I was a little bitty girl, and I didn't know why. And now this just kind of brought it full circle for me. Comrade Kami Mamdani, I just hope he continues to expose himself for all of the disgusting things that he believes. And I hope he finds Jesus.
Dr. Gina, I have to admit, listening to the fact that at 5 years old you were thinking about the words to the Wheels on the Bus, I don't know if you were deep at 5 years old or deeply disturbed. I don't know quite which one.
No.
I was. I think I was intuitive. I think that's what it is. And I don't think it's about IQ or anything else. I think it was just an intuition, a feeling there was something really wrong and godless about it. And those things have bristled me all my life from as young as I can remember. And don't forget, I was raised by a liberal who was an atheist most of my life, all of my life until the last week of his life. Yeah.
And you know what else is wrong, by the way? Yeah, you know what else is wrong? Someone like Miss Rachel, who's 40 some odd years old, dressing up like a 6-year-old. You know, like, can we just?
Yes,
can you just,
I'm really happy that you pointed that out because it's weird.
It's just kooky
Is she
weird.
wearing overalls and like pigtails?
Yes.
It's like, why?
Yes.
Why are
I mean,
we
give her
doing
a
this?
sippy cup. Give her a sippy cup while we're at it.
Thank you. Yes,
What
that
in the
bothers me
freaking
too.
world?
And I had so many camp counselors that did that too. And I'm like, Terrence is coming in like, all right.
No, I'm just wondering, are we in an environment where we're a little bit more sensitive to things like this? I think back to Mr. Rogers. Back then, I think, you know, it was normal and he was, you know, it was kind of special. We enjoyed it. To look at Mr. Rogers today, I'm like, he's really weird and he's probably like, okay, I won't go.
No, not
just
Mr.
look at him now, I
Rogers.
feel like
he was coming home from
Mr.
work.
Rogers dressed like a man. She is dressed like
I
a
agree,
4-year-old.
but he's still, to me, when I watch that stuff today, I'm like, he really was creepy.
No, not Mr. Rogers. No.
It was a
That's
beautiful
the
day
thing.
in
You
his
can't go there, man.
neighborhood.
No. Terrence, you've been mic dropping all week.
I wonder what's in his closet.
Who's Mr. Rogers?
But think about it. If Mr. Rogers came in the door in a tank top and shorts,
Thank you.
now that would be weird.
Or a big onesie, like this woman. All right. We're definitely... Definitely critiquing all the fashion today. All right, still ahead on American Sunrise, a new court ruling in Washington says a mission can't be forced to hire non-Christians. What does this mean? We'll take a look next on American Sunrise.
The very first time an American Pope has been chosen.
We commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a massive parade.
They fight, and they win.
Floods in central Texas, devastating. The death toll could reach 100.
It's not a good morning. I think our hearts are hurting.
God is listening.
Pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America.
Never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart.
We have peace in the Middle East, and we can thank President Trump.
Looked like an ambush situation.
2 of our brave members of the National Guard were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence.
Hanukkah celebration shot up by migrants.
Appeasement equals death.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. It's now time for our moment of faith, which is brought to us daily by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, a victory for religious liberty. A federal appeals court has ruled that Washington state cannot force a Christian mission to hire non-Christians. The court sided with the Yakima Union Gospel Mission, saying that religious organizations have a constitutional right to hire based on their faith. Supporters say the ruling protects religious freedom and it limits government overreach. Let's bring in pastor, author, and filmmaker C.L. Bryant to talk more about this. Pastor, it's always good to see you. Talk about how big this victory is, particularly for the faith community.
It is a huge victory for us in our community, especially Christians. Let me point out in Galatians 6 and 10, it tells us, if we have opportunity, be good to everyone, especially to those of the household of faith. Christians should not be forced to share work, to share jobs with those who do not share their Christian beliefs, because of the influence that it has not only upon the work environment, but also the younger people coming along behind. And so if we have opportunity, do well to everyone, especially though that particular verse says, especially to those of the household of faith. And so we should have the right to hire those who believe as we do.
And Pastor, it seems to me from a practical perspective, this is about consistency. It's about keeping the same message and, more importantly, not just talking the talk, but walking the walk.
And defending the faith. And if we allow ourselves to be trampled by this onslaught of anti-Christian, anti-Jewish foolishness, we will certainly be trampled under the jackbooted foot of those who would lead us to socialism. These are some of the first tenets of that type of takeover, when they infiltrate everything, every facet of our lives. And I think it is an incredible victory for us as Christians and people of faith to be able to say loudly that we can hire who we want in our own establishments. And of course, we can be scriptural in doing so when we look at Galatians 6 and 10.
Pastor C.L. Bryant, we'll have to leave the conversation there, but it's always good to talk to you, sir.
God bless.
Bless you as well. We're back with the second hour of American Sunrise right after this.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
First time an American Pope has been chosen.
We commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a massive parade.
They fight, and they win.
Floods in central Texas, devastating. The death toll could reach 100.
It's not a good morning. I think our hearts are hurting.
God is listening.
Pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America.
Never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart.
We have peace in the Middle East, and we can thank President Trump.
Looked like an ambush situation.
Two of our brave members of the National Guard were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence.
Hanukkah celebration shot up by migrants.
Appeasement equals death.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the.
Coming up on this second hour of American Sunrise, new evidence turned over to Congress may reveal the true beginnings of the FBI's Arctic Frost probe and highlight the Bureau's deeply entrenched bias against President Trump during that time. We've got the details for you coming up in just a moment. Plus, the Supreme Court is set to consider state-level restrictions on transgender athletes today. Justices will hear arguments on a pair of cases from Idaho and West Virginia. The latest developments and a live report straight ahead. And then later, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says that hundreds more ICE agents will soon be on the streets of Minneapolis as President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration continues. Local leaders, including Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, continue to oppose the surge, though, even in court. We'll have the very latest coming up. Those stories and so much more ahead on this second hour of American Sunrise.
Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. I'm coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning to all of you guys. So back to Mr. Rogers for a second.
Barney was creepy.
Barney was creepy.
Hi, kids. Come to my closet.
I love you.
Weird, Doctor. I'm sorry.
You know
okay, go ahead, Debbie. You're going to make a point.
Teletubbies were creepy, but I did love where they lived. It looked just like the island of Skye in Scotland, and I really like it there.
That's true. And if we're going to go with creepy, then the Wiggles. You remember the Wiggles?
I don't remember the Wiggles.
I do.
I somehow missed the Wiggles. I don't know.
Weren't they Australian?
Yeah, they were Australian, and they're dressing up as like little kids.
Everything.
Yeah, it was weird. But here's my point about Mr. Rogers. I just want to say, and last thing, real quick, not that I have to have the final word on this, but he did change from his business suit into a sweater and sneakers. In other words, he was trying to connect to kids, Dr. G, psychologically,
without trying to look like one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I totally agree.
I got nothing.
We could do a whole analysis. I committed because I get to pick the debate topic tomorrow. So the vamp topic. Yes. So I am committed to doing a deep dive on these children's people, Comrade Kami Mamdani notwithstanding. Yeah.
I love it. Okay. I love it. By the way, did you know?
Since I know that, I'm going to go out and buy a cardigan, and I'll come to work tomorrow in a cardigan.
Double dog dare.
By the way,
double dog dare, T. Bates.
That's right. Yeah, and wear the ascot while you're at it.
I will not show up in a onesie tomorrow.
No, I don't think we want to see that.
No. Right. Yeah.
No, I just want to quickly say something about Mr. Rogers. I did not know that his mother knitted all of those sweaters for the show. I had no idea. And the sweater itself is in the Smithsonian. I did not know that. The
now
red
I want to go back to the
green
Smithsonian.
Ones too.
Oh, yep,
yeah, exactly.
Yep, on occasion. Actually, I'm going to confess, I didn't actually watch Mr. Rogers, but in learning, I didn't. It was just slightly kind of before my time. Like I was just coming into my television
before your time. I watched Mr. Rogers. Not.
Then you watched the reruns, Terrence. That's not the same thing.
Okay. We're going to Anchor Jail. We're going
yes,
to
we are going to Anchor Jail. So let's get some quick headlines in here real quickly. Is there something fishy in Portland, or is it just an unlucky coincidence? The FBI says it has found no video of ICE agents there in Portland shooting two suspects. All of it happened last week, just a day after that deadly ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. The agents actually admit that they opened fire on a truck after the driver rammed the car that the agents were driving and then fled. And now all of this went down in a parking lot of a medical building, but investigators say there's no surveillance video and there's no body cam video. After being subpoenaed and threatened with criminal charges over the cost of the Federal Reserve's headquarters renovation, Fed Chairman Jerome Powell is making his first plea in the court of public opinion. Powell blames President Trump for the investigation surrounding him and the cost overruns on the project. The DOJ is actually trying to determine if Powell was truthful in testimony before Congress related to the now $2.5 billion construction project. And Air Force One is fueled up and ready to take off as President Trump is headed to Detroit today to talk manufacturing and the economy. He'll address the Detroit Economic Club before touring a Ford plant. We'll, of course, air the president's remarks live right here on Real America's Voice. Stay tuned for that. All right, let's switch things up a little bit. Get a quick check of your forecast with Weather Nation meteorologist Tracy Anthony. Tracy, time for our hometown forecast. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. We are taking you out to Cape Coral. This is from the Rav Mod 1 on Getter, so had to do a little shout out there. We are talking about warm temperatures the next 2 days, but we're cooling down. Look at those overnight temperatures dropping into the 40s, and we have a lot of people that interact with us on the social media platforms and the live streams from Florida. They're always talking about Central Florida or North Florida. So want to talk about those temperatures as they drop down to the 20s and 30s by early Friday morning. So wind chill values, though, are going to be even less than this. So that is going to be kind of the bone-chilling cold of that Arctic air that drops down this way. Now, across the country out west, we're going to be talking about record heat as a handful of cities could break record daytime highs over the next couple of days. And it's going to leave scenes like this in the mountains as a lot of snow is going to be melting. But also something people don't think about is the avalanche danger does increase when we get some warm weather like this. So Terrence, I don't know if you're heading out skiing anytime soon, but be careful if you are.
All right, I definitely will. Tracy, appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yep.
All right. Let's get you back over to David. David, good morning.
Good morning, T-Bates. All right, newly released memos show a former FBI supervisor pushed hard to target Donald Trump in that controversial Arctic frost investigation. Special Agent Timothy Thibault, who openly criticized Trump online, pressed to add the president as a formal subject and circulated articles from left-leaning media to make his case. Emails and internal records reveal that he piled on podcasts, media clips, and even prosecutorial memos, and it was all just a push for a criminal investigation connected to January 6. Well, join us now with analysis is the editor-in-chief for Just the News. That would be John Solomon. John, good morning. You've been our Arctic frost correspondent. I mean, you've been the guy. That's another title. Yeah. Like you don't have enough, John. Like you don't have enough jobs. You can be that one too.
I still like Mr. Foya so much better. I don't know. No, but it's, listen. At the end of the day, it's no matter how you get the truth, you try to get the truth out there. And I think this is a pretty difficult truth. What you see in these documents that we got over the weekend and were turned over to Congress on Friday is the origins of Arctic frost. Arctic frost is one of the largest sort of sweeping investigations. They didn't really have evidence of a crime. They just put everyone under investigation hoping they would find it. It had a theory of a crime, but not actual evidence. And by the way, the crime allegedly is submitting alternate electors to the Senate back in 2020. Now, that happened twice before in American history, and it was never deemed criminal in 1876 or 1960. But in the Biden Justice Department, it certainly becomes a theory for a crime. The guy driving it is a guy named Tim Thibault. He is a now departed FBI agent. He was the number 2 person in the Washington field office. And he is known because the reason he left the FBI is it was discovered he was tweeting out bad things about Donald Trump while investigating Donald Trump. You can't show political bias when you're an investigator. So he leaves the FBI, but we now know he's the origin man for this investigation. He's pushing for it. And in the absence of hard evidence, evidence of someone coming and saying, I saw a crime, he's taking things like liberal podcasts, documents and theories from far left websites and trying to circulate them to his colleagues to try to get them to say, we should investigate Donald Trump personally. Now, the case never got to naming President Trump as a subject, but this guy was trying like crazy. And as the investigation unfolded, another interesting thing, which we reported over the weekend, they put $20,000 cash on the ground. They paid a confidential human source. We don't know if it's a person or a company, but they put $20,000 on the ground trying to get dirt on President Trump on something. We think it might be video footage or something like that. But what you see is they don't really have any evidence, and they're trying to find evidence to sustain a theory. That's not the way criminal cases are supposed to be opened or conducted in America.
Hey, John, I want to talk about Jack Smith here momentarily. The House Judiciary Committee, of course, has set a date for next week for him to testify. Before I get to that, though, let me just bring up Bill and Hillary Clinton. They're scheduled, or at least have been invited, to testify today. So I'm going to give you options like I've been giving everyone else. Will they show up? Yes, no, or heck no? And I'm only using heck no because my mom's probably watching. I don't want to use the other word.
Yeah. So, right. Yeah. Hi, Mom. I don't know what to say out of your mouth. Listen, I think at the end of the day, they probably show up. As of last night, there was a belief they'll show up, and then they'll try not to answer any questions or limit the scope and get into a fight that ends up in the courts, and they drag this out. But I think there's a possibility that they will show up today. If not, I have 100% certainty James Comer is going to bring, if he doesn't get the cooperation, even if they show up and they don't cooperate, he's going to bring a contempt subpoena, so a contempt action against them. So I think the Clintons are facing a really perilous moment. They've dodged these things in the past, but I think this time, particularly with the Bannon Navarro precedents that occurred during the Biden years, the Clintons are going to have to fess up and talk to people, or they're going to face a contempt charge, which would be rather historic.
How about Jack Smith? What's the outcome there?
He's going to show up. He's going to do the tango with them. He's already given a deposition. He wants to tell his side of the story. His side of the story is President Trump and his followers did not have First Amendment rights to raise objections to the election. Think about that. We didn't have the right to object to our government or something we didn't think was right. He believes that everything he did was non-political. His office, by the way, was the people who approved that $20,000 snitch payment that I told you about. He is going to zealously defend his record. What Republicans will be looking for is, will he lie to them? Will he give a false statement that they can then refer to the Justice Department for possible prosecution? So the peril side, Jack Smith has to be, he can have bravado, but he has to be very careful to be factual, as other people like Jerome Powell and others who are now facing investigations for their testimony realize if you mislead Congress, this Justice Department's going to prosecute you.
John, I'm going to ask you what our chat is asking. And there are three things that they would like to know more about that we are not hearing anything about. One, will we hear any more about Epstein? Two, will we ever know information about the shooter who killed Corey Comparatori and tried to assassinate our president? We still know less about that than we do about the pair of dentists that were killed last week. And three, and no, not to take that lightly at all, and I'm so sorry those people were killed, but we should know more than we know. And I feel like there's a vacuum, no information on that. And three is, of course, on Charlie. Are we going to know more about those things? Because those are the investigations the American people want to know about. And instead, I feel like it's a blackout.
Yeah, there was an initial roll of information, then it just sort of stopped, right, on all three cases.
Yes.
I think we will learn some pretty remarkable things during the trial. Keep in mind that in the case of Charlie Kirk, there is going to be a trial, and prosecutors and the FBI tend to save that information for the trial, so the jury hears it first, and you're not putting it into the news media and having a trial in the court of public opinion before a trial in court. I think the Kirk trial, which, by the way, is being handled by state authorities, will have lots of new information. I think a lot of the pieces will fit. I also believe the FBI is still trying to look at certain people to see if they had prior knowledge of the assassination or were in some way involved in it. That investigation is pretty active. It's the state is focused on the main shooter. The FBI is looking at a ring of people who might have been involved or seem to have some knowledge of it, trying to get to the bottom of that. But I think the trial is going to give us the best point. Now, let me go to your first one, Epstein. Yeah, we're going to keep getting documents. There's no doubt this Justice Department mishandled the flow and the promise and the expectation and the release of the documents. We got about 2 million more pages to come. I think they're pretty much going to be like the first couple million pages we got. There's going to be a lot of uncorroborated hearsay information. People will say, you're guilty. They'll say, I'm innocent. I don't think we'll get any more great details on it. The one place where I think we're owed an answer on Epstein is, what did the CIA know? And was the CIA using Epstein as a possible asset or source, or just someone that they check in with regularly because he had these weird sex parties going on? And so I think that that's a place where we will break some news, and I think CIA Director John Ratcliffe will surprise people in the next few months, and we'll get some evidence on that. And then in the middle, the shooter at Butler, I think most of what the FBI plans to put out is out there. I don't think much else is relevant from what I can tell. Now, that may be a function of how bad the investigation was done in 2024, but I don't think from my reporting we're going to get any bombshells there. So not a satisfying answer, but I think it's as truthful as I can be.
John Solomon, great to have you, as always.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, back in a moment.
The very first time an American Pope has been chosen.
We commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a massive parade.
They fight, and they win.
Floods in central Texas, devastating. The death toll could reach 100.
It's not a good morning. I think our hearts are hurting.
God is listening.
Pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America.
Never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart.
We have peace in the Middle East, and we can thank President Trump.
Looked like an ambush situation.
2 of our brave members of the National Guard were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence.
Hanukkah celebration shot up by migrants.
Appeasement equals death.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the...
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Emily Finn. The Supreme Court is set to hear oral arguments today in a pair of cases that could have major implications for women's sports and for how the law defines sex nationwide. Justices will consider challenges to state laws in Idaho and West Virginia that barred transgender girls from competing in women's and girls' sports. Lower courts blocked those bans, but the states, backed by the Trump administration, are asking the high court to let them stand. Joining us now from the Rotunda with the latest developments is RAV congressional correspondent Benny Ray Harmony. Benny, thanks for being with us this morning. What are you hearing about this case?
Yeah, good morning, Emily. Those oral hearings, those arguments are about to kick off here soon. Now, like you said, West Virginia, there's the 2 states. We have West Virginia and Idaho. West Virginia is going up against a transgender by the name of BPJ. And then in Idaho, we have the governor who's going up against a man named Lindsay Heckix. And she wants to try out for the track team at her high school. But because of this law by Idaho, it's not allowing her to do so. So we are going to see these play out today. Now, we can expect some sort of resolve to happen within the next couple months. But Emily, what is so huge about this is there has never been cases at this level when it comes to protecting women's sports, especially following that February very fifth signing of Trump's executive order protecting women's sports, and Capitol Hill today is just buzzing. This hearing and what comes after this will really set the tone nationally for how we address and how we just continue with women's sports. Will men be able to play? Will they not? Will they be able to use the dorm rooms and the locker rooms? It's really all up in the air as of now, Emily.
Yeah, definitely going to be a consequential ruling on all of that. Benny, you know, I want to point out here, a lot of the Supreme Court justices are Trump appointed. What are you hearing about the ultimate ruling? Are they probably going to sway in the direction that the Trump administration has indicated that they would like?
Yes, actually, there were some legal experts here that Epoch Times spoke to, and they are saying that they expect that these states get the rulings in their favor, that the women finally get a win on this. And now, like you said, the Supreme Court it's majority Republican, and so there is a very, very good chance that the conservatives will come out on the top on this one, Emily. And it's just overall, it's just absolutely astronomical, all the things that are happening. And there's upwards of 24 states, Emily, that have passed similar laws to this. And so these rulings, when I tell you it matters, we are really encouraging and really hoping that we see the Trump admin and their support to these justices to ensure that this gets passed. It's very busy here on Capitol Hill today because of it.
Absolutely. Benny, as a woman who participated in sports growing up, this is something that I'm keeping a very close eye on personally as well. Appreciate you being there on the ground for us, Benny.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too, Emily. I was a basketball player, and I cannot imagine having to play against a man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, really need some common sense. All right, thank you very much. Coming up, we are headed down to Wall Street for the opening bell and insight into how to hold on to your hard-earned dollars with some common sense. We'll be back with more American Sunrise in just 2 minutes. Stick around.
The very first time an American Pope has been chosen.
We commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army with a massive parade.
They fight, and they win.
Floods in central Texas, devastating. The death toll could reach 100.
It's not a good morning. I think our hearts are hurting.
God is listening.
Pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
I'm sitting here talking about Charlie Kirk being gunned down because he loved America.
Never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart.
We have peace in the Middle East, and we can thank President Trump.
Looked like an ambush situation.
2 of our brave members of the National Guard were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence.
Hanukkah celebration shot up by migrants.
Appeasement equals death.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now.
We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It's set to ring here in just a few minutes, and we, of course, will take you there live for the opening of the markets. I can tell you that futures are kind of a mixed bag. Here's our board right now. As you can see, all green pretty much all the way through. Only the Dow is in the red at the moment. We'll, of course, continue to monitor all of this for you and let you know how it's shaping up. In the meantime, let's get you over to David, who actually still has hair so he can get a shape up. Unfortunately, that's not part of my life anymore. There's no shaping up to do here, David.
Well, listen, it's a day-by-day situation regarding my hair at the age of 60, so I'll get back to you every single day on the show, T. Bates. All right. Time now for our dose of dollars and common sense. Joining us now to talk about keeping your money in your own wallet. Hey, that's a good idea. Sorry, Biden. Let's bring in Walzer Wealth Management President. That would be Rebecca Walzer. Rebecca, good morning to you.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. So some big news. So late last week, mortgage rates fell to their lowest point in 3 years. And it's obviously a win for the Trump administration, obviously a win for consumers, or at least certain consumers. The president says this is going to bring monthly payments down and make home ownership more affordable. But tell us all about what's happening here. Is it under 6%? That's my understanding.
Yeah, on Friday, it hit 5.99% on the 30-year, which is the lowest since February of 2023. And it's a combination of the fact that Powell is out in May. Trump is set to announce his pick for the new Fed chairman this month. And we expect that person to be a lot more dovish, a lot more accommodative. And that person's going to need to build consensus because the Federal Reserve is very divided. It's one of the most divided Feds we've had probably in decades. And so a lot of people do not understand or do not have consensus on how to deal with international and monetary policy right now. So it's going to be a challenge. But yeah, the mortgage rates have come to below 6 as of Friday.
By the way, any sense, not to put you into FanDuel.com or any sort of betting app here, but what's your sense here of like who might be the next Fed chairman? We've heard is it Kevin Hassert? We've heard, well, I don't think Scott Bessent's going to do it. I mean, what are you hearing exactly? Or maybe
no, I mean, that's a lot of people are picking the two Kevins. I actually think Bessent is who Trump wants. And I think if he could convince him to take the role, that's who he wants. But I don't know. I think he is his best economic speaker in the administration. He goes out there, he explains things to people in very simple to understand terms. He's very common sense, and he definitely has Trump's ear and does Trump what Trump really cares for. So I think it's Bessent, but I don't know if he'll take the job. So we'll see.
Yeah, well, that would be huge if it was, for sure. All right, so President Trump announced last Friday, Rebecca, that he's calling for this one-year cap, limiting credit card interest rates to 10%, things like that. And those rates, obviously, they're going as high as 20, 30% under the Biden administration. So talk about what this would do for Americans. And I mean, I don't know about the lawyer aspect of this, but I don't know if he can actually do that. I don't think he can. I don't know what he can do and what he can't do, but help me through some of this.
Yeah, from a constitutional perspective, we don't have the authority for the president to go in and say you have to limit rates to maximum 10%. We do have usury laws, right? There are things as usury laws, but that's different. Interesting. I looked at Visa and MasterCard's profit margins. In Q3, MasterCard had a little bit over a 45% profit margin. Visa had just over a 50% profit margin. These companies are very, very profitable. Of course, a second that President Trump stated this is a concern of his. Bernie Sanders has been banning, banging this drum for a while. Obviously, President Trump put a 1-year limit on it to make this more palatable for the credit card companies. But of course, the industry, the bankers, the American bankers, all of them are going to say, if you do this, you're going to actually hurt Americans, because what's going to happen is the credit card companies are going to immediately restrict credit to only their highest credit A borrowers and cut off all of what we call our BC borrowers. And that would make them go to potentially loan sharks, payday loans, a lot more of a usury type of thing to get credit. So it's a very, very catch-22. How does he help these people with these outrageous rates, but yet not really violate the Constitution and try to tell private companies what to do? So it's very interesting. Perhaps we update the usury laws to say, anything over 18.99% is considered usury. I mean, I'm not sure what the solution is, David, but it is a problem.
Yeah, wow, that's very well explained there. I appreciate that, Rebecca. We got like 20 seconds real quick, but there was some economic news from the president. He's backing a potential ban on corporate investors from buying single-family homes. He says this is going to help make home ownership more affordable. What do you think? Good idea? We got 23 seconds.
23 seconds. I mean, I am all about private corporations having the ability, but yes, this is a problem. BlackRock, Blackstone going into our neighborhoods, buying up the entire neighborhood, making housing prices not affordable, also becoming landlords and having a bunch of serfs, and that's not the model we want for our country. So I do think that there's merit in this proposal.
21 seconds. I was timing you, but I was also listening. Rebecca, thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, victory dance. Time for the dance over to Denver. Terrence Bates has the opening bell on Wall Street, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
All right, we're almost at the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Momentarily, you'll hear the applause, and then you'll hear the bell. There's the applause as promised. Pinnacle is at the podium. The bell is going to ring here in short order, and then we'll get an idea if there's been any change within the last 5 to 7 minutes or so. You may remember that we showed you the numbers on pre-market trading that were looking pretty positive, pretty much up and down the board. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the markets are now officially open, which means those first trades are being submitted right now, and just like that, it looks like it looks like the Dow remaining in the red, but the other indices, the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, are up in the green. Just one other blemish there on our board. Other than that, everything looking pretty good to start this Tuesday of trading. We'll, of course, continue to monitor it for you throughout the day. Still to come here on American Sunrise, though, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem saying that she is deploying hundreds of additional ICE agents as tensions remain high in Minnesota. We'll get you the facts after the break.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Life. From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Hey. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. Gina. Thanks for joining us today. You've got to get in our chat. I'm telling you what, it's the best place. It's the best place to be every single morning between 8 and 10 a.m. Eastern time. We pray. We do the Lord's Prayer together line by line. We cite Bible verses. And most of all, we talk about food, if you really want to know the truth. And we've decided that Terrence's new nickname is Chef Boy RT. Like T, like Terrence. Okay. Anyway, I don't know if that translated on air or not, but get in there with us. It's on Getter, Rumble, and YouTube. It is time now to take the political pulse of America. And the beat today, Minneapolis bracing for another escalation as the Trump administration announces hundreds more federal officers will be deployed to Minnesota following the deadly shooting of a woman during an ICE operation last week. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the surge, saying the additional officers are being sent to protect ICE and Border Patrol agents and to crack down on anti-ICE protesters she says are interfering with federal operations. The shooting death of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good has sparked national outrage, mass protests, and sharp pushback from local and state leaders. They dispute the administration's claim that the ICE officer acted in self-defense. Joining us now with reaction is the host of America's Voice Live and the Steve Gruber Show. That would be Steve Gruber. Yeah. Yeah,
yes,
it would be. It would be Steve Gruber. Local leaders in Minnesota, Steve, like Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, are resisting really at every turn, and the DHS is responding by sending more ICE agents into the area. Was this self-defense? It looks pretty cut and dry to me. I mean, we can't try it before the trial, but wow.
Yeah. All the cops are criminals and all the sinners saints. Thank you to the Rolling Stones for that. I mean, come on, folks. I mean, really, when do the victims become criminals and the criminals become victims? Mm-hmm. We've got this all completely backwards. Look, I don't wish ill on what happened or feel good about what happened to Renee Good, but she made decisions that led to that point. And this cop was justified in shooting. Does he feel good about it? No, I'm sure he doesn't. Look, this guy's been on the job for years, and they've ratcheted this up in Minnesota and across this country. It's not just Minnesota, it's Portland, it's New York, it's all over this country. And look, this isn't anything new. ICE officers doing their jobs. Went on during the Biden administration, too. You just didn't have ICE Watch and these other radicalized groups out there actively disrupting law enforcement. Look, we went through this list yesterday, and I know you guys do the same thing. You've got child rapists, you've got murderers, you've got people that have had DUIs with crashes that killed people. Is this who you want in your neighborhood? You don't. And here's the other really odd thing about this. It's like the resurgence of hippiedom. Hippiedom is back. Look at these rallies. There aren't Hispanic people and black people. White folks, 65 and older, most of them white women. It's a really strange thing that's happening. You know, can you imagine what would be happening in Minneapolis right now if the woman behind that wheel had been a black woman and had been shot? Good Lord. Minneapolis would be in flames again, worse than it already is. But these white agitators, who, by the way, as Donald Trump pointed out aptly here recently, all have these nice brand new signs. They're the same in Portland as they are in Minneapolis as they are elsewhere. This is all being funded and fueled by people that hate America. It is. But this is a fringe group. If you put this to the voters, I truly believe, do you want people that are in the country illegally removed? Put it to the voters of this country. What do you think the answer is going to be? Do it in the blue states. The answer will be the same. They need to go. They don't belong here. And when you look at the people in the fraud in Minneapolis, stealing from autistic children, stealing from daycare people, stealing from people that need home health care, stealing from people who need a meal today because they're claiming to deliver 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 meals a day at some of these places and delivering none. Where does that money go? The money that was meant to help the people of Minnesota or any other place. This is not unique to Minnesota. It's unique that we found out this level of fraud and this level of abuse of government and this level of attack on government. It is bizarre to me that soy boy Jacob Fry would stand there and call it murder, that the other people, Walsh, would call it murder. I mean, come on, people. Look, if I was in the same situation, if I refused to comply to lawful orders, that's a Fourth Amendment detainment there. At the time she was told to leave her vehicle, she is lawfully detained, not arrested, lawfully detained. And it's important to understand that. She didn't have the freedom to drive away, whether there was a police officer in front of her or not. She did not have the freedom. And if she had driven away and he wasn't there, she would have been arrested on a felony count because that's what it is. Come on. The cops are not the bad folks here. And every cop is not a hero. Let's be honest about that, too.
True.
But this guy was doing what he needed to do to defend himself. He has a right to go home, doesn't he? Does he have a right to go see his family at the end of his shift? Of course he does. And he had a split second to decide. Now, we slow it down to super slow motion, frame by frame. Well, what did he do in this frame? In this frame? Stop it. Law enforcement deserves our respect. They're out there every day doing a job that I don't know who would want this job, getting spit at, yelled at, snowballs thrown at you, things hurled at you all the time. Who wants that job for 60 or 80 grand a year? And yet they do it. And in fact, I was talking to Ben Berquam yesterday. I said he's doing ride-alongs this week, as you know. What's the morale? Better than it's ever been, which I find remarkable and good for those folks.
Hey, Steve, so this afternoon, the president is coming to your state of Michigan. He'll be in Detroit speaking before the Economic Club today. I also understand he'll be touring a Ford plant there. You're going to be there. What are you expecting to hear? What is it that Michiganders want to hear from the president? And I asked that question in the context of the president, of course, has touted that the economy is good, but I think many Americans would tell you they're not necessarily feeling good about the economy.
Well, the economy is good in some ways. There's some things that are red flags to me. Watching gold and silver go meteorically up concerns me about the value of the dollar. But here's what I expect to hear. First of all, if he's going to tour a Ford plant, you know what he's not going to see? The Ford Lightning, the EV pickup truck that was just canceled by Ford Motor Company because the EV folly has come to its end. This whole pursuit of EVs only is over in North America. We should have followed Toyota's lead and done hybrids. That's a fact. And now Detroit is heading that way. What does Michigan want? The same thing everybody wants. An opportunity, a chance to compete, a chance to raise a family, send a kid to college or trade school or whatever, and have a chance to pay the bills without being bankrupted by healthcare costs, the cost of electricity that's gone through the roof since we started bulldozing coal-fired power plants. But I think he's going to talk a lot about Detroit, the arsenal of democracy, and how it made a big wrong turn when it went towards EVs. Look, if your business plan is to get taxpayers to pay your bills and enhance your bottom line, that's not a business plan. That's fleecing American taxpayers. I expect to hear about that today.
Hey, Steve, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, a.k.a. Pocahontas, says she got a phone call from President Trump yesterday. Wow. The two reportedly talked about credit card rates, housing costs. That's an unlikely alliance. Not that they are an alliance. I don't have any, sense at all that it is one. But I wonder if he said, "Hi, is Pocahontas there?" I wonder if that was the first way he addressed it.
Something tells me no.
Yeah, something tells me no. Well, then again, with Trump, you never know. He may have done that. But this is economic populism. This is kind of where Trump and Elizabeth Warren, you tell me the percentage where they see eye to eye on economic stuff, maybe 20%, 30%, 40%, maybe more, quite frankly. I know Steve Bannon, and Elizabeth Warren have a lot in common on the economic front.
Well, maybe we could get Kamala Harris to make us one of those cute Venn diagrams. Where do they overlap? Where are Trump and Elizabeth Warren? Talk about crazy white women with crazy ideas. She's the leader of the pack.
Yeah,
you'll be unburdened, all right. Here's the problem with the credit card deal, from what I'm reading. And look, I agree with it. If you miss one payment, most of these credit cards have a default rate of 29.99%. Your one payment missed, it goes to 30% interest. That's ridiculous. You could pay, if you have $10,000 in credit card debt, no, this is not an ad. If you have $10,000 in credit card debt or more, and you make your monthly payment, your minimum, you'll be paying that off for years to come. Interest rates like that, it's a terrible thing. It should not happen. But the problem is if you lower the cap to 10%, for an extended period of time, I'm understanding these credit card companies are just going to cancel hundreds of thousands of customers. Well, we can't do that for you anymore. Not at 10%. You're a high-risk customer. You're out. So we'll see how it gets handled, because that, too, would be a blow to the American consumer. I understand President Trump's move here. It makes sense. 10% seems reasonable. I mean, 30% is right there, loan sharking rates, as far as I'm concerned. That's why I don't pay credit card rates. I just don't do it. We pay off our monthly balance. But I was in my 20s once. I had credit card debt. I get it. And we need to do something about it. I think we're going to find an accommodation here somewhere. I don't know if it'll be 10%, but somewhere in there. And if it takes Elizabeth Warren on board to get that done, to help the American consumer without getting their credit cards canceled, okay, smart move. Not allowing these big corporations like BlackRock and State Street to buy up single-family homes in places like Atlanta and other big metro areas, which drives the cost of housing up and blocks people out from getting homes. That's worth having a conversation as well. How it actually looks when it's finally done, time will tell. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Steve, what's your prediction on where all of this will end regarding the fraud? I mean, I don't think it's limited to Minneapolis.
Oh, gosh, no.
No, and I think we'll be hearing more about it. But will there be actual punishment for crimes? I feel like, why is that laughable? To talk about anyone ever actually being punished? Why is that funny?
Well, it's not funny. It's sad. It's funny and sad at the same time.
But why is it an irony to ask if criminals will be punished for extreme fraud, billions and billions of dollars worth of fraud?
Well, these politicians have to be held to account as well, and here's why. We'll use Minneapolis as the example because it's front and center for everybody. The truth of the matter is this money was flowing into the Somalian community, 80 or 100,000 strong, whatever percentage of that are voters. They're a powerful voting bloc in Minneapolis that Democrats kneeled to time and again. They acquiesced to them so they could get their votes, so they looked the other way. That's what we're hearing. We're also hearing from inside Minnesota, from whistleblowers, that documents are being changed, dates are being changed, documents are being created out of thin air. Remember, the cover-up is always worse than the crime. If these things are true, high-level politicians have to be held to account. Look, the state of Illinois has never been shy about throwing governors in prison. Maybe Minnesota should follow suit.
Yeah.
I mean, Illinois has been, 3 or 4 governors in prison in my lifetime. If Tim Walz was knowingly aware of this fraud and looked the other way for political expediency and the fact that he could secure votes from that community, he has to be held to account. Anything short of that will not be satisfactory to me and to millions of other Americans. We have to hold these powerful people accountable when they do bad things, and these are bad things. They're ripping off the taxpayers of that state, and you're right, G. It's nationwide. I think once you get into California, and not just blue states, it'll be red states too. That have fraud. There's no question about it.
And I think that Miss Rachel, I think she should be investigated. I'm just saying. Steve Gruber, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you later today, brother.
Yes, you will.
If you are tired of thin, lifeless hair, which I feel so funny saying this because I'm having a really bad hair day. It's just kind of got a mind of its own today. It happens in the Florida humidity. If you cringe every time you see another clump in the shower drain, then your hair probably needs more protein. Just like our muscles lose protein as we age and we atrophy, our hair loses protein as well, leading to thin, dry, brittle strands. That's where Hydrolift Volumizing Shampoo by Purience can help. Hydrolift contains wheat protein that strengthens your hair follicles from deep within. This transforms thin and lifeless hair into fuller, more resilient locks. It also contains betaine from sugar beets, which draws water into the strands of your hair, making it feel silky soft. Right now, you can try Hydrolift Volumizing Shampoo. You can try it risk-free, in fact, and save 35% with discount code SUNRISE. Head over to Purience.com to shop and save. And by the way, Purience has many other fantastic products if you're looking to rejuvenate your skin, hair, or nail appearance. These are USDA certified organic, which is a very hard distinction to get. So that means they're really great for you, for your hair, and for the environment. Again, you can save 35% on your entire order with discount code SUNRISE. Go to Purience.com, shop, and save today. And then your hair won't look like mine on humid days. No, actually, my hair is actually in good shape because of these products, and but it just looks bad. But it still feels silky. There you go. Coming up, Nikki Glasser lights up the Golden Globes with a monologue that took shots at Hollywood and the media covering it. We'll show you what she said, and that'll be after the break. There's more American Sunrise in 2 minutes. I love her red dress.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
Let's spill some tea.
All right, let's spill some tea fueled by Artillery Tea Company, the only America First veteran-owned tea brand. And their mission, to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. No junk, just real tea. And here's the tactical advantage. Each bag brews twice. Just go to artillerytco.com and use the code RAV for 10% off your first order. Again, that website is artillerytco.com. Premium tea, mission-driven, and brewed for the brave. It is time now to spill some tea, and in the cup today, jokes at the Golden Globes. The 2026 Golden Globes opened with a sharp monologue from comedian Nikki Glaser, who didn't just take aim at Hollywood's biggest stars, but also at the media covering them. Glazer used her opening set to joke about celebrity culture, power, and the press, including a pointed barb about celebrities being mentioned in the Epstein files. She also took a jab at CBS News. The moment quickly became one of the most talked about highlights of the show. Here's what that looked like.
The Golden Globe for Best Editing goes to the Justice Department. Yes, congratulations. And the award for Most Editing goes to CBS News. Yes, CBS News, America's newest place to see BS News.
It's pretty funny. We want to know what you think. Let us know on Rumble or Getter. Hop on and let your voice be heard. Still to come on American Sunrise, our own Terrence Bates is standing by with a big story that he's watching today. We're back with American Sunrise in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
You know, someday I just know they're going to give me some country music for an intro or something on this show, because I just know they will. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. I like country music. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. It is time now for the one to watch, where we talk about the pressing stories we're keeping an eye on. Terrence, what are you following today?
Hey, Dr. Gina, I'm sorry, but when you said I'm Dr. Gina, I like country music, I felt like you were in a 12-step program.
Yes.
And that was your way of introducing yourself. So look, there are a number of stories that I'm watching. Obviously, watching to see if Bill and Hillary Clinton show up for a testimony before the House Oversight Committee. We'll be reporting on that. Also, President Trump is headed to Detroit. We mentioned that a little bit earlier. Steve Gruber is going to be on the ground in Detroit. I'm going to be hosting our coverage as well. So that's among the big stories. But also this really big story that I was kind of telling you guys about overnight. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth laying out a brand new vision for the future of America's military, and it's built around artificial intelligence and what he calls an AI-first warfighting force. Speaking at a SpaceX facility in Texas, Hegseth saying that the Pentagon is going to move forward with AI development without what he described as ideological or woke constraints. He also promised to end the use of models shaped by DEI or social justice frameworks. Here's some of his remarks.
We will not win the future by sprinkling AI onto old tactics like digital pixie dust. We will win by discovering entirely new ways of fighting. That's why we will run continuous experimentation campaigns, quarterly force-on-force combat labs with AI-coordinated swarms, agent-based cyber defense, and distributed command and control.
Dr. Gina and David, I think it's an interesting story. While I understand the move towards AI, I have to admit I'm a little leery when it comes to technology and warfighting or technology and anything. I can be a little leery. And so I'll be watching that particular story as it unfolds, Dr. G.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. You know, we're all still learning AI, and we're learning about the bad things it can do. Apparently some new news on Grok that I think we'll be discussing tomorrow right along those lines. But here's something interesting. This is actually happening in real time in terms of these changes, and some of them are subtle, but so important. You know how you go to a national park and it's so annoying how they do the environmentalist, the radical environmentalist indoctrination, or you go to some of our historic sites and instead of telling you about Thomas Jefferson, they want to talk about slavery and any of his improprieties, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, well, there's actually a guy. This actually happened. I was at the Honors Awards at the new Trump Kennedy Center, the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., over the Christmas time, and I met this young man, and it is his job to go to all of these national historic landmarks and root out all of the wokeism and change it to historic fact and what actually matters. Wow. So this stuff under Hegseth and under President Trump, it's really happening, you guys. And I met the guy just randomly at a party that is actually doing it. Isn't that cool, David? I just thought that was so cool.
It's extremely cool. This is the wave of the future. Machines never get tired. That's important. Men do, women do, on the battlefield. So that's a crucial part of this. And by the way, in terms of the 12-step program, I'm David Brody, and I like Broadway musicals.
Oh, I do too.
Oh, well. Well, in that case, I'm Terrence Bates, and I eat way too many Twinkies.
Do you think that pizza is a slice or a sandwich?
Slice? What do you mean a sandwich?
I mean, you guys are from New York. You scrunch it together and eat it like a sandwich. I'm just saying, Genghis, I am right about this. You guys, War Room is up next.
Oh, my
Hug
gosh.
your children. Love God, St. Louis pizza reigns. Go boldly now. See you tomorrow.
It's a slice, and you go and you fold the slice in half. No, it's not a sandwich. It's a turkey sandwich.
Why do you eat it like a sandwich then?
So Donald Trump apparently has some regrets about the National Guard, not their politically targeted deployment to cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, and Memphis, but regrets about not ordering them to seize voting machines after the 2020 presidential election, which Donald Trump decisively lost to Joe Biden by more than 7 million votes. In a new interview, the New York Times asked Trump why he did not follow through with the threat. His response, well, I should have. Adding, they're good warriors. I'm not sure that they're sophisticated enough in the ways of crooked Democrats and the way they cheat to figure that out.
I've read both the Minnesota and Illinois lawsuits. They're really political diatribes masquerading as lawsuits. If you look at what both states are asking the courts to do, it's to kick ICE out of those states and cities and to bar ICE from carrying on federal law enforcement in Illinois and Minnesota. That's the top thing both states asked to do, and they cite zero precedent for that. There is zero precedent for that. There is no way a judge can say, you federal law enforcement agency, you are not allowed to execute federal law in a certain state or city. I think the most that the states could get out of this, if they get sympathetic judges, is a judge who's going to ask questions of ICE, who's going to hold hearings, who's going to demand questions about how they're training, how they're carrying out their policy. You also could have judges that issue sort of symbolic orders along the lines of, ICE, you are not to violate the law, but that's already the case. It's already not allowed for ICE to violate the law. So these lawsuits, which appear to be coordinated, they're potentially powerful political statements, but I don't give them much of a chance of achieving the legal thing that they're asking for in the courts.
Even today, an hour outside Minneapolis, in St. Cloud, Trump's agents, dozens of them, tried to muster some kind of military-style show of force at a mini-mall parking lot in St. Cloud, Minnesota. They were soon surrounded by hundreds of local residents telling them to get out. They were so overwhelmed with the way the neighborhood responded, Trump's agents got stuck there in the mini-mall parking lot. A Democratic state senator had to intervene to ask the crowd to please let the federal agents leave because they otherwise couldn't. Finally, after about an hour, people allowed these tough guy masked agents to turn tail and leave with their tails between their legs.
Our top story this hour, of course, the state of Minnesota and the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul are suing the Trump administration over a surge of federal forces there. The lawsuit argues that federal agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, have acted unconstitutionally and unlawfully by violating the state's sovereignty and civil rights laws.
The American people are the most generous people in the world. You just can't take advantage of us. When immigrants come here, you got to learn which side of the road to drive on, customs and laws to follow, and that you cannot steal from the U.S. government the way you did from your government.
What I hear is that he believes the mistake in 2020 wasn't the big lie. It was actually the restraint. The mistake wasn't the lack of evidence, but the lack of force. The mistake, the mistake was that he didn't bend the system far enough. I think he is telling us, broadcasting very loudly, what his strategy is for the next election. I'm not talking about 2028. I'm talking about 2026 and what he would like to do or what he plans to do there if things don't go his way.
Yeah, I think we should be honest about it, and I don't think that it's just fantasy that's happening in his brain. He tried in 2020. He directed Rudy Giuliani to go to the DOJ and DHS and to seize the voting machines. Bill Barr said no. Ken Cuccinelli said no. They made it public. There was enough guardrails around him at the time that said you can't do these things. But right now, the person in charge of elections at the Department of Homeland Security is Heather Honey. She was a 2020 election conspiracy theorist. She just recently said that you can take extraordinary actions, including like seizing voting machines, based on either things that they find from 2020 or things that they haven't yet determined but will materialize. So, I mean, it's not just Trump's mind here. The pieces around him to facilitate these fantasies into reality are there as well. That's what the last year has demonstrated to us, and we should all just be aware of it and acknowledge it and then actually start to think about solutions.
Tell us what you think right now, tonight, the situation on the streets of Iran is and how a free Iran will make a safer United States.
Well, thanks for having me, Laura. To your first question, I think in the 47-year failed history of the Islamic Republic, I think the people of Iran have never been closer to obtaining the liberty they enjoyed before 1979. Second, in terms of what may or may not need to be done about it, I think your points about the concern about how the United States has proceeded with regime change are completely valid. But I don't think there's any circumstance in which President Trump is going to insert the United States into the equation. I think rather what he will do and has done is to set conditions so that the people of Iran could establish and reestablish control for themselves and take control of their own future and destiny. And I think he's done three critical things to do it. He's applied economic pressure to restore it and to exacerbate the stress. He's demonstrated they can't provide security and stability working with Israel in the Operation Midnight Hammer. And lastly, he's been the first president to offer rhetorical support for the people of Iran. And I think we're seeing the results of that.
This idea of Trump meddling in the 2026 election was laid out for me today in the Washington Post, and they did I thought a great job of noting a couple of things. He's trying to change how these midterms are going to play. I say he's already started to do that because he's already meddled in a number of states. But some of the things, pushing states to redraw House districts, demanding to end mail voting, attacking voting machines, seeking millions of voters' private information, staffing the administration with election skeptics, as you've just noted, and deniers, calling out the troops who are right now on a lot of streets across the cities across the country. But where are those cities? They're in blue states, right? Where the voting population is likely larger and going to turn out. So if you can cut that short on the front end, you have to worry less about it on election day on the back end, right?
That's right.
Am I missing something here, or is this part of the authoritarian playbook? Simone likes to give us the history of how they play the game, but the reality, folks, is being played out right in front of you right now.
That's his world, right? And we see this in international law, in the international arena. Might makes right. Power and the exercise of power to implement your ideas. Why does that somehow not apply domestically? domestically. Everything so far has demonstrated that he's willing to do it. The one thing that I would add to that list is that the misinformation engine of Fox News in 2020 is quaint compared to the environment that we're in now. By the time we move into the midterms, Larry Ellison will have control of TikTok. CBS News is no longer a fixture. A whole bunch of Trump entities have been buying up local media properties and aligning it. I mean, the landscape to backfill the narrative that Trump puts out there is way more potent than we saw in 2020. That doesn't mean we're impotent and we don't have any ability to respond. There are just increasingly few levers. And so I think, now there's the so what comes in, and that is, there are a few senators that always express concern, the Republicans. They should be on the record now that they're not going to tolerate this stuff. They're not going to put out statements. They're going to change their party and caucus with Democrats if they start to see this kind of nonsense. They need to start drawing red lines and need some political pressure for them to do it. That's one lever of power. It's not the be-all and end-all, but we're going to need to start putting antibodies into the system because this is the reality that we are living, and it's happening.
That's part of following the money. There are evidently some disturbing tapes of A.G. Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him, them calling for political favors to stop the investigations. So we'll see. But again, I don't want to get out ahead of the investigations. It's going to be very methodical. And Chris, I can guarantee you, when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks. And again, we're going to follow the money, whether it's over the two counties here, in Minneapolis, St. Paul's, or whether it's to East Africa. And there's tons of luxury properties, cars that have been bought over there. And how the hell did this happen? How did it happen? President Trump is outraged. I'm outraged. The American people should be outraged.
December read on Consumer Price Index, we're expecting a headline number up 0.3%, and it delivered. That's exactly what we received, up 0.3%. Now, if you look at the previous month in August, it was up 0.4. September, it was up 0.3. So this fits right in. If you look at food and energy, known as core, on a month over month, it's a tenth cooler than expected. It's up 0.2. Now, if you look at year over year, up 2.7 expected, 2.7 arrives. The one glimmer here on the year over year is the core comes in a tenth light to expectations, but the 2.6 level is where we've been. And my favorite numbers, and they really are my favorite numbers, Joe, if we look at the index on the non-seasonally adjusted index, this started in 1913. The index number, 324. And why is that important? Because once again, it's a new all-time high. Pretty much, not all the time, but pretty much every month, we get a new all-time high. 1913. And if you look at the 1957 rendition, which is the core CPI, it comes in at 331 and change. And of course, that's also an all-time high.
2028 is on the chopping blocks as well. Yes. I think the end game is if we can cancel it, I get to stay in office, and that's with Venezuela and Greenland and a whole lot of other stuff that's going on outside your windows right now, folks.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Tuesday, 13 January, year of our Lord 2026. As we've laid out here on the War Room over the last couple of months, as President Trump and Secretary Bessent's economic plan starts to kick in, and you can see that it's getting traction and building up. The radical Democrats, the Marxist jihadists that hate this country and have tried to bring in, or did bring in, 20 to 30 million illegal alien invaders will get crazier and crazier. There you see it all night long. It's President Trump setting the conditions to steal the 2026 election, the midterms, because now they ain't feeling so good. They're not feeling so good. I told you and told you and told you, as the economy starts kicking in and we get affordability and all that crap off the table, right? And you got growth, you have GDP growth, GDP per capita growth, you've got job growth, you got real wages growth. They're going to get crazy. They're going to get crazy and crazier and more dangerous. And you're seeing it every day. Let's get down to the Bay. By the way, President is en route. He'll leave here, I think shortly, or might have just left, to go to Detroit. He's going to visit some factories and some plants, talk to some Ford Motor execs, I think others, about manufacturing. He's going to give a major address at about 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, I believe, to the Detroit Economic Club. That'll be a major economic address. And yes, the Secretary of Treasury is with him, Scott Bessent. I want to go now to Treasury, to Joe Lavagna. Joe, I got a couple of minutes on this side. Just tee me up and I'll hold you through the break. The numbers this morning, I liked them. I thought they're pretty good. But it fits into the narrative that you and the Secretary have been talking about a disinflationary boom, sir. What do you got?
Disinflationary boom. Steve, the last month when the data came out, the markets, investors were surprised that the numbers were softer than expected. And the argument was that it was temporary, that you'd see an acceleration or a payback, if you will, in December. That did not happen. The core CPI, which strips out food and energy, for example, the 3-month rate of change remained at 1.6. There are a lot of positives in the report. We're going to make significant further progress, which is going to take a little bit of time. So we counsel patience because we had a mess that we inherited. But the point is the numbers on the inflation side are trending powerfully in the right direction. And of course, the boom aspect you see in the GDP numbers, near 5% private sector GDP, the last 2 officially reported quarters. The widely followed Atlanta Fed has growth over 5% for the fourth quarter. That would take growth for the year, despite the weak Q1 when Biden was in office, of over 3%. So when we talk about a disinflationary boom, we're talking about surging GDP, rising incomes, and an inflation rate that starts to fall and doesn't preoccupy people's concerns.
Joe, hang on for 1 second. We're going to take a short commercial break. I also think now more than ever, with every couple of days, every couple of hours, gold and silver hitting all-time highs, you need to understand it. Take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. You get totally free and with no obligation the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. Don't forget silver. In the age of Trump, it's not the era of Trump, it's the age of Trump. Check it out today. Most importantly, talk to Birch Gold. Philip Patrick and the team. I'm trying to get Philip on this afternoon. We're going to have EJ Antoni's going to join us this afternoon to break down more economic numbers and the president's major economic address to the Economic Club of Detroit, where he will be this afternoon with Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent. Back.
From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Hey. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Hey, y'all. It's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Good news. Of course, he waited till just before the show started, but he's not with us right anymore. I'm going to try to get through this. He has a final message that he wanted to say, so I'm going to try to read it, trying to be strong. If you are reading this, things did not go well for me. I have a few things to say before I go. My body failed before my brain. I am of sound mind as I write this January 1st, 2026. If you wonder about any of my choices for my estate or anything else, please know I'm free of or inappropriate influence of any sort, I promise. Next, many of my Christian friends have asked me to find Jesus before I go. I'm not a believer, but I have to admit the risk-reward calculation for doing so looks so attractive to me. So here I go. I accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior and look forward to spending an eternity with him. The part about me not being a believer should be quite quickly resolved if I wake up in heaven. I won't need any more convincing than that. I hope I'm still qualified for entry. With your permission, I'd like to explain my life. For the first part of my life, I was focused on making myself a worthy husband and parent as a way to find meaning. That worked, but marriages don't always last forever, and mine eventually ended in a highly amicable way. I'm grateful for those years and for the people I came to call my family. Once the marriage unwound, I needed a new focus, a new meaning. And so I donated myself to the world, literally speaking the words out loud in my otherwise silent home. From that point on, I looked for ways I could add the most to people's life, one way or another. That marked the start of my evolution from Dilbert cartoonist to an author of what I hoped would be useful books. By then, I believe
Let me take it.
I had enough life lessons.
Scott Adams, a real giant, died this morning, accepted Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior. At the end, somebody in the engine room has told me it's like the thief on the cross, right? Very powerful. Scott Adams. just a great guy, MAGA, and really had a lot to say about this movement and the President of the United States, and his suffering there at the end, pretty intense. But like he said in that last statement, kept his brain. Scott Adams died this morning. And we'll play that he's got a show going on, or they're playing a show, and so we'll cut into that a little bit later. Joe Lavergne, you've talked about this strategy for growth. I kept telling everybody, don't lose it. And people came out back in those elections in November, said everything in 26 is going to be about affordability. I said, no, it is not. Just take a deep breath. Don't get sucked into the Democrats' narrative. There is a plan here. It is a sophisticated plan, and the plan has scale. In fact, we're sitting here on tenterhooks right now waiting for the Supreme Court to talk about President Trump changing all the commercial relationships throughout the world in what we call trade and through tariffs. Okay, but the tariff aspect, the commercial aspect, the trade aspect is one big piece coupled with the supply side tax cut to incentivize capital to pour back into this country into high value-added manufacturing jobs. Hence, why the President of the United States is on a plane this morning, going to go to Detroit and going to look at some factories and look at, because one of the gauges here is how many F-150s one can sell, right? President Trump's going to see all that and then give a major address. Disinflationary boom is not just jargon. It is the concept here. I want to go back and make sure, because I got Rob Bluey on next from the Daily Signal. They've written a brilliant piece about how we get to a balanced budget, because part of the problem we have here is still too much federal spending. One of the ways you get there is, wait for it, folks, GDP growth, economic growth. This is a growth strategy. Scott Besson, as a contributor here on the show for years, sat as a contributor and said we have one last shot to have a supply side tax cut, which is driven on production and bringing manufacturing back. A part of that, the key to that is growth, is GDP growth, wage growth, job growth. What you're seeing now, and I want you to explain to the audience, because this is not a concept you heard during the Biden years, because everything was about this massive federal spending that got us into this hole, the hole of inflation, the hole of this huge debt. The interest payments we have to make on the debt was all Biden, because the radical Democrats just believe in government. They don't believe in private industry. So tell us the difference. The Atlanta Fed are putting up numbers that are shocking how good they are about private company or private market GDP growth. I just want to make sure the audience understands the difference, because this will tee up Brother Rob Bluey and his strategy to balance the budget. Sir.
If you take GDP, gross domestic product, and you strip out federal side, which to your point was booming on an unsustainable track over the previous 4 years, GDP in Q2 and Q3, President Trump's first 2 full quarters in office, the economy grew almost 5%. GDP, excluding the government sector, grew actually 4.8% annualized over those 2 quarters. Fast forward to the fourth quarter, which there was a government shutdown and people worried the economy would be depressed. The Atlanta Fed has GDP growth predicted at 5.1%, but related to the president's reindustrialization manufacturing policy and tariffs, the trade deficit shrunk to its lowest level in the last month's reading since 2009, as imports plunged and exports went up. So you've got the private sector. That means business investment, household consumer spending, in addition to exports, and a rejuvenation and revitalization of manufacturing that is driving growth faster. And as we look to 2026, Steve, when the secretary talks about a boom and the president talks about a golden era, we're seeing it in these data figures, which are undisputably positive. And the next piece that will come will be good, high-paying jobs. That will be central to really restoring the economy from the sugar high, unsustainable government spending blowout that we've had over the previous administration.
And, of course, the president yesterday putting out executive orders talking about how to keep electricity, the whole thing with data centers. Because right now, AI, the only thing that would hurt on the jobs part is artificial intelligence, taking away some administrative, managerial, and coding jobs for folks 20 to 30 years old. And that's going to be an issue. But somehow President Trump and Besson will figure it out and work around. Joe, where do people go? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to say, you made energy. People did not believe that gasoline prices could fall well under $3 a gallon. They're around $2.75, $2.80. That's a huge tax cut for businesses and consumers. And the president's initiatives on the utility side should also help. So it's all good news. They can follow the Treasury Secretary at Sec Scott Besson at U.S. Treasury, and then I can be followed at Livornianomics.
No, the president's on a populist tear. He's dealing with the mortgage issue. He's dealing with the affordability of housing issue. He's getting into the big banks about capping the interest rates at 10%. He's all over full spectrum energy dominance, and particularly dealing with these data centers to make sure they can't come back on the grid and torch folks. He's all over. This is President Trump is on a populist tear right now for economics. And we love it. And there's even more to do, but we love what we're seeing so far. Joe, thank you so much. And thank you, Joe, for putting the intellectual framework, the disinflationary boom that you can see in the numbers right now. So thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Rob Bluey, before you talk about the plan, we got a minute or so before we go to break. Just tell me about the Daily Signal. It's one of the places I go every day. We push the Citizens Free Press and Gateway Pundit, all the great sites out there that are free, are not behind a paywall. Give me a minute on Daily Signal, sir.
Well, I got to hang out with Jordan yesterday, Steve, from Gateway Pundit on the trip with Secretary Pete Hegseth to Texas, where War Room is now live and loaded. So Daily Signal was started about a decade ago by those of us who were at the Heritage Foundation. And then when when Joe Biden and the folks in the White House took away our press credentials, we became an independent media organization. But yeah, we are free. We make sure our content is widely available. And our goal is to translate the policy issues that are happening in Washington for the American people. And that's why we love partnering with people like E.J. Antoni, who I know is a regular on War Room, to help explain economic issues in ways that the American people can understand, and also put the pressure on members of Congress and other lawmakers to do the right thing.
Hang right there, because you take policy seriously, as we do, and you've broken down how do we get to a balanced budget, because the other aspect, if you get this growth going, you've got to cut federal spending. Somehow, by hook or crook, we got to make sure we take care of these deficits, because that's Damocles' sword over top of not just future generations, but you in this audience. Now more than ever, markets have been turbulent, but it's quite interesting. As I said, I'm quoted in Bloomberg today. Yes, I am, on the terminal. I said, hey, the equity market and the bond market got a little choppy yesterday, but no big deal. I think they've got the back of President Trump on this fight with the central banks. President Trump is not just about the inquiry into his testimony of Powell. This is President Trump going full Andrew Jackson on the central bank. Jackson did it on the Bank of the United States. President Trump's doing it on the Federal Reserve. Short commercial break. Rob Bluey, Tom Fitton, Alex DeGrasse next.
When the lights go down, the truth comes out.
This is built like a chicken McNugget, but...
This is After Hours with Alex Stein. No filter.
You're a globalist. You don't care about America.
No apologies.
You're a pro-abortion when you should have been aborted.
The undisputed king of trolling.
I was recently sexually assaulted within the metaverse.
I want to vaccinate your mom.
They tried to cancel us.
Deplatforming works.
She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
Politics, culture, hypocrisy.
They want them to have their penises cut off.
Uncensored and uncontrolled.
That's what I'm saying. They admit they want to cut people's penises off.
Late night just got dangerous. After Hours with Alex Stein. Coming soon to Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Certainly the court could do that, Your Honor. The court has not done that before, as I think we both agree. And the result of that would be judge-made exceptions to laws anytime.
Right now at the Supreme Court, there's a major case. This is about transgender. This is about guys in women's sports, not transgenders. Anyway, it's guys in women's sports. It's being argued at the Supreme Court. Terry Schelling's going to be on later. In fact, we're changing out. DeGrasse is going to join us either tonight or tomorrow because we got to get Schilling in here about this topic, and we will do that momentarily. Back to Rob Bluey. Rob, first off, lay out the case. This is actually a proposal that's out there. I think it's from the Is this the Republican Study Committee's take on this 10-year budget to get to break even in 10 years?
That's right, Steve. The Republican Study Committee traditionally puts out their budget first, but now you can expect others to start releasing their budgets as well. Some individual members of Congress do that. Of course, the president and the White House will do that. And I think the thing that's key, as you and Joe were talking about previously on the show, is the uncontrollable spending that we've witnessed, particularly during 4 years of Joe Biden. But I mean, let's not discount George W. Bush and Barack Obama and others who contributed to this problem. When George W. Bush left office, the national debt was about $10 trillion. Today, it is $38 trillion. I mean, so you can just imagine what's happened in the course of those presidencies. And the Republican Study Committee is vowing that they can get it balanced in a matter of 10 years. Now, that's just making sure that there's no deficit, no more money added to that debt.
Now, how do we do that? Now, the president just came out and said he wants a $1.5 trillion defense budget, of which we love the military and love the president. We're not fans of that. But let's leave that aside. And the Republican Study Committee, people should realize it's a huge entity. It used to be kind of the center right. It's not full MAGA because it's got a lot of, I would say, moderates in there, but it's a kind of center right group. But for years, they've been going through this exercise, and I think it's a good bellwether to kind of get it as a baseline. Just walk me through mechanics of how do you go roughly from, we got 5, Scott Bessent's and we're going to have Tax Network USA on here today to talk about that. Scott Bessent's overseeing the IRS, and Scott's got a mandate to squeeze every penny he can possibly get. But you have a $2 trillion deficit. It looks like you have $5.5 trillion coming in, $7.5 trillion going out. How do they propose to close that, sir?
Well, and first to your point about the Republican Study Committee, I believe they have 189 members, and right now there are 218 House Republicans, so pretty much includes a vast majority of House Republicans. And so by them putting their weight behind it, you would hope that that would signal that they're serious about cutting government spending. But Steve, you and I both know because President Trump tried to do this upon taking office last year, how difficult it is when you actually get into the process of eliminating government programs and reducing that deficit that you talked about. And so what the Republican Study Committee is attempting to do here is to go through department by department and eliminate what areas that they think are duplicative, wasteful, try to find efficiencies throughout the government. Obviously, the president adding this $1.5 trillion for the Pentagon will be a hurdle that lawmakers in Congress will have to overcome. But I think just like you and I are expected to balance our budget on a monthly basis, we should expect the same of our congressional representatives. And Republicans have for years, if not decades, promised that they were going to do this, all the way going back to the Tea Party when this issue first surfaced and became such an explosive topic among conservatives in particular. I think it's really incumbent upon them to do so. And again, to go back to the point that Joe and you were making earlier, the spending that we saw during the Biden years contributed to the inflation crisis that the American people faced. Now, Scott Bessent and Donald Trump have done yeoman's work to bring those levels down, the levels of inflation down. But think about how much more progress we can make and the economic juice we can give them, this White House, if we were able to also reduce government spending.
But isn't it a charade? Because what we're seeing out of Minneapolis, the federal part of that was all approved by, since Johnson's been Speaker and McCarthy's been Speaker, since we've taken the House in 2022, there have been a number of budgets. All of that spending was approved, and including, I'm finding out now, the National Endowment for Democracy, which has gone out of its way to shut down conservative voices. I mean, just a horrible group. They've got in this budget currently, I think it's $350 million. So how can people take credibility from the House? And look, I'm calling the House now, and have been for 6 months, the Duma, because it's just all performative. How do they get around the fact that everything we're seeing with the Somalians, and it's worse than that. We're going to have David Hoke on here probably tomorrow when he releases his new report. The Somalian thing you see now, it's actually 10x when you look at all the programs, and it's in every state, particularly California and New York, which is worse. This is the business model of the radical Democrats, right? They get the illegal aliens in here, they get these bogus legal immigration, then they get them on welfare programs, they are stealing, and this is their Tammany Hall vote getting. So how can people take seriously the Republican study committees, which I'm all for? I mean, my point is let's do it in 5 years, not 10, because you're going to have the economic growth, the GDP growth underneath it to actually make this thing doable. But when Congress that we've had since 22 has approved budgets that have gone and led to this Somalian thing, and the Republicans look the other way. You saw those fights. You see them on the floor in the middle of the night when they're going through the appropriations. You got Eli Crane and people out there, Andy Biggs, the budget hawks, the deficit hawks arguing we got to cut these programs. And the Republicans are worse than the Democrats, are just kicking the can down the road, sir.
Steve, there's so much I want to say there. So first of all, one of the things that first got me into this fight was the move way back when in the 2000s, when people like Tom Coburn and Jim DeMint and others were rallying against earmarks. And we were able to successfully stop earmarks in Congress. Now, earmarks as a grand scheme of things didn't really make that much of a dent in the budget deficit. However, it was an important step because everybody talked about earmarks as the gateway drug to more spending. And if you got rid of earmarks, then maybe Republicans would start to make other changes to those welfare programs. You're absolutely correct. The fact that we've had millions of illegal aliens come into this country and now take benefits that should go to the American people is a huge problem and needs to be addressed. But yes, even look at these recent budgets. And I go back to a conversation I had with Russ Vought, who was the director of OMB during President Trump's first term and is again. And he said, oftentimes the problem lies exactly where you just placed it, Steve. It's with Congress. They refuse to make the tough choices and the budget cuts. And that has been a consistent theme going all the way back to when Republicans had control, even in President Trump's first term. And so I hope that they could move at a pace where they balance the budget within 5 years. Maybe we should demand that they have an even aggressive timeline, because it's going to only help President Trump achieve what he wants and Scott Bessent have the economic growth that they think is possible.
I tell you what, I'll talk to you after the show, and we'll put some different assumptions in on economic growth. And Rob Bluey, Daily Signal, and the War Room will come up with a 5-year plan. But here's where they catch us every time, is when they want a defense budget increase, which is really the industrial policy of the United States. Let's be blunt about it. It's industrial policy of the United States. So every time we want a Defense Department increase, we've got to accept some percentage social program increase, and the catch is you can't go and really look at the social programs. That's the Democrats' slush fund of how they stay in business. If you choke that down and cut it off, they're out of business. That's their business model. A little starter cash is put up by the Soroses and those guys, right, and these NGOs. That's to get the field troops out there. But the way they fund it, because they're not going to fund all of it, is on taxpayer money. And those taxpayer monies are all through these social programs. And when the Defense Department, when you want to increase defense budget, sacrosanct is the social, as you know, Rob, the social programs got to go up. But most importantly, they won't let you get under the hood of the social programs. What Minneapolis is showing is the business model of the Marxists, of the Red-Green Alliance. It's right there in living color. In War Room, Texas, one of the things we're drilling down on, we don't really even have a handle yet on what Texas, the state of Texas and the federal government, there's one number out there, is $4 billion of state and federal money have gone to build mosques, Islamic centers, school choice with Islamic thing. That's their business model. If we can lance that boil, and I remember, because at Breitbart, as you know, Rob, we partner with you all the time. The years we fought for earmarks, and you're right. Overall, it's a small part, but it was a gateway drug to bigger spending. Now they've gone back and they're doing earmarks like crazy. So we have a big fight in front of us, Rob, but we'll partner with you because right now the reason the legislators don't take it seriously is that it's still financeable. At some point, in 2035, I think you look at the 10-year budget, it's $2.5 trillion annually just for the interest payments. It's over $2 trillion. So when this hits, it's going to hit like a punch from Sonny Liston right up in your face, and you're not going to be able to recover from it. Rob Bluey, your thoughts, sir?
Yes, and I think the other important thing to point out is that when you have strong economic growth under a president like Donald Trump and a Treasury Secretary like Scott Bessent, it's perhaps not necessarily the most glaring thing that's staring you in the face, but with a Democrat in control who's only going to pour gasoline on that fire and probably not have the type of economic growth for our country, yes, Steve, you're absolutely correct that it is going to be a serious challenge that we will have to confront. And who is it going to impact most? Probably those young people who are entering the workforce and are staring at years to try to pay down this huge debt. To go back to an earlier point that you said, what's the old quote? Once you have a government program, it's impossible to actually remove it or eliminate it, and that is true, as we saw with Obamacare and these subsidies, right? I mean, the Democrats put that into place. It's why for years we as conservatives tried to repeal Obamacare and get it out of the government, because we knew that this was going to be a situation where eventually the government would say, oh, we'll take care of you. Don't worry. We'll just put more subsidies on it. And then you end up with a situation like we're in now, where nobody wants to give up their subsidies, and somebody's going to have to be the bad guy. And too often that falls on the feet of the Republicans, who in some cases are too weak-kneed to say no. And you have a situation where it goes on in perpetuity. And so I understand they have a narrow margin in the House. It shrunk even more at the beginning of January, unfortunately. But there are some tough calls they need to make. And by the way, Steve, they can start this month, because let's not forget that the government funding runs out on January 30th, and there's an opportunity to make some cuts to the federal government right now, right here and now. Let's do it.
Rob, we got about a minute, and Tom Fitton's going to talk to us about voting, clean up the rolls in 2026 and what it means. So the great Tom Fitton's going to join us. But I think right now we're heading to a government shutdown, because I think the Democrats are sitting there going to dig in and say, hey, we're not going to fund ICE. So that's going to be a big fight. And my point is, bring it. If that's what you're going to say, if that's what you are for, if you're for no deportations and open borders and all this, because it's the heart of their business model, right? Let's just get it on and come back with a bunch of cuts and show them how we can roll. Rob Bluey, social media, Daily Signal. How do people get there? How are they following on social media?
Yeah, they can follow me at Robert Bluey, and certainly follow the Daily Signal at Daily Signal. We are keeping an eye. We've got our reporters out there at the Supreme Court today, Steve, following the action there and all over D.C. So thank you for having me back on War Room. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. We'll make sure we get your coverage of this huge, huge case in front of the Supreme Court today. And Terry Schilling's going to join us. The great Tom Fitton's up next. All Family Pharmacy. We had a great interview with the founder and CEO yesterday. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/Bannon. Use the promo code Bannon30. You get 30% off. Go check it out. If you want real medical freedom, it's not just going up against Big Pharma. It's all the big, McKesson and these distributors, and in the end, these big pharmacies. These guys have come up with a model to cut the cost to you. Make sure that you get access to doctors and people that can actually prescribe this stuff to you. Allfamilypharmacy.com. Go there today. Check it out. Promo code Bannon30. You get 30% off. Check it out.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
When the lights go down, the truth comes out.
This is built like a chicken McNugget, but...
This is After Hours with Alex Stein. No filter.
You're a globalist. You don't care about America.
No apologies.
You're a pro-abortion when you should have been aborted.
The undisputed king of trolling.
I was recently sexually assaulted within the metaverse.
I want to vaccinate your mom.
They tried to cancel us.
Deplatforming works.
She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
Politics, culture, hypocrisy.
They want them to have their penises cut off.
Uncensored and uncontrolled.
That's what I'm saying. They admit they want to cut people's penises off.
Late night just got dangerous. After Hours with Alex Stein. Coming soon to Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Critically, everyone agrees that for sports, for 99% of men, it's reasonably tailored. It's just the 1% of trans-identifying individuals who take drugs and then those drugs are effective that's a problem. And this court's decision in Michael M. makes clear that that's not a viable as-applied claim. In Michael M., this court upheld a statutory rape law that applied differently to men than women, and the rationale was because women faced a unique risk of pregnancy. But of course, if either the male rapist or the female victim was infertile, there'd be no pregnancy. So on their theory, you could have come in and said, well, I have an as-applied claim that I was infertile, so it was okay to rape the underage girl. And this court not only rejected that, the court said it would be ludicrous to say that you could bring an as-applied claim for prepubescent girls. That's just not the way as-applied scrutiny works in intermediate scrutiny cases. That's equally true, as my friend said, in Wynn. In the court's decision in Wynn, the justification for the law was making sure that the parent knew that they were the parent and had an opportunity to have a relationship with the parent. But Wynn's father knew about the birth, was present with Wynn the whole time, and brought Wynn to the United States. Nevertheless, the court held, for the class of men overall, it was reasonably tailored, and they weren't going to focus on the specific facts of Wynn.
You started, Mr. Mupon, by saying...
Get Terry Schilling on here. This is how insane these people are. This is about men, these transgender freaks in women's sports. Now, I will give you an example from my own personal life. It's Mo as a little girl. You know, she played all the different sports, and I coached her in basketball. She played swarm ball or soccer, baseball, which she was excellent. Made the regional team in baseball. Basketball, she played high school for a while, but volleyball was her big love, and being a setter. And she went to a school called American Martyrs in Manhattan Beach, and Manhattan Beach is where Karch Karai and the beach volleyball Olympic team trained, so she was right there. All the coaches at this Catholic grade school had played at USC or UCLA, and a lot of those people were either Olympic people or people that started at the top programs in the country. So she was trained from as a very little girl to that, and then she got started, and they had a championship team at American Martyrs for the Catholic League and for the state league. And then she went to a big-time prep school that specialized, one of the big specialties was women's sports, and she played volleyball there under an incredible coach. People would come from all over to play for this coach. But in volleyball, as many of these sports, it's not really the school system that does it, it's club teams, because people could be in a school district that's just not going to be competitive, but club teams. And these club teams are as close to a professional athlete as you can get. I mean, it is a great year-round. They want you to drop other sports and totally commit. And if you want to play at a big school, Division I, right, you got to commit. And you go to these massive things over the weekends, right? I'm talking out of hundreds of teams in Vegas and in Arizona and California. And you'd sit there and watch these little girls and the parents. It's a way out. You see the Hispanic, the working class white, the black, and it's a way out. It's a way to get a ticket punched. It's a way to get your ticket punched to Division I or some ride at Division II school. And I mean, great schools like the Lafayettes and the Hamilton colleges, the Union colleges, these schools back east, they'll recruit these kids nonstop. You go to the recruiters nonstop, and these kids are dedicated. They put in hour after hour after hour. It's intense. It's competitive. And you're building up the spirit of the American people in doing it. This is the stick-to-itiveness. This is the grit, this determination. Are you kidding me? You're going to let men compete with these girls as they're striving to achieve their goal? It's revolting. And I don't want to hear about some freak that thinks he's a girl. That's his problem, and that's his frickin' parents' problem. And now you got to go all the way up to the Supreme Court and like give this official status? Are you kidding me? This is how insane the left is. Naomi Wolf's going to be up here in a moment, and she's going to tell you, I got Naomi. I got you on for something different, but go up and talk. This thing is driving me nuts because I'm no feminist, but I saw in sports the way for the working class kids of all races to get a ticket out. And to hear this thing that you let boys come in and compete with them, it's a freak show. Why are we putting on these little girls, these becoming women in the type, I mean, aggressive, tough, stick-to-it, no quit, every American quality you want, right? What Title IX was supposed to do, it actually, I saw that because my dad was a great athlete, my sisters weren't great athletes because that just wasn't the thing you did back then. It's totally different now. And yet we have this freak show, and that's what it is. It's a freak show. Ma'am.
Well, I don't agree with you that
people who identify themselves as transgender are freak shows or freaks. I don't think that's helpful language.
Okay.
Doesn't help us understand each other.
Okay.
But I definitely think that men who are seeking to compete in women's...
We can disagree with that. We can disagree with that, but in my small Mick brain, they're freaks. But continue on. I understand that. I understand. Continue on.
Sure. But I definitely think it's even more serious, right, than, name calling, that men who are seeking to compete in women's sports are engaging in really abusive, intimidating, and inappropriate behavior on many, many levels. It totally violates Title IX. And then going down to the level of minors, I think you are a feminist in spite of yourself, Steve, because, no one I've heard yet outside of a very small group of women like Jennifer Say, the former, I think, Olympian athlete who's been very vocal about this, has expressed so well what the injustices are, as you just did, again, in spite of your commitment to not being a feminist. That's a very feminist set of empathic comments you made about the struggles of girls. And you're 1,000% correct. It's girls from low-income neighborhoods. It's girls from the barrio. It's girls from middle class, hardworking, working class backgrounds, and this is their one shot. They're not going to come up with $60,000 a year to, pay. Their families won't pay for that college education. If they want a college education, it's going to be through that hard work, that effort, that grit, as you put it, of playing a sport and excelling. And the minute you've got a guy in a dress or with a ponytail or whatever de minimis thing, he thinks he needs to do to be called a girl, competing, there's the advantage gone. But it's deeper than that. There's the meritocracy gone. There's her sense of fairness gone. It's a crushing of dreams. It's wrong.
Hang 1 second. We got a hard out. You're going to stick with us. We got much more to talk about. Naomi's going to get my mind right on this topic. Naomi Wolf joins us. Short commercial break. Back for hour 2 in a moment.
When the lights go down, the truth comes out.
This is built like a chicken McNugget, but...
This is After Hours with Alex Stein. No filter.
You're a globalist. You don't care about America.
No apologies.
You're a pro-abortion when you should have been aborted.
The undisputed king of trolling.
I was recently sexually assaulted within the metaverse.
I want to vaccinate your mom.
They tried to cancel us.
Deplatforming works.
She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
Politics, culture, hypocrisy.
They want them to have their penises cut off.
Uncensored and uncontrolled.
That's what I'm saying. They admit they want to cut people's penises off.
Late night just got dangerous. After Hours with Alex Stein. Coming soon to Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media.
I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Tuesday, 13 January, year of our Lord 2026. Naomi Wolf's with us. Terry Schilling's on deck. We're going to talk about the Supreme Court case. Naomi, the other thing I saw is these working class families, Hispanic, white, black, Asian, they would give up their entire weekend. This becomes the pursuit of the family as a family endeavor for the little girl. And they're either going to go to a Division I school and play big-time college volleyball, or even go to Division II school. Going to Division II, they're going to go to some of the best colleges in the country that normally just feed in from elite prep schools. These kids are going to have a shot because women's sports is big there because of Title IX, and they're going to have a shot to go to Union and Hamilton, right, and Colgate and Bucknell and all these schools back east and all throughout the country. And the family makes a full commitment to this. And yes, they couldn't possibly afford $60,000. Most of these families ain't making $60,000 as a combined entity. And it is, and I got to tell you, when we were going, and you would go every weekend, this is a full commitment, and it's almost year round, right? It's almost year round to get at that level that you can compete. Mo's mom, I'm telling you, she'd be out there, she'd be throwing some fists. She's not going to let a guy compete against her daughter. Those mothers, at least at that time, this was back in the 90s and early 2000s, these mothers were quite competitive. They're not going to let some guy, some teenage boy come in and compete, and particularly the harm they could do of just hurting the girls, because young men are obviously stronger than young women. Your thoughts, ma'am?
Well, so much. I mean, first of all, you're right. It is a family commitment for so many families. And also, like, what do we want? What do we want kids in school to see? How do we want them to behave? We want this. We want the, wholehearted commitment to excellence. We want the effort. We want the families getting behind them and going to those tournaments. And we want it to be fair and to make a difference. Otherwise, what's the point of anything that we're doing with educating our kids? I think about my stepson, who's an athlete. He plays football. He's 14. And it's literally like, if someone had a small horse and brought that horse, onto a football field and said, this is a boy, yes, he can run a lot faster than 14-year-old boys can. He can cover a lot of ground, but he identifies as a boy, so he's a boy. And, we're just going to make it be fair. The other thing we have to take into account is those girls are not the only ones competing and making an impact on what young girls think about meritocracy. It's also the girls and the boys in the stands. Those girls are watching, right? And if they watch the girls trying their best and being kind of wiped out, their efforts wiped out by a bigger, stronger boy, no matter what, it's those girls watching, too, who are getting the message that nothing they do will matter. There's no point in making an effort. And lastly, athletes inspire more than just the people on the field. They inspire the people watching as well. Lastly, we haven't even talked about the situation in the dressing rooms, which is absolutely terrifying. By the age of 14 or 15, a substantial number of young girls have already been molested or sexually abused by trusted males in their circle or by strangers. Typically, it's by someone they know. And so they're already traumatized. And now you've got a situation across the country where girls are showing up at school board meetings begging the adults, please do not put a boy in our changing room. And you've got surprise, surprise, stories of boys saying, well, I'm a girl, I'm just going to go watch the girls get undressed, and masturbating in the girls' changing rooms. This isn't rocket science to predict that such a thing would happen if you tell boys they can go in the girls' locker rooms and watch the girls undress. It's just such a derogation of responsibility on the part of adults to create what Title IX guarantees, which is a safe and egalitarian environment for education for girls. We're going to look back on this time in history and just be horrified at what we allowed to have happen to girls.
Naomi, if we can get up on the screen, this thing hit me right in the solar plexus when I read what you put up online. And I'll let you explain it, but let's do a split screen so we get up there so the audience can see it. Talk to me about, you actually put this thing up the other day about, because I can't figure out the rage of these Karens, these white women. They're just, I don't know, they've lost it. And you have a brilliant analysis and breakdown of it. So why don't you, because I think a lot of the audience is seeing now all the footage, and it's just not from what happened the other day, but it's, and not just Minneapolis, but it's all over. Can you explain what you believe is going on, ma'am?
Sure. I mean, it's a bit of a pivot, but, obviously there's been a lot of video and a lot of events around primarily white women confronting ICE agents in a very aggressive way. Unfortunately, there was a horrible fatality in Minneapolis, and I'm not talking about that situation specifically in this post, but I was kind of checking in with myself. What is going on? Like, this is a full-blown cultural moment now. We've got so many white women getting in the faces of, these big strapping ICE agents and like taunting them, trying to provoke them to violence. And, I, of course, support the First Amendment protected expression of, First Amendment protected speech, but this is not that. This is a psychodrama of some kind. And I couldn't help but notice, again, I'm not talking about Renee Good, may she rest in peace, I'm talking about the bigger picture, that there was a psychosexual element to this, and that I put it in the context, and of course I have no scientific studies confirming this, but anecdotally, there's been sort of a 20-year war on the left against masculinity, and the left has told all these liberal men, you can't be strong, you can't desire women, the male gaze is objectifying, there's something, toxic masculinity, there's something wrong with you if you have normal male impulses toward, aggression or sexual desire. And there's also like a lot of estrogenizing going on of men medically, which, is a whole other topic. But that's notable on the left, that the ideology reinforces be submissive, don't protect women if they're threatened, let them protect themselves, and so on. And then you've got these ICE agents who are, big, strong men for the most part. There are women ICE agents too who are very strong and well-trained, but the men are out there, and the ICE kind of inflammatory training that the left is giving activists is basically a green light for, I'm just going to say, sexually frustrated, middle-class white women to act out their, sexual aggression and sexual frustration, their hatred of men in some cases, their anger at their male partners, whatever it is that they're not getting in their personal lives, it gives them a legitimate, in fact, even kind of lauded, celebrated way to vent their frustrations and to taunt and taunt and taunt, and then get that contact, get the handcuffs, be dragged off. And I can't, I've been a commentator about women's psyches for 40 years. There is an element of play or provocation that is eroticized here. And I wish that there wasn't, but there is.
Well, is there a solution for this?
I mean, ICE could just start a dating service, but sorry, that's a bad joke.
No, but you say, hold on, hang on. But you're saying there's a cultural moment here. You've been observing this for 30 years or so. Is there a way through this moment, or is it going to work itself out, burn itself out? Because it's coming more and more aggressive, and we know they're going to shut down the government because of ICE. This ICE thing is the whole thing of deportations of illegal aliens is going to be, as I predicted, it's going to be the central beating heart of what's going on here in the country. Do you see that part of it, which is now at the forefront of kind of this revolt? Do you see that burning out? I mean, how do you see it playing out?
Yeah, well, to be more serious for a moment, it's really dangerous because these liberal, frustrated white women are being weaponized and spun out by people who definitely want civil war in our streets. You know, the Red Green Alliance, the globalists, they want things to spin out of control. They want to have the excuse to run the kind of articles the New York Times ran about President Trump today, you know, where he's basically, they took everything he said out of context. So it sounds like he's saying, well, she was disrespectful, so it's okay to shoot her. You know, they want to portray what the Trump administration is doing as, cracking down on peaceful freedom of assembly in a horribly violent, exaggerated way, instead of focusing on enforcement of the law and making our streets safer. So they're getting what they want. It's going to get worse unless there's an intervention, because it's such a toxic permission. It's like giving a bunch of horrible, vicious racists permission to act out all of their racism against ICE agents of one race or whatever. So we're going to see a lot more escalation of these conflicts unless there's a change. I think there's some practical things that can be done, and I'm glad to see the Trump administration is doing some of them. You're seeing more female ICE agents out there, and that's a really good idea. You know, it is good to show that, ICE agents come in both genders. I think that the training the ICE agents are getting is incredibly good because they're overwhelmingly really respectful. But at a certain point, especially with this escalation using noise, drums beating, shrieking, and so on, that is kind of, there's a limit to how much the human mind can take about that. So ICE agents are actually being tortured. What is the solution? Oh, gosh. I mean, I think, honestly, for ICE agents to know that there's an element of crazy that they just literally cannot step into. These women are not going to respond to reason. They're not going to respond to de-escalating language. I think that's important to know in the training. Like, we're not in a normal time where normal pedestrians can be told, don't interfere with law enforcement, and they'll behave in a normal way. I think that's the best we can do. But certainly there are things to do around this, which is the leaders, the municipal leaders who are inflaming this and saying, put your body out there on the line. Those people are committing, violations at least of the law, and they need to be held accountable.
It's going to be. Naomi, where do people go? Daily Clout, you're putting up great news all day long. It's free. You don't have a paywall, don't believe. Where do people go to keep up with you and everything you guys are doing at Daily Clout?
Thank you. And you guys, you know what? Support law enforcement. I mean, these people are out there dealing with this chaos and craziness day after day. They need to see the people who support them as well. I think peacefully going out to support law enforcement, show you're there, show you appreciate them, really makes a difference. So go to dailyclout.io and subscribe or donate if you can. If not, just enjoy the content. And over on Substack, my Substack is called Outspoken. Again, if you can subscribe and donate there, it's wonderful. If not, enjoy the content. And thank you so much, Steve, for everything you're doing, and the posse.
Your Substack's amazing. Thank you, Naomi. Thank you so very much. Okay. Tom Fitton is going to join us. Tom Fitton, they're doing amazing work, as you would anticipate, cleaning up these voter rolls, getting ready for 26. He's down in the trenches, as he always is. Of course, Terry Schilling's here. Terry is watching the proceedings over at the Supreme Court. Terry's been our guide through all of this, and he's going to help us make sure we can understand this. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. They're freaks. I think this is totally revolting to even take the Supreme Court's time up in this issue. It's so black and white. So it's we got so much more to do as a country to deal with this. This is a freak show. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve, $1 million triple lock protection. It's yours for free for 14 days so you can understand what Home Title Lock's all about. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and the team today. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve.
When the lights go down, the truth comes out.
This is built like a chicken McNugget, but...
This is After Hours with Alex Stein. No filter.
You're a globalist. You don't care about America.
No apologies.
You're a pro-abortion when you should have been aborted.
The undisputed king of trolling.
I was recently sexually assaulted within the metaverse.
I want to vaccinate your mom.
They tried to cancel us.
Deplatforming works.
She wants to kill babies, but she's still beautiful. Look at that booty on AOC. That's my favorite big booty Latina.
Politics, culture, hypocrisy.
They want them to have their penises cut off.
Uncensored and uncontrolled.
That's what I'm saying. They admit they want to cut people's penises off.
Late night just got dangerous. After Hours with Alex Stein. Coming soon to Real America's Voice.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, let's go live to the Supreme Court, and our own Terry Schilling joins us cosplaying Steve Bannon. Love the outfit, dude. What's going on there today?
I wore this barber jacket for you. See, my wife got it because of you. Listen, we're at the Supreme Court today. There's two laws in question right now before the Supreme Court in West Virginia and Idaho. Idaho was the first state to protect girls' sports, to ban men from girls' sports. Essentially, what the Supreme Court has decided is whether or not these laws are constitutional. There's 27 states, Steve, that have passed laws to protect girls' sports. They're going to uphold it. I'm highly skeptical that they're going to strike that down. But you're exactly right. It is a complete waste of time for the Supreme Court to even spend a second on this issue. Men and women are different. Everyone knows it except for these weirdos over here. By the way, it's a lot of weird flags over there, Steve. Earlier, just before I got here, there was a Church of Satan trans flag being flown on the transgender side of the aisle. This is not a good group of people. They're very confused and distorted, but we're going to win. And the War Room has been absolutely critical to that.
Now, Terry, and you've been the tip of the spear in this thing for years, leading us on this. What I don't understand, what is the argument? Why is this even at the Supreme Court? Why is this even being argued? And just give us the argument from the other side. Let's just hear it.
They believe that trans is an identification that you're born as and that it should be protected by civil rights law. That by discriminating against a boy who claims to be a girl, you are violating civil rights law and the Constitution. You're violating the 14th Amendment, the Due Process Clause, right? It's retarded, Steve. That's the only way to describe it. It is absolutely stupid. No one believes it besides ideological people, right? It's mostly white women who are on SSRIs over there. They're very sick. they've been captured ideologically, right? They can't see the obvious difference between men who even claim to be women. You can tell, by the way. You can absolutely. There have been several that have walked by. I've spotted every single one of these guys that claims to be women. You're not fooling anyone. Everyone knows you're not fooling anyone. This is the emperor has no clothes, Steve. That's what they're arguing.
Are there family groups and girl sports groups and young women there on the side of this has got to be over? You know, you can't do this. Are there people there supporting our side of the argument?
We have way more people on our side of the argument here at the Supreme Court. But Steve, more importantly, we have way more people in America, and they're called voters. 80% of Americans want to get men out of girls' sports. This is not controversial. And Steve, one thing I just have to point out for the audience is that ever since War Room got engaged in this fight, the numbers have gone better for us. More Americans support getting men out of girls' sports and keeping them out today than they did before War Room and APP got involved in this issue. We're winning this battle, and we're winning it in politics and the law and in the courts. We're going to do that today, but we're winning it in the court of public opinion as well, Steve. They're losing. They're paying their activists to be here. These are people that are very lost. They're hurting. They didn't grow up with fathers. They grew up with abusive mothers. All of these people have serious, serious problems, Steve, and that's why they're so distorted, where they can't understand that men and women are different. The most obvious thing that's ever been in existence and been true is that men and women aren't just different, they're the opposite, and they complement each other. And it's part of God's design, and it's absolutely beautiful.
Okay, Terry, you got to commit to me. There's a big article in the New York Times today about the fertility crisis. You've committed. You're going to come back on the next couple of days from your studio and go through this. Where can people go find out more about this issue, more about the impact the War Room in your group has had, more about the ads, all of it? I want people to get totally up to speed because this fight's a long way from over. Even with the Supreme Court, trust me, there's enough crazies out there to force this on young girls. So where do people go?
So, Steve, all of this fighting the trans stuff, it's just stopping the bleeding. We're not making any real gains here. We're just stopping them from doing damage. We've got to get the family to be great again. We got to get people married and having kids again. AmericanPrinciplesProjects.org. We're figuring this out. We need War Room's help and support to do this. Not just money. We need ideas. So we want to work with all you guys. You're all super smart. AmericanPrinciplesProject.org, and then Schilling 1776 across all social media platforms.
Terry, be safe out there, man. That's undiscovered country over there. Quite dangerous. So you be careful.
Yes, sir. I will do.
Terry Schilling, live from the Supreme Court. Huge hearing today. Jack Posobiec joins us. Jack, bad news today. There's no other way you can say it. Talk to us about it. The great Scott Adams.
Yeah, Steve. Well, I had gotten a text from some of the team over at, he does the morning live stream every day. He's been doing it for almost 10 years, all through COVID, all through the rest of it. And got a text that said, hey, do you want to hop on today? Because we're going to be doing some news. We're going to be, working through some stuff. And Scott might need a little extra help today to get through it. He was on the last couple of days. Joel Pollack was there. And I hopped on with Joshua Lysek the other day. And Joshua, of course, we met through Scott. And we go on to get there, and it's Scott's Shelly Adams comes on, and she says, hey, guys, Scott's not going to be joining us because in typical Scott Adams fashion, he decided to pass away right before we were going to go live at 10 a.m., just not even an hour and a half ago here. And I think the plan was he was going to listen in while we sort of just chatted about the news and sort of made it like coming into the living room sort of thing. He always started off with the simultaneous sip. And so she broke the news right there. And we had known that, that this was coming. He'd been public. He had announced it. And one of the big things was, though, I guess about 2 weeks ago, he wrote a final statement to be read in the event of his passing. And Shelly Adams read it this morning. And he said that with his final statement, he did accept Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, and said that he spent most of his life not a believer, but he's willing to accept him now. And he said, I hope I still qualify for entry to heaven. And that he spent his last days trying to be useful.
One of the War Room engine room, as soon as it came on and his wife came on, was telling the story. the War Room engine, she came and just texted me, said, it's the story of the thief on the cross. No matter how late, right? Right there when, what did Christ say? You're going to be with me in heaven tonight? To the thief that believed?
This day you will be with me in paradise.
So no, it does. Exactly. And that's what Scott said in that thing. He says, I'll know when, as soon as I die, right? So it's a late stage conversion, but it's a conversion nonetheless, is it not, sir?
I think it was a true acceptance. I really do. And in a way, for a guy who always was trying to rationalize things, Scott was someone who really understood too. So he saw the rise of Trump, and he saw what Trump was doing 10 plus years ago, 11 years ago. He's one of the first, probably the first celebrity to actually come out who had not been political before to say, yeah, I think Donald Trump's going to win. And what he would do was he would go on all these shows, and he's on Rogan back, I want to say 2015, 2016, and he just walks you through it. He says, here's all the issues that are on right now. You think Trump is saying crazy stuff. You think Trump, it doesn't make any sense. Oh, he's nuts. He's out there. And Scott was just walking you through everything that Trump was doing, from Rosie O'Donnell to illegal immigration to everything that needed to be focused on. And he would show you Trump's, what he called his persuasion style and the tactics that Trump was using every day. And he said, this is the guy that you need for a situation like this, because look, if things are good, you don't reach for a Donald Trump off the shelf. If things are kind of flying and fine and everything's copacetic and the country is sort of on par, if the status quo is good, then you stick with that. Equilibrium is fine. But when you need a disruptor, that's what you need a Donald Trump for. And he said, these problems call for a disruptor. The problems our country is in, and Donald Trump is the best one. So that was Scott Adams saying 11 years ago, when he was still just a cartoonist, when he did all of it, and he lost everything. And people need to understand that this guy lost his comic strip, he lost his series, lost his syndication. They wouldn't even sell the books, they wouldn't sell the calendars. Anyone, the little Dilbert calendars you get, at every store. So he brought it all in house. He's doing it all in house, and that came up all because he came out and supported Donald Trump.
Hang on, as a creator, it was so powerful. And remember,
oh yeah,
they were making so much money. They were making so much money with Scott, they were making so much money. Their hatred of what he had to say and him personally was taking money out of their own pocket. When they shut, this is what I'm saying, like Mike Lindell, they hate MAGA so much. They hate Trump with a burning passion so much that they will actually hurt themselves economically. Scott got shut down everywhere in every every distribution methodology for a guy who was making them a ton of money. That's how much they hate what he had to say, and they hated him personally, and they were out to destroy him as a symbol of what would happen if you came off the plantation. Mm-hmm. Right? This is what was going to happen to you. This is what was so shocking and so courageous of him. He never backed down, ever. Never backed down. Not once.
No, never backed down once. He came out, and he, by the way, and he talked about the truth. He said, look, I got discriminated in the workplace because I was a white man. And he said the truth about that, and he put it in the comic, and he said it publicly, and boy, they really went for him after that. When he started talking about, and President Trump just said it in the New York Times yesterday, said, hey, wait a minute, all this stuff that's going on, I think you're treating white people very, very unfairly. And Scott said that publicly as well. He said that's why he got shut out of the corporate world, and that's why he started drawing cartoons. And he said because people were telling him, this is back in the 1980s, that people were saying this. And what did he do? He didn't complain about it. He went and did something else. And Steve, he was even trying to be on the live stream today from his deathbed. He was trying to be on from his deathbed because he wanted to be there for the people, for MAGA, for the Patriots. And he would do this. He would do 2 live streams a day during COVID. I know another guy who does two shows a day. Is kind of similar work ethic there. Is always make sure that he gives all of his time for the people. But he ain't on his deathbed yet, last I checked.
Jack, we got 30 seconds. Can you please give all your coordinates so people can dial in today? Get you on your show.
Yeah,
and
we'll be at Jack Posobiec. Hop on. I'll be on. Joshua Lysek, who edited many of Scott's books, he's going to join with us. We're gonna talk about this. We also have a very special guest that was pre-booked. So a member of the administration will be joining us for some very, very high-level information at 2 p.m. here on Human Events Daily. You miss it, you just get it at Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Thank you.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, the great Tom Fitton joins me now from Judicial Watch. Tom, you have, I think, you and Judicial Watch have cleared out the voter rolls in this country of 5 million names that shouldn't be there, and you've had a big, I think almost 1 million in Oregon. Can you walk through exactly the work? And please explain to the audience why you and Judicial Watch, which is the People's Justice Department, why you guys are having to do this and raise the money from War Room Posse and your followers, and it's not done by either the state or federal government. 5 million, you've cleared out these voter rolls. Why is this not done by a government entity? Why does it have to be done? You and the guys at Judicial Watch, your team have more than enough to do. Why are you doing this, sir?
Because you pointed out the Justice Department hasn't been doing it. They've begun kind of looking at the issue, this administration under Harmeet Dillon. But in the meantime, we've already got active lawsuits under the National Voter Registration Act, and people know that as the motor voter bill, right? And the left pushed that through. They wanted to register everyone to vote when they went for their driver's licenses or got their welfare checks. And, you know, their sop to the conservatives was, oh, don't worry, we'll clean up the rolls every once in a while. Well, guess what happened? They didn't clean up the rolls. And so we became the first private group to start suing over this many years ago. And we haven't stopped. 5 million names, 1.2 million names cleaned up from LA County, almost 1 million names from New York City. That was a settlement. They did it. We sued. They cleaned up the names almost immediately. Over 130,000 names, I think, here in Washington, D.C., 5 million nationally. But there are 24 million dirty names on the rolls, as best I can tell. And so we have new lawsuits in California, Illinois, and Oregon. And just this weekend, the Secretary of State of Oregon, after we filed our lawsuit in 2024, he comes in, he finally says, hey, look, we've got 800,000 names we need to remove. So now what was 5 million, it looks like it's going to be nearly 6 million, thanks to our heavy lifting. They realized, he admitted, he said, we really haven't cleaned up the roll since 2017. And people all over the country, Steve, you know this, you talk to them, they know exactly what I'm talking about. They get ballot information and ballots for people who don't live at their home anymore, moved away, children, grandchildren who moved years ago. They can't get their names taken off the list. And the problem is the law requires the names be cleaned up. They don't want to take the reasonable steps to clean them up. And we have to go into court and force it. And we've been the only entity to do it with any marked success in the history of the country to date.
No, the reason they need those names on there for the mail-in ballots, that's the way they steal elections. That's why they won't do it. But I don't understand, Tom, you guys are, you're busier now. You've got to help me out here, brother. I've known you for over a decade. You're the guys that took on Obama and took on his Justice Department every day. You would be on Breitbart Radio with me every other day. This is the Trump administration. This is the Trump DOJ. Why are you so busy, sir?
Well, on this issue, the Trump DOJ is trying to follow our lead. They've, as you know, Harmeet's been suing states trying to get voter roll data to gain access to the information so they can try to get the rolls cleaned. I would advise them to join our lawsuits. I mean, why not? And just get the names removed almost immediately. But on the Justice Department, on a whole host of other issues, they're AWOL, especially on the Freedom of Information Act and disclosing information about the abuses, not only of the Justice Department and FBI, but basically covering up everything that you're worried about the deep state is hiding. There's always a Justice Department lawyer defending the secrecy. We're in court. Imagine going to court, Steve, and asking for Hunter Biden material and being told by Trump Justice Department attorneys, you can't have it. We want to protect Hunter's privacy. Or you go to the CIA and say, hey, we want records about what were CIA teams doing at the Capitol on January 6th, and being told by DOJ attorneys, oh, they say they need 4 years to search for records.
You're saying the deep because the deep state controls the Justice Department. You've got a handful of people over there, but you're saying you're dealing with the apparatus, and the apparatus is telling you to go screw yourself, right? Basically,
it's secrecy, right? And unless you've got appointees and the people they supervise who are committed to transparency and understanding that they've got to uncover the bodies, we're just going to be, we're fighting them on Jack Smith documents. We're fighting them on records you wouldn't believe. Now, they've given us records, a few records here and there, but frankly, so did the Biden administration. So don't do us any favors. Give us the records as we're due under law. They've tried to destroy the Republic just a year ago, and you're still hiding what they did.
Insane. Tom, where do people go to support Judicial Watch? Because this is pound for pound the best organization out there. Where they find more about your fights to take down the deep state by having the FBI and the Justice Department still fight you tooth and nail every second of every day, sir.
Trying to save our elections from being destroyed. Go to judicialwatch.org. We got a Supreme Court case. Could overturn 19 state rules that allow the counting of ballots that arrive after Election Day. They're going to hear it later this year. Go to judicialwatch.org. If you're interested in trying to save the Republic and supporting a watchdog group that actually sues over the issues you care about to try to stop the bleeding, support Judicial Watch, judicialwatch.org.
Judicial Watch is the best, and Tom Fenton is the best of the best. The guy fights every day. I've known him for 10, 15 years. Incredible, Tom. Go with God, sir. Godspeed. Fenton's one of those guys who's going to be hard to replace. I mean, this guy's a warrior. And what's driving people mad is that, and with Harmeet, I know Harmeet's in the suits, but look, just send the U.S. Marshals down and seize the ballots in Fulton County. Go kick down some doors in these state things and say, no, we're just not going to let you. There's 24 million potential voters on these rolls that are illegitimate. How do you think they steal these elections? You're seeing the business model. This is part of the business model. Destroy it. Destroy it while we can destroy it. The hour is late, and we're burning daylight. We're burning daylight. Act with urgency, and urgency is not another strongly worded letter or another lawsuit. You're the Justice Department. Send in the U.S. Marshals. Go arrest some of these folks in these blue states that have been stealing elections, or bring criminal charges. The hour is late, and we are burning daylight, and President Trump can't do everything. You see the guy's agenda. He's out today at Detroit on the economy, trying to turn that from the mess that we had it in. Unbelievable. Tom Fenton. Incredible. Go to Judicial Watch and check out what they're doing. Great guys. Eddie Hobbs. Why do we not have a MAGA? You've got the MAGA movement in the United States is made up by a significant portion of hammered head mix like myself. In our beloved country of Ireland, why is there not a MAGA party? Why is there not a nationalist party? Why is Ireland, I think, you've got a political class that kowtows to Davos and to Brussels more than even in France and England, and that's almost inconceivable in itself. But why I know you're working at, tell me the strides you're making, because Ireland's got to be free of the EU, sir.
Well, Steve, you've had a big impact on the conference over the weekend because the media seems to be very focused on the possibility that Steve Bannon is coming to Ireland and MAGA is coming to Ireland, and it's almost as if we should be chalking the lentils over our doors that the angel of death is about to descend on the country. I mean, that's the problem. The media in Ireland, and there's very little between the radio stations and the newspapers, are all on the same hymn sheet. And that hymn sheet does not include looking seriously at the structural problems we've got. And as a consequence of that, we've set up Counterpoint. It had a big impact just a couple of months ago when it helped drive the huge spoiled the vote outcome in the presidential election, where about 1 in 7 voters came out and actually wrote on the ballot paper their annoyance with the government and spoiled their vote in unprecedented numbers. And that really shook the establishment here. So over the weekend, we organised a thing called the IRL Forum. It was the first time. It was packed out. It was a structured approach. I hosted or chaired 12 panels across 2 days over things like culture, immigration, security, farming, and all those things related to, affirmation ideology, education, corruption in the education system, all the things that people care about. And we did it through kind of a critical thinking forum. So it worked very well. And we got in everybody that had been through Counterpoint as well as others in the area. And it's really created a pivotal change. It's change in energy. So we'll be doing more. Now, why we're doing that is that before we can build a political movement, we must first build the media upon which the critical movement can grow. So we're the horse that has to be in the field, and then the cart comes next. And that's the way it worked in the UK, Steve, where GB News started from nothing in 2021 and is now the largest current affairs programme in the United Kingdom. And of course, that's directly connected to
if it not been for, as Nigel Farage says, if it was not for Breitbart London and Raheem Kassam and James Delingpole that we took from the Daily Telegraph, there wouldn't have been a Brexit. He said that the first interview he gave with BBC. We started Breitbart London back, I think, in 12 or 13 to support at that time UKIP, because you needed, and we took Delingpole from the Daily Telegraph because the Daily Telegraph had become like the Tories or the establishment Republicans. You need a media platform. It seems it's so obvious that the globalists have sold out the Irish people. Why is there not more of an outcry? I know you're building a media platform, but are people there that brainwashed? Can't they just see what they see in the lived experience of their daily lives?
Yeah, well, they do, but to actually understand the interconnections and how it all comes together, that takes a bit of exposure to programs like yours and programs like mine on an ongoing basis, and they haven't had that. They're only getting it now, really. I mean, of course, people can go online as they do, especially younger people on social media. But I mean, a lot of that is straight, brushes over these type of things. You really have to study it and get into it. Now, I deal occasionally with senior journalists in the Irish media, and I ask them very basic questions that they simply can't answer. On a lot of these topics, they're completely unresearched themselves. And the reason for that is that the editors of the newspapers here and the editors of the channels are completely focused on protecting the status quo. And that's why I've described on your program last year, the Irish media as the North Korea of Europe. So, but the reverse of that is that creates an enormous opportunity for us to step in and as a disruptor and cover these topics, reach out to the people and start building a media organisation that can then turn into a full-time current affairs programme very, very quickly with a lot of momentum and start taking them on.
Eddie, hang on for 1 second. We'll hold you through the break. Eddie Hobbs, Counterpoint, a show that's opening a lot of people's eyes in our short break.
Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Chris from colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, welcome back. Eddie Hobbs, Counterpoint. How do people get it? Where do they go? It's online. People want to get up to speed on this issue, particularly people of Irish descent. Where do they go?
They simply go to eddiehobbs.com and the links will be there to the content on YouTube and elsewhere. Counterpoint goes out every week. And all of the content of the two days of discussion that we've had and about solutions, it was a solutions-based 2 days, not talking about problems, but what are the solutions to them. That will be going up online tomorrow.
Perfect. We'll push that out hard on all our platforms. Social media, are you on Twitter? Do people...
Yeah, at Real Eddie Hobbs. And by the way, if you're coming to Ireland, Steve, what's your parachuting skill like?
You will know this long before anybody else, Eddie. We'll work through it.
Well, I'm just
I am coming. We're
just
trying to work out the schedule.
At the moment, we'll have to parachute you in at night. I just wanted to check if you've done any night parachuting, or otherwise we can dress you up as a woman and bring you through Dublin Airport. But I prefer the first one myself. I think it's more dramatic. But over to you.
Well, Mo is 101st Airborne, so I think she could probably help me out there. Eddie, thank you so much, and we'll figure out together the Irish trip.
Thanks so much for having us on,
Appreciate
Steve.
you.
It's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Always. Thank you, sir. Cameron Kinsey, we've had some good economic news today. We had Joe Lavarney from Treasury. We had Rob Bluey. We're talking about growth, 5% growth. The thing that's going to kill us is these deficits. I know President Trump's very focused on that. He's got Scott Bessent very focused on that. And look, Scott's been a contributor to War Room, but the bottom line is what the IRS thinks you owe, Scott is obligated, his fiduciary responsibility, he's got to go get that money. And so therein lies the rub. What the IRS thinks you owe versus what you think you owe. And that is where you need Tax Network USA. Walk us through it, ma'am.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me, Steve. It's good to see you again. To talk a little bit to the War Room Posse about Tax Network USA. We're one of the nation's leading tax relief firms, and we help everyday Americans and business owners really just fight back on aggressive IRS enforcement. What we've seen recently with our clients is they think they're in the clear because we do have a better administration, but we help everyday Americans with unfiled returns, mounting penalties, collections already underway, and we have a team of CPAs. We have enrolled agents, tax attorneys, even former IRS agents who just know the agency's tactics and the tax code inside and out. And so we're not another cookie cutter tax company. We really do go to war for our clients. We believe that your hard-earned money should stay in your own pocket. We've saved people over $1 billion in back taxes, and we don't say that lightly. And with our War Room Posse, we work with salaried employees, retirees, small business owners, gig workers, you name it. So if you have an IRS problem, there's definitely nothing that we haven't seen before. We know how to handle it. But if you're struggling with tax debt, the worst you can do right now that we've seen clients do is wait, because the IRS counts on people who are too afraid or too overwhelmed to act. So my advice is just don't even give them that power. The sooner that you call, the more that we can do. And Steve, we actually are extending that information call that we had for Black Fridays for our War Room Posse. So that free discovery call, if you're uncertain of where you stand with the IRS, you can get a free research and just investigative call with our team at Tax Network USA. And so what does that mean? If you owe money or you're behind and you don't know what you owe or what the IRS has on you, you don't know the flags on your account, you don't know if a levy is coming, you don't know if they've assigned an agent yet, that research and discovery step is normally something that we do once you've already become a client with us, and it usually costs hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, because we're dealing directly with the IRS on your behalf. But right now it is completely free. You can call our number, 1-800-958-1000, or you can fill out a quick form online, tnusa.com/Bannon. Of course, we always prioritize our War Room Posse. We love what you guys are doing for this country and making sure that we're getting the correct information out to the American public in a time where we cannot rely on traditional media. So we really do appreciate you guys, and thank you.
Okay, this is huge. Because of the respect they have for the show and this audience and Cameron's good work, they've got this special is massive. Take advantage of it. 800-958-1000. Tell them you're coming from the War Room. To do that analysis for free is massive. This is the way you put away the anxiety, the angst. There's no excuse now. They're going to step up. One of the most important and tough organizations in this space is saying, hey, come on board. We'll work through some of the data and come back to you and tell you exactly what your problem is. That just does not happen. That's because of Cameron Kinsey, the War Room, the respect they have a show, and the audience. It's about you and it's for you. 800-958-1000. Online, it's tnusa.com. Promo code Bannon, promo code War Room. Make sure you go today. Get rid of the anxiety. Get rid of the angst. Fear not. They're giving you a special that you're just not going to get. So take advantage of it. Cameron, thank you so much for doing this, ma'am. I really appreciate it. This is great. We look forward to pushing this hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Amazing. Thank you. Folks, this is huge. Make sure you take advantage of this. You're not going to get this anywhere else. So take advantage of it and do it today. Put the anxiety and the angst and the fear away. Put it aside and get engaged. Not going to cost you anything to find out what reality is. Mike Lindell, I got to tell you, brother, we're not going to talk about your run for the governor, but you are making people so proud. You're coming in like a warrior in these debates. It's amazing. There's another debate. Is it tonight or tomorrow? What's the next debate? I just want people to know. When is it?
Tonight is huge. Southern Minnesota, and I expect hundreds, if not thousands, to show up. It's been amazing.
Perfect. And I want all the Warren posse in the area. I'll put it up and we'll talk about it in the 5 o'clock show. Quickly, sell me a pillow, a blanket, a towel, a bed. You got it, brother. What do you got?
Right on. Today, you guys, this is the inside of one of our proprietary mattress toppers. This, guys, it's the most affordable sleep game changer you're ever going to buy. We put them on sale for as low as $99.98. Queen size normally $249.98, only $149.97. We're going to add free shipping to it. You guys, there's over 10,000 comfort supports on there. Sleep is about pressure points and temperature. This will be a game changer. You put it on your bed, you wake up, you'll feel refreshed. Go to mypillow.com/war room, and you guys check it out. Our made in the USA beds, mattress toppers, mattress protectors, mattress comforters, all of it's right there. 800-873-1062. Everything ships for free. Shipping's expensive. It's on us, Steve. This is the War Room. You guys have supported my employees, and made in the USA 10-year warranty.
Thank you.
Promo code War Room.
Thank you, sir. Charlie Kirk is next. We're back at 5 o'clock. Texas, it's at 6.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Reuters is reporting Minnesota is suing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in an effort to block the surge of immigration enforcement in the state. It's likely to be the headline at the press conference out of Minnesota we're expecting within the hours.
These Border Patrol agents and ICE officers have acted as occupiers rather than officers of the law as they have rampaged through the Chicago area. The sweeping raids and indiscriminate violence against Illinois residents has not only been condoned by the leaders of ICE and Customs and Border Protection, more of it has been demanded. Today, my office is taking significant action. Along with the city of Chicago, I have filed a lawsuit against U.S. Department of Homeland Security and its leadership, U.S. Immigration and Customs and Enforcement and its leadership, and U.S. Customs and Border Protection and its leadership.
If the goal was to make people afraid, if the goal was to censor them in some way, it has had exactly the opposite effect. I spoke to several of the people who were involved in the citizen monitoring groups. As of Saturday, they had 4,000 additional people sign up for these groups, and they do varying things. At some of the schools, for instance, today, a group of retired teachers showed up and surrounded the schools with the phalanx of older teachers who could have been, enjoying their retirement, and instead they're standing in front of the schools, basically telling the agents, if you're going to come here and go after the students, because they are arresting minors, they are apprehending minors in some cases. If you're going to go after the people in the school, you got to go through us first. They are out on the streets and they are calling dispatch units throughout the city to let people know where ICE is operating. There are these heat maps that they have to show where this activity is happening. So people are, when Keith Ellison said Minnesotans are responding to this, it is incredibly organized. I don't want to use hyperbole, but it almost sounds like the kinds of things that you read in school about the French resistance.
Let me ask you about the leadership in your state. Dozens of people in Minnesota have been charged and convicted with stealing millions of dollars of taxpayer money for government programs. Do you think Governor Walz did enough to stop the fraud in your state? And do you support his decision not to run for re-election?
Well, look, Governor Walz is the reason that we've got paid family leave in Minnesota. He's the reason we've got free school lunches. Him and I, we've been through thick and thin.
But did he do enough to combat fraud,
over these
Mayor? Did he do enough to combat fraud?
Look, obviously everybody could have done more to prevent fraud, and I think that's a fair point to make. Do more to prevent fraud, and you look what he's doing right now. He's setting up a whole bunch of infrastructure to do that. And by the way, look, the fraud's real. We've all got to acknowledge it. The fraud is very real. And by the way, when somebody commits fraud, and there are many that have done that, you investigate it, you charge, you prosecute, and you put the person in jail. As an individual, you put the person in jail as an individual. You do not hold an entire community, any community, accountable for the actions of individuals.
That's part of following the money. There are evidently some disturbing tapes of A.G. Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him, them calling for political favors to stop the investigation. So we'll see. But again, I don't want to get out ahead of the investigation. It's going to be very methodical. And Chris, I can guarantee you, when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks.
Many of my Christian friends and Christian followers say to me, Scott, you still have time. You should convert to Christianity. And I usually just let that sit, because that's not an argument I want to have. I've not been a believer. And but I also have respect for any Christian who goes out of their way to try to convert me. Because how would I believe you even believe your own religion if you're not trying to convert me? So I have great respect for people who care enough that they want me to convert and then go out of their way to try to convince me. So you're going to hear for the first time today that it is my plan to convert.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. It is January 13th, 2026. We are here in studio. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Blake Neff, the one and only Blake Neff. And today we mourn the loss of another great American, and that is Scott Adams. I just saw that J.D. Vance actually just tweeted something moments before we came on the air. Scott Adams was a true American original and a great ally to the President of the United States and the entire administration. My prayers go to Scott and all of you who loved him. We lost one of the good ones, but we'll never forget him. And yeah, it's a sad day.
A lot of newspaper comic artists are not going to get a tribute like that, I don't think. Do you remember when Charles Schultz died?
I do, but just vaguely. Yeah,
that was the Peanuts guy, of course.
Of course.
And he was a great American icon, but that's the only one I can really think of that's comparable.
Yeah, I mean, so Scott Adams, of course, created Dilbert in 1989, and it was incredible because, you know, obviously we were too young to kind of understand. You know, I was too young. Blake wasn't even born yet. You know, was too young to understand this rise of corporate culture, workplace cubicle culture, and he gave voice through this comic to the quiet frustrations of working men and women that were working their way up middle management.
But also it was deeply funny.
It was deeply funny. It was the hapless engineer protagonist, as it was described, and a bunch of dysfunctional colleagues. And, you know, it was a cultural phenomenon. It became a cultural phenomenon that people would talk about at the workplace or at the water cooler or when they're getting coffee at work, you know, and that's why he ultimately created Coffee with Scott Adams. It was originally called Real Coffee with Scott Adams, and it became a phenomenon that many people tuned into daily. And to just get a dose of his, you know, his contrarian thinking, he had a unique blend of insight, humor, wit, and optimism. He was an optimist. He genuinely was. And he was one of the first people to sort of take President Trump seriously, one of the first mainstream people to take President Trump seriously. And he paid politically for that. And he paid in his career for that as well. A lot of papers around the country ended up removing Scott Adams, the Dilbert cartoon from their papers. Yeah, and they, you know, and here's what they'll do, by the way, this is what they're going to do, is the same thing that they did with Charlie. is they're going to cherry pick a few things that Scott maybe said or take it out of context. They're going to like remove all the other context and say that Scott Adams was this bad person or whatever. No, Scott Adams was a great American.
What he was he was a man in the arena, just like Charlie.
Yeah.
Where, if you go out there and say things, there's a risk someone might not like what you say. You might be inarticulate at some point. It's just disgusting. I want us to throw up, this is one of my favorites. Let's put up 249. This is just, you didn't have comics like this before, or not comics, cartoons.
Go ahead and read it for
like
us.
This. So it's the pointy-haired boss talking to Dilbert. My boss says we need some eunuch programmers. I think he means eunuchs, not eunuchs. I already know eunuchs. If the company nurse drops by, tell her I said never mind.
The company nurse.
I don't think you would would not have seen a comic strip like, I keep saying comic strip like that in.
It was cathartic. It was syndicated worldwide, by the way. That's what's amazing about it. Syndicated worldwide. So it was a phenomenon of the workplace that emerged in the 80s and 90s, probably in the 70s. And what people also probably don't know about Scott is he authored a bunch of best-selling books on persuasion, systems thinking, personal success. Just a really great guy. I actually talked to Scott on the phone. I never met him in person. I talked to him on the phone a couple times. I was on the phone with Scott and Charlie, believe it or not. We were talking about maybe getting him on the show, how we could work together. Nothing ended up coming of those conversations. But, Scott did honor Charlie when Charlie was killed. And we have that clip.
He did. We have that clip. Let's make sure we have the right one here because there were a few. So he was on Tucker's program shortly after, and he was commenting on it. So I can't imagine Adams ever thought he would outlive Charlie, but this is what he had to say. Clip 239.
When Charlie Kirk died, you could almost feel this massive energy being released. He sort of controlled it, but when it was released, his mortal coil was no more. I feel like that energy just went into people. And suddenly tens of millions of people simultaneously said, what can I do? What can I do right now? Yeah, that's different. People don't say, I'm going to stop everything. Tell me what to do. I'm going to go to church. A lot of people did. I'm going to say stuff on social media. I'm going to hunt down the people who said bad things and cancel them. But I'm going to do something. We're going to figure out how to start another chapter of TPUSA, and all of that's happening, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down. The vigils, etc. If anything, the energy it might be growing, and I've never seen anything like it in my life. I've never seen the Republicans turn into their own machine, and now it is.
And what's most important, I think, as well, is that Scott was wrestling with his own mortality towards the end. C.S. Lewis would talk about how a soldier in a foxhole actually, because he was reflecting on World War I. He was a veteran of World War I, and he was doing a lot of his writings and his thinking in World War II. And he said that it can be a blessing to be faced with your own mortality and to understand that you, as a soldier, you might die, and to confront the Almighty and to make peace. And Scott was sort of that soldier on a field in a cultural sense, in a media sense, and he was staring down the sickness. He had metastatic prostate cancer.
Prostate cancer that spread to his bones.
Yeah, and so he was dealing with the fact that he knew he was probably going to die. He said I'm going to die.
We're all going to die.
Yes, but imminently, right? And so and that could be a real blessing. And so Scott was wrestling with his own mortality and was never a believer, was never a Christian. He had great respect for Christians, but he was not himself. And so we have two clips where he himself was describing this, 237.
My Christian friends and Christian followers say to me, Scott, you still have time. You should convert to Christianity. And I usually just let that sit because that's not an argument I want to have. I've not been a believer. But I also have respect for any Christian who goes out of their way to try to convert me. Because how would I believe you believe your own religion if you're not trying to convert me? So I have great respect for people who care enough that they want me to convert. and then go out of their way to try to convince me. So you're going to hear for the first time today that it is my plan to convert.
And that's a very Scott Adams way to do it.
It's such an I'm a tech autist kind of guy.
Exactly. It's like an engineer, doing it in only the way he can. And I my word to everybody that's like, that might think that, that's not an authentic way to convert. I would just say everybody's different. God makes us in mysterious ways. The last DM I sent to Scott was the parable of the workers in the vineyard. And we wanted to read this really quick. For the kingdom of heaven is like the landowner who went out early in the morning to hire workers for his vineyard. He agreed to pay them a denarius for the day and sent them into his vineyard. About 9 a.m, he went out and saw others standing in the marketplace doing nothing. He told them, "You also go and work in my vineyard, and I will pay you whatever is right." So they went. He went out again about noon and about 3 in the afternoon and did the same thing. About 5 in the afternoon, he went out and found still others standing around. He asked them, "Why have you been standing here all day doing nothing?" "Because no one has hired us," they answered. He said to them, "You also go and work in my vineyard." When evening came, the owner of the vineyard said to his foreman, "Call the workers and pay them their wages, beginning with the last ones hired and going to the first." The workers who were hired about 5 in the afternoon came and each received a denarius. So when those came who were hired first, they expected to receive more, but each one of them also received a denarius. When they received it, they began to grumble against the landowner. "These who were hired last worked only 1 hour," they said, "and you have made them equal to us who have borne the burden of work for the heat of the day." But he answered to them, "I am not being unfair to you, friend. Didn't you agree to work for a denarius? Take your pay and go. I want to give the one who is hired last the same as I gave you." We'll be right back.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
So we are back. I want to finish reading that scripture, but I have to share this. This is really upsetting me. I just was sent this, and this is how People Magazine is choosing to remember Scott Adams. Scott Adams, disgraced Dilbert creator, dies at 68.
That's disgusting.
There it is.
Disgrace.
But I'm telling you, this is the exact same playbook.
Parasites.
Can you take the
enemies of the people,
the banner off the bottom there for a second so people can see it? Yeah. So Scott Adams, disgraced Dilbert creator, dies at 68. Dilbert was pulled from wide circulation after Adams' racist rant in 2023. It's such a garbage thing to do to somebody. And, this is what they did with Charlie. It's the same exact playbook where, they take something that Charlie said out of context about black pilots or Martin Luther King, and they strip it of all of the buildup, all of the context.
It's just hateful garbage.
And then they use it to smear somebody, even in death. Somebody retweeted my tweet on it on X and basically quote tweeted it and said, you can tell a lot about the way a group of people by who they lionize and who their heroes are. And I'm like, you can tell a lot about somebody that even in death, they refuse to be gracious and kind, or at least neutral, or just keep your mouth shut. So People Magazine, shame on you. Absolute disgrace.
We got someone who sent in their favorite Dilbert. They have a Dilbert strip hanging in their cubicle.
Yeah.
And it's Dilbert talking to the pointy-haired boss. May I talk to you after the mandatory meeting? Whoa, I didn't give you approval to attend that meeting. The meeting is mandatory. Approval is mandatory too. Okay, whatever. May I go to the mandatory meeting? All requests must be in writing. It's mandatory. It's mandatory. If people start bending the rules, before long, murder will be legal. And then it shows him talking to his coworker afterwards. That was the best mandatory meeting I have ever been to. They handed out free cash. Shut up.
It's funny. It's good. I was never really that into cartoons, but I was really into
it was one of I read
was
3 of them, and that was one of them.
Yeah. Well,
there's not a lot. A lot of them are really bad. Do they still exist? I guess. Do newspapers still exist?
They do. They do exist, Blake. It's yeah. There are newspapers. Listen, I want to. I just want to remember that that Scott took a great personal toll for this, and the way the verse ends with the parable of the workers in the vineyard is that the first will be last and the last will be first. And so Scott came to his faith almost at the end, almost as like Pascal's wager. Mm-hmm. And maybe, Blake, if you want to describe that for the audience who doesn't know.
So he does. Then there's another clip where he's more forthright about it, even that. So Blaise Pascal was a French mathematician who laid out an argument that basically you should embrace theism, you should embrace Christianity because the rewards of eternal life are great. And if you're wrong, you're just worm food, so you lose nothing. Now, the funny thing is Pascal, a very logical man himself, did not convert for that reason. He had a religious experience one night, just had a divine vision, and he was a super Christian after that. But it's an argument that has a lot of, it's debated a lot, certainly among, computer programmer types who are
this is exactly what Scott Adams minds. Is.
Exactly.
He's sort of an engineering brain, a contrarian thinker. And so he did sort of wrestle with the risk-reward analysis. And some people might say that's not authentic. I think it was the most authentic way Scott could approach faith that he struggled to embrace his whole life. And so I would just say, welcome to the fold. We're honored to have you, Scott, and, may you rest in peace. And we expect to see you someday. And I hope you say hi to Charlie for us up there.
He was the man in the arena. That's all those attacks on him. You think of that Theodore Roosevelt quote. I know Charlie was a fan of it. It's not the critic who counts. It's the man who is in the arena, the man who is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly. That's the man who matters. And that's what he was doing. No, he could be attacked by people because he bothered to say something that was relevant and controversial, period.
Yep, exactly. And, I think it was Matt Walsh who said, especially in the aftermath of Charlie's death, and he was reflecting on all the attacks against Charlie from the left or whatever. And he basically was just like, may we all experience, may our enemies rejoice when we die, because that means we were truly effective. And the fact that they just, the pettiness of it, I think just makes them
disgraced Dilbert creator.
I think it makes them look disgraceful. The only party disgraced in this instance is people. All right? That is it. The fact that you could just say Dilbert creator Scott Adams dies at 68. Why couldn't you just go with that? Guess not.
And famous cartoonist. Famous cultural commentator.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, for real. And obviously he means a lot to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
We're mourning him. The whole, of X is mourning him. The vice president is sending out tweets. There's going to,
I feel we're actually underselling this just because it's been a long time. And what really made him super notable with our faction is in 2015, 2016, he was one of the first guys to really take Trump seriously as a political candidate who would lay out an argument. Okay, what Trump is doing when he's on stage where it's unpredictable and silly and he's saying stuff that seems outlandish, he's actually doing something powerfully persuasive to people, and he could win the election doing this. And he was just saying this back when everyone else on television was saying, oh, he's just a dumb clown. It's never going to go anywhere. He was saying, no, you guys are wrong about this. And he put his reputation where his mouth was, and he was proved right. Trump actually did win that election.
Yeah, well said. I think you're right. And there is kind of this cast of like OG MAGA originals, like the, Mike Cernoviches, the Jack Posobics, the Charlie Kirks, the Scott Adams, the people that saw early on.
I don't even know that he was a Trump supporter. He was just actually willing to say, this guy is effective at what he does. And it's going to be persuasive to people. It was that master persuader line he used. I remember that one.
Yeah, well, no, absolutely. And his wife read a statement this morning, and they did a coffee with Scott Adams, after his passing. We had heard that he went to hospice, but his wife confirmed that, he was of sound mind, and that, that he did accept Jesus Christ. And so, God bless Scott, and thank you for your contribution. We honor you on this show because we honor brave men and women that stand up for what's right, that are the men in the arena, that do take the slings and arrows for the rest of us. Charlie was one of these men. Scott was one of these men. And, it's really sad to lose two great Americans in such quick order. It really is. And that was the first thought I had when I saw the news this morning, that it breaks my heart that we've lost another one. It really does. Because listen, people are going to come and they're going to fill the ranks. I'm loving some of these people like Nick Shirley that are coming and doing great things. And we want more. We need more in this space. We need more sane actors, more rational actors, more persuasive actors, and good faith actors. And Scott was one of those people that,
and talented ones too, because talented. He wasn't just a political guy. He had something funny and interesting to say, and millions of people are going to remember him for that. Yeah. And that's a good thing to aspire to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Senator Markwayne Mullin joins us next. We got a funding showdown coming in the Senate. We'll talk about that, Iran, and much more. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
New financial goals like making sure that your savings are secure and diversified. Will this be the year that you finally listen to us here on RAV and talk to someone over at the Birch Gold Group? They're really good people, and we appreciate their educational approach and their understanding of macroeconomics. There are forces out there pushing the dollar lower and gold higher, and that's why the Birch Gold Group believes that every American should own physical gold. Until January 30th, if you're a first-time gold buyer, the Birch Gold Group is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. In order to claim eligibility and start the process, simply text the word America to the number 989898. The Birch Gold Group can help you roll an existing IRA or a 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate of up to $10,000. Make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10K when you buy by January 30th. Text America to the number 989898 and claim your eligibility to get today. Again, text America to the number 989898. Terrence Bates here now with your Real America's Voice news break. We're keeping an eye on the U.S. Supreme Court, which is hearing two cases right now that could shape rules for transgender athletes across the country. You can see the high court here and the number of people who have kind of gathered there on the stairs of the court as these cases are being argued. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi calling the fight for protection of girls and women's sports common sense. Taking to X, Bondi also writing, today my attorneys are arguing a crucial Supreme Court case pushing back against the trans agenda. Our position is that states have the authority to ban men from participating in women's sports. The cases involve claims out of Idaho and West Virginia. Again, opening statements have already happened, and what's happening right now is that the justices are hearing oral arguments on both of those cases. We, of course, will continue to monitor all of this for you throughout the day, and we will update you as new news here from the U.S. Supreme Court becomes available. For now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Watching the news and start making some. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, America's turning 250 years old this year, which is awesome.
Never thought I'd make it.
I never had a doubt. I never had. Well, you know, I think our founders would be amazed that we're 250
They were all super black-pilled in the early years of the Republic.
They're like, what have we done?
Except James Madison. James Madison always was hopeful.
Well, anyways, we made it. 250, and we're still going strong in many ways, and we need to be grateful for that. And listen, America, it's 250. Let's honor the people that have supplied our food And that's why we're going to talk about Good Ranchers here for just 1 second. Good Ranchers only sources their cuts from local American farms and ranches. That is 100% dedicated to America. This company 100% dedicated to this country, from the meat, but to the packaging, to the call centers, customer service. Everything is made, sealed, every box, tire packaging, fulfillment right here in America, and which is amazing. So I'm a subscriber. I get 1 box a month. We eat a lot of steak. It's good. It's amazing steak, but it's good for your not only your protein intake, but also your testosterone. If you're a man, you need to be eating your red meat. So here's the deal. Subscribe and you save up to $500 a year. You also get an additional $25 off your first order with promo code Kirk. Discount code is promo code Kirk. Make sure you use it. So goodranchers.com, American meat delivered. All right, without further ado, we have Senator Markwayne Mullin. He's a great senator out of the state of Oklahoma. And I just want to give you guys in the red state of Oklahoma a little kudos here, Senator. You guys have the lowest gas prices in the country, apparently. $1.83 a gallon in some counties in the great state of Oklahoma. That's
like 1999 prices.
That's like, yeah, what is this? We said we wanted the 90s back, and at least in Oklahoma we have it. This is great.
Well, in the 90s, it was like 78 cents a gallon. But it was really, because I was filling up my work trucks. However, at least in 97, 98. But it's still yet to be under $2 a gallon is pretty amazing. This is the difference, right? So Oklahoma has the lowest gas prices in the country because we embrace our fossil fuels and drill, baby, drill. And California has the highest gas prices in the country, and they're shutting down rigs and drilling activity on a daily and shutting down pipelines on the daily. Go figure how those two would run hand in hand, right?
So you have you have multiple counties in Oklahoma at $1.83. Average gas price in California right now is $4.21.
Honestly, that's lower than I'd have expected. You could have told me it was over 5,
well,
even 6.
Diesel's $4.80, $4.86. I mean, I just think it's amazing. And then you've got California. This is not what we're planning on talking about here, Senator. But you've got California has lost. There was a New York Post article that I was reading this morning. California has lost $1 trillion of wealth. So Sergey Brin and all these other billionaires are fleeing the state. Peter Thiel, multiple others, opening up satellite offices in Texas and Tennessee and Florida because they're going to tax, or they're proposing to tax the wealth. So, and that could be unrealized gains as well on billionaires. So if you are on paper a billionaire, they're going to tax 5% of your wealth. Just take it to fund their medical. They're going to shore up the medical books where they're giving free health care to illegals in that state.
Or give it to the homeless because that's worked out so well.
Yeah,
right. And let's not forget, not forget they ran off the wealthiest man in the country or in the world, Elon Musk.
That's right.
Who now is in California too. And so you can't make up crazy. New York is going to be the same way. I mean, it's just a matter of time before the New York Stock Exchange moves to Dallas, Texas. And you start looking at cost of building. Right. The cost of building in California is somewhere between $400 and $450 a square foot. It's half that and in Oklahoma. So you can build a house and actually make it affordable. I mean, they talk about affordable housing in California, but they regulate themselves out of existence. And yet in Oklahoma, that's just called daily life because we have good governance, because we have a red state instead of a blue state.
Yeah, I think that's a really fascinating dynamic of modern American cultures. This divergence between red states and blue states. It's getting further and further apart.
And we're seeing it in the migration patterns. If you look at we saw this with Minnesota. People are leaving Minnesota for the first time in ages. They're all moving to Texas, Florida, Oklahoma. The South generally gets a lot of people. And yeah, they just can't get out of California or New York fast enough. I'm glad you mentioned Elon Musk. Have you seen this? All the other billionaires were bailing just before the new year because they have that initiated measure that might be on the ballot to do a retroactive wealth tax. a one-time billion.
Which
in California?
No, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize it was retroactive, though.
Yeah, that's why they're all bailing. It's not just Musk. It's like the Google guys and probably a bunch we've not even heard about.
Well, I'm
they're
out of
all
there.
bailing.
I left. I now live in Phoenix.
Hey, I have a guy, a friend of mine, and I won't mention his name, but he's just a southern Louisiana backroads swamp boy that's done very, very well at business investments. And he doesn't do tech companies. He does like construction industry companies. He's done very, very well for himself. And he left California and he moved back to Louisiana. And he moved out. Actually, he left in I think April or May of last year because of what was happening. And he loves. He's married a girl from California, but he's like, it's you can't afford to live there anymore.
No, it's up and down. It's like it's like registering your car in California is like $1,000 if you have an SUV. I mean, it's up and down. The price of school. There's no school choice. We moved to Phoenix, after Charlie died, and it's like there's school tax, choice, right? So you get a voucher if you send your kid to a private Christian school. It's amazing. It's like right off the bat, you're saving yourself $7,500 to school.
So my totally off subject here, but just California, how they're aggressively going after everybody. My son back in 2020 had a brain injury, real bad brain injury, and we had to go through rehab. And we had the only rehab center that was specialized in his cognitive rehabilitation was in Bakersfield, California. So I literally lived in an RV with my son on and off for 18 months. And I was talking about it at either on a show like this or TV or something. But anyways, California found out about it, and they tried to charge me taxes. And I had to prove to them that I wasn't there consistently the whole time, that I was leaving most weekends and going back home. And that we were there for medical reasons, had to get literally doctor notes to keep me from having to pay income tax in California.
Jeez. Are you kidding me?
I'm not joking.
That's amazing. Joking. That's a really amazing story. So again, we did not plan on talking about any of this with the senator here, because there's we got a shutdown fight looming in Iran. But this is I thought of this. This is Tamika Mallory.
Was open for business, by the way.
So listen, come on. I'm telling you, red states are booming. The cost of energy across the board in red states is like half, if not less than that of blue states. But it's more than this. Look at what Mamdani is doing in New York, Senator. This is Tamika Mallory. I thought of this as we were talking. I had the team grab it. This is the new crime advisor that Mamdani has appointed. Play cut 280.
I don't give a damn if they burn down Target, because Target should be on the streets with us, calling for the justice that our people deserve. Don't talk to us about looting. Y'all are the looters. America has looted black people. America looted the Native Americans when they first came here. So looting is what you do. We learned it from you. We learned violence from you.
Wow. That's Mamdani's new crime advisor.
He's not nominate her for chief of police. Why not? Make her chief of police.
Yeah, chief of police. There you go.
I'm Cherokee. I'm the only. I know I don't look it, but I actually am Cherokee, and I sometimes get people give me crap by it, and I said, man, I can't control who my ancestors loved, but I am Cherokee. That's why we ended up in Oklahoma. And I still carried. I'm actually a card carrying Cherokee, not like because I have high cheekbones, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas. And so, but when she said Native Americans, I tell you what, first of all, very seldom all of us call us Native Americans. We're Indians. But it's frustrating because there is no ethnic group that serves in the military at greater numbers than Native Americans. And we're not out there rioting and causing that stuff like she said. And so don't pull us into that picture. We respect the rule of law and we respect law enforcement. We love America. Regardless of what happened to us, we're not out there trying to have, trying to separate ourselves from someone else. Now, we are proud to be Indian, and we're proud of our tribes, but we fly the flag beside maybe our Cherokee flag along the way. But you know, we're not out there carrying somebody
Senator,
else's flag or Somalian flags or Mexican flags.
You know, you're totally right. I mean, Navajo Nation in Arizona, they vote Republican.
Yeah.
So there you go.
They do?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Had a whole conversation. We actually do ballot
so,
chasing in Navajo Nation. We have a whole like Cherokee team or a Navajo team. Sorry.
We have, yeah. Well, I mean, we have 36 tribes in the state of Oklahoma, and I had 19 in the 2nd district, and we're a red state, completely red state. All 77 counties in Oklahoma vote red, and the only state that may have a higher concentration of Native Americans is New Mexico, but I'm not sure by that.
I don't think
number's
so.
Debatable.
I wasn't. Yeah, I think Oklahoma is the most. You know, and you guys got a whole bunch of screwed up Supreme Court. Yeah. That Supreme Court ruling, you know, that was that was a real bad one from was that Gorsuch?
Gorsuch
us on that
had that weird thing.
Yeah,
Gorsuch. By the way, Gorsuch is the prime example of why Supreme Courts need term limits. I mean, and I listen. I come from a wrestling world. I come from a fighting world, and I come from politics. I know arrogance. But he's the most arrogant man I've ever met in my life. I mean that sincerely. I literally stood up and walked out of his office, and that says a lot because I may be the 2nd most arrogant, but he's the most arrogant.
Well, we want him on our side with today's
we need him on the tariff ruling.
He has power over us. We love Gorsuch.
I don't, but I absolutely do not. And I don't want to replace him with some lib, but I do not. I have zero respect. That guy has flat out lied to me. He told me something that he never fulfilled. He told me, shook my hand on it. I mean, we literally shook hands, and he didn't fulfill what he said he was going to do. And now he won't even return my phone calls. And so I have zero respect for him.
Listen, we can't black pill here. That's Blake's job. So we got to talk about Iran and a spending showdown. Can I keep you for another segment, Senator? Since
we'll do it.
I know you got like a whip meeting or something you got to run to. So we're going to have more with Senator Markwayne Mullin about the actual reason we brought him on the show today in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. So we are getting live updates from SCOTUS.
Yes, and the senator warned us about him, and now apparently Justice Gorsuch
I'm laughing,
sounds
but it's tragic.
Sympathetic on the trans issue.
Did you hear that,
to
Senator?
Making them a protected class. So,
He's throwing up his hands. Well, you warned us.
He did warn us. He did warn us.
Well, there it is.
It's pretty. It's actually really tough to make a senator speechless. I'm speechless.
Yeah, I don't listen. Men are men, and boys are boys, and
the Supreme Court cannot.
The Supreme Court is going to overthink this, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're going to overthink this.
Whatever they rule, they cannot overturn reality.
A pastor of mine, a friend of mine, used to say, "Educated beyond their intelligence." Go ahead, Senator.
I'm just telling you, Gorsuch. When you meet with him, he's the smartest man in the room, and he may be. I mean, obviously he's brilliant, but there's some very brilliant people out there that doesn't want to show how brilliant they are, but they can actually express it through humility, and that guy doesn't have the ability to do that. And for you to look at this case with transgender athletes in any other way, especially as a father of three daughters who wrestle, that means they're in a combative sport. I'm sorry, that is a lifestyle choice when you decide you're going to transition.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We're obviously 100% in agreement with you there, Senator. I do want to we have Iran coming up. There was a bunch of back and forth last night. The Wall Street Journal posted something saying J.D. Vance is going for diplomacy, but Trump wants to strike. People need to understand this about you and this. I mean, this role, I'm going to say it. You don't have to say it, sir, but I hear it from everybody that you are playing this massive go-between role between the House and the Senate, and then even both legislative bodies in the White House. Can you shed any light on this Iranian potential strike versus diplomacy? By the way, the Vice President's office wrote back and corrected the piece in the Wall Street Journal saying that Marco and JD are presenting a suite of options from military action to diplomacy. So they did correct the record there, but it was a lie from the go. What are you hearing, sir?
Well, first of all, there's several people that play a good role between the White House and the Senate. I mean, the president has many friends, and I'm just lucky enough to be called one of them. So, first of all, what Secretary Hegseth has said multiple times, mess around and find out. I'm cleaning that up because my wife would be mad at me if I said the other thing.
So with our distributors of this program. But yes, continue.
Right. So see, I'm being very nice, and the president has made it very clear that he will be willing to protect the people of Iran if the murderous regime there in Iran decide they're going to kill people en masse. And what that mass number is, I don't know what the president's tolerance is, but I will tell you, the president doesn't bluff. And he's proven that he is not afraid of Iran. He's not afraid of going in. And we've proven we have the capability to destroy their air defense system and to strike anytime and anywhere. And he made it very clear that he could have taken out the leadership if he wanted to, but he decided not to. And so I wouldn't be surprised if you see some military action in defense of the Iranian people. And I like to say this, in 1977, when I was born, Iran was a friend of us. In fact, they were probably more Western advanced in the United States than it was to accepting women and in workplaces and into government, and actually into ethnic groups too. This current regime has destroyed all that, and we'd love to have a relationship back with the Iranian people. I think we have a lot in common. There was a lot of business relationships that was between Iran and the United States prior to 1979, the overthrow of Shah. And so I believe the president is actively looking at his position and what is the best way to support the people wanting to take back their country in Iran.
Yeah, I mean, and listen, I just, we obviously support the people of Iran. We want independence. Yeah. We want them to thrive. We want them to throw off these brutal dictators. We want them to do it. candid on this show, and I can tell you our audience feels the same. I mean, military action in another foreign, faraway Middle Eastern land. It's not like Venezuela, Western Hemisphere, Donroe Doctrine. I think there's a broad base of support for Venezuela. It's, I think, less so for Iran. So I hope that we by the way, I'm all for cutting off the oil flow, the revenue from the CCP to Iran. I think that's absolutely what we should do. Moral support. Maybe there's some stuff that, the off the books maneuvering behind the scenes that needs to happen with our special ops guys or whatever. I'm open to, I want to be cautious because regime change is messy. It's always messy, and it's proven in the Middle East more so than ever. But I will say there does seem to be a legitimate, organic, popular uprising. There is this, the son of the former Shah that seems like we had a guest on yesterday, Senator, that has a lot of support from the protesters movement. I have no idea if he has a majority of support within the country, but it does seem to indicate there are some elements that are aligning for a real massive change in Iran.
Well, a regime change, this is much different than the regime change you saw underneath Secretary Clinton, who had the Arab Spring, which left the Middle East in complete disarray, versus what's happening in Iran. This is an organic group that has risen up. And anytime you have these organic groups, there's someone, be it the Shah's son or not, there's a difference of opinions if he's popular or not popular. I'd say he's not actually that popular. But anytime you see a movement like this, leadership intends to move to the front. And this is the people, not the United States, trying to have regime change. This is the people that's having the regime change. We're there to support the people in the event that they start being slaughtered by their own regime. Now, to pivot back to Vice President J.D. Vance, I will tell you, there is no daylight. There is open discussions, but no daylight when a decision is made between the president and J.D. Vance. They have a great relationship. Marco and our Secretary Rubio and the vice president have a great relationship, but they also have such a good relationship that they can have an open discussion. But when the decision is made, when the play call is made, they are together. And that's the whole president team. What the president allows people to do is express his opinion. I visit with the president most of the time when he's asking me a question. What do you think about this? And he's truly inquisitive. But when he decides to make a decision after he hears everybody out, he decides and he moves. And that's what's so good about this administration is that when they move together. And JD has been very open about his position sometime on the use of military force. But he is probably one of the smartest guys you'll sit down and talk to when he's truly wanting to get to the facts. He's not a guy that makes decisions off emotions. JD makes decisions off of facts, and absolutely. he can change his opinion because of that. And that's why I have so much respect for the guy.
I totally agree. I mean, they're going to try and drum up a lot of drama because 2028's looming. That's all it is. Okay,
of course.
Senator, thank you for your time. We'll talk about the funding shutdown soon. All right, we'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. From behind prison bars, the J6 political prisoners defied the system, singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song, Justice for All. They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men. The anthem of the free. Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is on the ground in Detroit, Michigan right now as he prepares to address the Detroit Economic Club. He's also touring a Ford F-150 plant in that area. Steve Gruber, host of America's Voice Live right here on Real America's Voice, joining us live from Detroit as he awaits the president's arrival at the Detroit Economic Club. Also joining us from the White House right now, RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. Gentlemen, good afternoon to both of you. Steve, want to get right to you. Talk about what President Trump is going to be talking about. Obviously, in Detroit, you got to talk about the automobile industry, I would think.
Absolutely true, Terrence, but he's buoyed by some great numbers that came out today. We heard him talk about it before he got on Air Force One, headed for Detroit today. That is, the inflation numbers at 2.7%. This is coupled with 5.4% GDP growth in December. Pretty good numbers for the president to say, look, the tariffs didn't destroy anything. They're doing well for us. He's going to certainly be talking about those numbers today. He'll talk about his tour at the Ford Motor Plant because one of the things they're not building there is the Ford Lightning. That was the all-EV F-150 pickup truck. It was canceled here at the end of 2025 by Ford. They wrote off about $19 billion because the EV experiment, if you will, did not go over well with consumers. People in places like Michigan, frankly, where you've got winter, a lot of it, they don't want to rely on batteries. They want gasoline. They want diesel. I'm sure that's what the president's learning today at the Ford plant. So a lot of good numbers for the president to talk about. I'm sure we'll also hear about things like Venezuela, maybe Greenland. He might just do the weave here today. Brian's familiar with that. He does the weave, and he'll get a lot of topics covered at different times when he goes off script, which is always a possibility when the president has the microphone.
Well, Brian, as the president might bob and weave or weave in certain elements into his speech, I would imagine that the ongoing Supreme Court case over men and women's sports will likely be something that he addresses.
It will, Terrence. That has been one thing that has been talked about on the campaign trail, keeping men out of women's sports. And, of course, there was a bill passed just about a month ago banning the transgender surgeries on minors. That needs to move on to the Senate. But I will add to this. I mean, Ford is seeing about a 6% sales increase from last year, from the previous year. So all the talk about tariffs maybe destroying the U.S. auto industry, that simply has not happened. And, of course, President Trump has really been an advocate for the auto industry, and as you see him there in Detroit. Also, we talked about this at the end of last year, that this would be one of the things that President Trump will do going into the midterms, do these economic mini rallies, if you will, at manufacturing plants and corporate headquarters, and this is just a page out of that 2026 playbook.
Steve, I'm wondering if President Trump, from your perspective, will be on the offensive today as he talks about, say, things like tariffs, talks about the economy. Obviously, in the past, he's talked about and really touted what he's been doing. But unfortunately, there are many Americans who don't necessarily feel the impacts or don't believe they feel the impacts of the president's accomplishments. So do you think he'll be on the offensive, or will he be defensive to some degree and explaining what all he's done?
No, I think you'll see Donald Trump on the offensive today. Look, there are a lot of people hurting in this country still. There's no question about that. And he's going to say, look, it takes a lot of time to clean up a mess that I inherited. That will be the argument that he continues here today, most likely in my estimation. He's going to say it doesn't happen overnight, but we had 9.1% inflation with the Biden administration. He'll say it's a 2.7% new numbers released today. He's going to say, look, 3 quarters in a row, 4%, and then 5.4% for December 2025. These are good numbers. He'll be here in Michigan. Look, this was the arsenal of democracy, a place where America's manufacturing heartbeat was felt every day. But a lot of those factories went away after NAFTA. We know that. A lot of challenges with international trade that he's trying to refine and retune, if you will. So I think you're going to hear him on the offensive. I think Donald Trump is going to be on the offensive until November of 2026 because he knows how important these midterms are. The Senate probably going to stay in Republican hands, but it's the House that is so tight, razor-thin margins. So he'll be fighting for every congressional seat he can find.
Brian Glenn, Steve Gruber, both reporting for us this afternoon. Good to see both of you. Steve, we'll be talking to you throughout the day as Steve there in Detroit preparing to hear from the president. The president scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. The moment he takes the podium, we'll, of course, take you there live. For now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
All right, welcome back to the show. Hour 2 is underway, and our team that runs our merch has been like begging me to do this, so I'm going to do this. The CharlieKirkShowStore.com. You can also just go to charliekirk.com and link to it, but the CharlieKirkShowStore.com. We have a new vintage collection of some of Charlie's original T-shirts that he had made when we started the show. And there's been a lot of people that email us and ask for all of this stuff. So I wanted to make sure I did that because they've been asking me for like 3 or 4 days and I keep forgetting. So Charlie Kirk Show Store, the Charlie Kirk Show Store, or just go to charliekirk.com and we have it on the main page. You can link over to it. But we have the vintage collection. God is real. Be better. Work harder. Patriot. We have the bracelets that Charlie would wear. Be better. Work harder there. And it's all the original stuff. So please check it out and support the team here. Would love for you to do that. And another thing I wanted to address, Blake and I were talking about in the break, a lot of you have emailed us at freedom@charliekirk.com wanting the entire catalog of past Charlie Kirk shows. We are working on that. We're going to get it up, and I don't have a timeline yet or when we can get that done, but we are working on it. Please rest assured. We want to make it really easy for you all to just access all the old episodes of Charlie directly, and so we are working on that. Please be rest assured. And we've got there's projects at the Turning Point side to get a bunch of Charlie's content, also like AI searchable.
And until then, I would just note, if you want to find something now, all of our old live streams are on Rumble. It can be annoying to scroll through them,
but you can find them.
And you can see our episodes have a pretty formulaic date listing. So if you search Charlie Kirk Show on Rumble with that date format, you can probably find that old episode very easily.
Yeah. So again, the CharlieKirkShowStore.com. Check it out there. Great work from the team, by the way, getting all those up, and it's a lot of work that the merch team does, and I'm really proud of him. Okay, without further ado, we have John Carney. He's the Economist editor, I believe. I got that right. I was doing Breitbart Economics editor. There you go. From Breitbart News. He has been fantastic on specifically tariffs, but there's other economic news we want to get to, but we'll start there. So, John, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. It's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me back.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Trump has this 25% tariff announcement for anybody doing business with Iran. Simultaneously, there is a SCOTUS ruling that we're eagerly awaiting probably tomorrow, or whether or not he's even lawfully, legally able to do this. Give us the update, please.
So, yeah, we're waiting, and it could come tomorrow. The Supreme Court never tells us in advance what decisions they're going to announce. We think they want to get to this one pretty quickly. A lot of people thought it was going to be the end of last week, or it could be on Wednesday or Thursday, or it could be anytime in the next couple of weeks. One of the things that Trump's recent tariff announcement does, though, is shows how important tariffs can be to foreign policy. And this is one of the arguments for why the president should be able to impose tariffs on countries, because it is really important to our attempt to try to contain Iran and to use the U.S.'s consumer market, which everybody in the world wants access to you discipline the rest of the world. If you're going to do business with Iran, you're going to have to pay a lot higher tariff to sell your stuff into the U.S. I think it actually really does strengthen his position that this is a core part of a president's ability to deal with the rest of the world, a core foreign policy power.
Yeah, it strikes me, John, is this kind of like Trump's this maverick. He's creative with the way he approaches foreign policy, and he implements these new techniques. They're not new, but certainly in modern American, especially presidential history, he's using them in ways others haven't really done before. And he's being more public about it. He's being more brash about it. And because he's been creative with how he's wielded tariffs, he's now getting punished for it. They're coming after him saying, well, now we want to take that away from you because you're doing it in a way that we hadn't thought about before. And so we just want to punish Trump. But to your point, what happens if the Supreme Court rules against the Trump administration in this particular case? I've seen some reports that we have to pay back upwards of $300 billion in tariff revenue. Is this even feasible? Is this possible? Is this going to happen?
I don't think the Supreme Court is likely to order the U.S. government to pay back hundreds of billions in tariffs, which is one of the reasons. Look, I listened to the oral arguments. The justices were super skeptical about whether or not Trump really does have the statutory authority, because, as you point out, there's not a lot of precedent for this. The law that they're using, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, people call it IEPA, has never been used to impose tariffs. Ironically, everybody agrees that the president could sanction a country. You could even embargo countries. You could say you can't sell anything. But apparently their theory is that you can completely shut off a country from access to the U.S. market, but you can't charge a 10% tariff for them to be able to sell into the U.S. market. That seems wrong to me, but the Supreme Court was skeptical that Trump has this much authority. I don't think they rule that that it all has to be paid back from the U.S. Treasury. I think what they're most likely to do is come to some sort of compromise where they say, yes, the president can impose some tariffs, But there's they might make up a time limit. It's called the Emergency Powers Act. So maybe they say an emergency can't last forever. So you have a year. So that would mean we could keep all the tariffs we have, and it gives the Trump administration some time there's a lot of other statutes that allow the president to impose tariffs. So if these ones get struck down or get time limited, I think President Trump can come back with other ways of erecting tariffs. And frankly, I think the U.S. Senate and the House should, if the Supreme Court decides this, should actually just completely reverse it and say, no, we think the president does need this power.
Yeah, but wasn't there, pushback even from the Republican side of the aisle? There was Rand Paul, I believe, Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. The question then becomes, you've kind of got these tricky Republicans in the Senate that we're not. So we talk about this when we're discussing nuking the filibuster, for example. You've still got Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Rand Paul, and Mitch McConnell. That puts you at 49. You're not even at that 50-50 mark, so J.D. Vance can cast a tie-breaking vote. You got to get one of those tricky senators on board. And then you got Tom Tillis. Who knows what's happening with him right now? He's causing a stink with the Fed. So
traditionally, you had a lot of Democrats who would vote in favor of tariffs and supported tariffs. There may still be some hiding out there. The question is whether or not, their Trump derangement syndrome has overtaken what used to be their loyalty to to American labor and to the working class. Maybe it has, and maybe they cannot, as a Democrat, bring themselves to vote for a tariff authority for Trump, but they should. It's good for working Americans, and Democrats constantly claim that's who they're protecting. And so, the fact that they won't, that would be a revealing moment. Right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree, John. And you've got core consumer prices rise less than expected. So core CPI is less than expected. You've got a 4.9 number that we got, the revision for Q3. And now, you've even got the Atlanta Fed saying that we're expecting 5.3% GDP growth in Q4 potentially. That's their estimate. It might be high, whatever. But the point is, it seems like the economic indicators are all going in the right direction right now. Part of the reason that is because the doomsdayers about tariffs have been proven wrong again and again and again. 30 seconds. We're going to take a break, and then we'll have you back on the other side, John.
Yeah, no, absolutely been proven wrong. Look, unemployment fell. Inflation is much lower than anybody expected. The economy is growing at rates much faster than anybody expected. I think that everybody's got this wrong when they said that the tariffs were going to somehow derail the economy or push up prices. The opposite has happened. We're having an investment boom in America. The news is good. The Trump administration needs to get that news out there. But frankly, I think it's going to get out to the American people because you just need to drive by a gas station and see that the Biden inflation crisis is in our rearview mirror, and what's ahead, what's in front of us is very good.
John Carney from Breitbart, the tariff man. We're going to be right back with him. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love Rav for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
We're talking about money. We're talking about finances, the economy. And for a lot of you out there, you are struggling to make your monthly payments on private student loan debt. And as Blake knows, private student loan debt in the United States totals about
$300 million.
$300 billion.
$300 billion.
Billion dollars. And about how much is labeled as distressed or defaulted? $45 billion. That's right. Blake is a good student. He's finally good. That Dartmouth University education didn't. Dartmouth College.
It's a lot of distressed debt, man.
There is. So listen, if you find yourself in a position where you have private student loan debt that you can't make the payments on, you got to check out YRefi. YRefi.com, YREFY.com, 888-YRefi34. That mountain of private student loan statements on your kitchen table is stacking up. It doesn't have to. You don't have to live under the burden of private student loan debt anymore. And they will help you. No credit impact. They'll take back credit. They'll even let you skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times. And they have a US-based support team. It's simple. It's not a faceless call center. That's the point. They can help you out. And beyond that, I can vouch for just how amazing the people are that run this company. They are patriots that love this country. They love students. They love TPUSA. They love this show. So God bless them. Let them help you. May not be available in all 50 states, but if you are in a state where they can work with you, you owe it to yourself to make the call. 888-YREFI34, YREFY.com. Check them out today, please. Do not wait. I'm just checking out, by the way, charliekirkstore.com will also get you there. And I love this one. We have this I'm just humbled by God's grace picture. I didn't even know we had that. And it's Charlie after we won in November, kind of holding his hands to his face. It's beautiful. Anyways, so.
Also other Charlie stuff. One of our team members, Danny, sent us the, speaking of tariffs, Charlie being really irate about Chinese-made baseballs.
That's right.
There's nothing more American than baseball. Baseballs should not be made in China, period. Tariff imported baseballs and make them all in America.
Yeah,
made in China on a baseball is a disgrace.
Facts. One of his best takes. John Carney, you're with us here. We're reacting to all the news here. There's a lot of economic news. It is Breitbart economics editor. John, so this the Chicken Littles, the sky is falling economists, they have been proven wrong, but they're still going after it. They keep saying, there was reports this morning saying that his Fed approach is already being proven wrong. Can you describe this story? So Judge Jeanine, I call her Judge Jeanine still. So she's got charges, or she's indicting Jerome Powell, some of these corruption allegations about the federal building that he's been constructing for years. They call him Too Late Powell. Just give us the lowdown here with Jerome Powell.
Right. So what happened is Jerome Powell did something unprecedented on Sunday night. He posted a video in which he said that he has received subpoenas from the Justice Department, and he went far beyond denying having done anything wrong with the renovation of what people are calling the Fed Mahal, this $2.5 billion renovation to their headquarters. He went beyond denying misleading a Senate panel when he testified about it. He actually accused the Trump administration of using this inquiry into these matters into trying to subvert the independence of the Federal Reserve. He has no evidence of that at all. And in fact, the president immediately said, no, that we're not doing that. Judge Jeanine Pirro, who is the U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia, said, that's not what's happening. What happened was we had a bunch of questions about the renovation. We tried to get the Fed to answer them. They wouldn't answer the questions, which is outrageous for any part of the government to not answer inquiries from the Department of Justice. And so we had to issue subpoenas. She pointed out they haven't indicted anyone. What they are doing is just seeking answers to questions. Powell escalated this into a crisis. And then you had, the legacy media freak out, act like, Donald, again, sort of Trump derangement syndrome, assuming the worst possible interpretation of this, that Donald Trump was using the Justice Department to go after Powell, to try to seize control of the Fed. None of that is happening. And in fact, that's one of the reasons the markets have reacted to this so calmly, because people aren't seeing this as a power grab by Trump. They're seeing it as actually a very aggressive move by Powell. Look, Powell is out of office as chairman in May. Trump doesn't need to go after anybody. He gets to appoint the next guy. So the idea that Trump would use the Justice Department to pursue Powell now doesn't really make any sense. And that doesn't appear to be what happened.
Yeah. So Trump, thank you for that explanation. That's actually really clarifying. Trump is touring a Ford factory right now. He's kind of touting domestic manufacturing. So we hear this number a lot, John, about how many trillions of dollars of investment, foreign direct investment, businesses investing in the United States again. Scott Bessent has said that 2025 was setting the table. 2026 is the banquet and the feast. How true is that going to be? What can we expect? What are you looking at as far as growth rates in 2026? Because I'm thinking about midterms. So I want to know, are we going to make the deadline? Are people going to feel it financially before the midterms?
I do think they will. In fact, if you look at the growth rate, we had 3.8 and 4.1 is 3.8 in the second term, in the second quarter, 4.1 in the second or the third. Now it looks like
interrupting your regularly scheduled program to take you to Detroit, Michigan, where President Trump is visiting a Ford plant and speaking to reporters now.
They're coming here. They're opening up their plants. Bill is lucky because he's had a lot here, but when he doesn't have it here, he's moving here. They're doing big expansions for it. But they're all doing great. The car industry is exciting, and to be honest with you, Bill, every industry is exciting. Yeah, just like this.
Well, we need to rebuild our industrial base, and that's been a priority of yours.
And we're adding a combustion vehicle, a combustion truck, affordable one in Tennessee to the president's note. That's what these policies are doing for Ford. We're going to actually expand one of our existing plants and make a different kind of truck there.
Tariffs?
Yeah. Yes, and the EPA, the relief of the
tariffs and the relief I gave them from the most ridiculous standards. We had put 3 computers on a car in order to save about this much gasoline from a glass. It was crazy, but very proud of them. And Ford has really been a leader. They've done a great job. But all of them. General Motors is doing really well. Stellantis is doing really well. We're really happy about it. I just wanted to build their product in the USA.
You don't think you're going to renegotiate USMCA?
Well, I can. It expires very shortly. Yeah. And we could have it or not. It wouldn't matter to me. I think they want it. I don't really care about it.
So it might go away. So you're talking about getting rid of USMCA.
No real advantage to us. It's irrelevant to me. Canada would love it. Canada wants it. They need it because we don't need Canada product. That's the thing. You know, I want to be a nice person, but we don't need. I want to build the cars here, not in Canada. We used to build cars in Canada. Now, the Canada cars, the Canadians are moving here to build cars. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with Japan. Japan's paid us billions and billions of dollars for the privilege of making cars here and selling cars.
Mr. President, what about the raw materials?
Auto manufacturing.
The quality is unbelievable. So we're at a Ford 150 plant, and I don't know that much about cars, but I know how to get people working. And all I can tell you is that people talk so much about the 150, and it has been for a long time. They make a great product, a quality product, better than anybody else can make in Europe or in any other location. Look, the Ford 150 has done well for a long time because they make a great product.
Have you ever allowed Chinese autos into the U.S.?
Well, as you know, we have a tariff on Chinese autos. And in Europe, China's taking over the auto business, I would say, is a nice statement, but that's the way it is. And here, what is it, 100%? We have a 100% tariff on any car coming in from China. So that makes them able to do very nicely against China.
Mr. President, what
right?
about the...
Pretty good, right? Who would have thought that was going to happen, right?
What about the raw
Everybody said that the cars are dead in the United States. If you go back 4 years ago into the middle of the Biden administration, everybody was closing up their plants. Now we have more plants being built in our country than at any time in history. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's the election, November 5th, and it's other things, but it's also, I think, maybe the biggest part, the election, because I'm the tariff person. And everybody now admits that I was right on tariffs. And I hope that we win the Supreme Court case.
Mr. President, what about the raw materials coming in from countries like Canada? How do these companies deal with the fact?
Well, we get it, but we have a lot of our own raw materials. And, you know, the word raw and rare are a little bit of a misnomer. They're not very rare. You have a lot of places that want to sell us material, and we get it from a lot of different countries, and we have a lot of rare earth and raw materials.
Senator Tom Tiller says that the subpoena, the grand jury subpoena to the Federal Reserve Chairman was a little excessive. What do you think about that?
Well, that's why Tom's not going to be a senator any longer, I guess, right?
But what do you think?
But I like Tom Tiller. He's a nice guy. But look, he's not going to be a senator any longer because of views like that. We have a bad Fed chairman. He's bad in a lot of different ways, but he's bad because his interest rates were too high. And today we had a great inflation report, and today we had a really great growth report. So we have great growth and low inflation, and we're doing very well.
Do you think there's going to be a rate cut, though, with the inflation?
I don't know. With this guy, you don't know. He's got some problems. But what he also did, he's renovating a small building. It's the most expensive construction job in history, and it's only a renovation. I could have done that job for $25 million. They're spending billions and billions of dollars. He either doesn't know what he's doing, or it's worse than that. And you know what I mean by worse. So hopefully he'll be out of there soon.
Does the president impact your timing on naming a Fed chair?
No.
When do you expect to do that now?
I don't know, sometime in the next few weeks.
Of the big three, Ford makes most of its products right here. 80%. 80%.
That's a big advantage for Ford.
Is that the reason that you came here?
No, I came here because we're friends, three of us, because I have helped the company a lot. I mean, as an example, trucks. I put a 25% tariff on trucks coming into the United States, and their truck business went through the roof.
You said to Iran this morning that help is on the way for protesters. What did you mean by that? What kind of help?
You're going to have to figure that one out. I'm sorry.
How many people have been killed in Iran?
Nobody's been able to give me an accurate number. I have heard numbers from everything's a lot. One is a lot. But I've heard numbers much lower, and I've heard numbers much higher. We'll be knowing. We're probably going to find out over the next 24 hours. I think it's a lot.
In your first
It's too many, whatever.
Oil average around $53 a barrel. Is that the target for you for this term?
I'd love to see that, yeah. I mean, we're at 68. We're at 58 now. I'd like to see 53. Thank you very much.
So you just heard President Trump speaking with the media while touring a Ford plant there in Detroit, Michigan. This particular plant makes the Ford F-150. He talked about a number of issues related to the car industry, also talked about a number of issues related to his tariffs and how his tariffs have actually improved business for the Ford industry, for the car industry, the American car industry, but specifically for Ford as a company. Next, he'll be headed over to address the Detroit Economic Club. We, of course, will be following the president for that, and we will take his remarks for you live right here on Real America's Voice.
Speaking the truth, no one else has the guts to say. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Honored to have our next guest. That is Lee Zeldin, who's running the EPA, doing an amazing job. One of the picks from Trump that I only ever hear positive things about. Lee Zeldin, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. It's good to have you.
It's great to be with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You are crushing it over there at the EPA. And, you know, we used to think of the EPA as like this employment killer. You know, it's just like this barrier to getting good things done, being productive as an entrepreneur in the country. You are changing that. And I'm thinking everything's great. And then I, trolling around Twitter yesterday, and I see that the New York Times is claiming, Lee, that you have you've stopped considering lives saved when setting pollution limits and instead calculate only on the cost to businesses. And I love that on Twitter, it's now getting slapped with a community note because it's complete hogwash, but it's gone viral. Their tweet has 5.1 million views because they are lying to people, correct? This is the news.
Yeah, they like to write a headline like this to freak people out, to twist what would actually be accurate, because they're trying to advance a narrative. It's amazing how synced up they are with others in the left-wing media, congressional Democrats. All of a sudden, at once, they're all advancing a narrative that is 100% untrue. Of course, we are going to be considering to factor in the impact on lives when doing our job. Our core mission at EPA is protecting human health and the environment. But what we aren't going to do is just play along with whatever the left-wing strategy is of the day to try to advance Trump derangement syndrome at its highest level. For us, we've rejected the notion that in order to protect the environment, you have to destroy the economy. We inherited a mess on all sorts of different regulations that amount into the trillions. We just saw some footage there of President Trump at a Ford factory.
Yep.
They're in so many different ways. The Obama and Biden administrations with tailpipe emissions and electric vehicle mandates, working with blue states like California, have reduced consumer choice, have increased vehicle costs. And we inherited this mess and decided with this Trump mandate, President Trump winning all the battleground states, winning the popular vote, we're going to fix all of it at once. And whether it's sending to Congress the 3 Biden EPA waivers to California that gave them permission to do their electric vehicle mandate, which Congress then passed the resolutions to reject and President Trump signed. It's the change to CAFE standards that you saw Secretary Duffy announce with President Trump at the Oval Office a few weeks. It's the proposed repeal of the 2009 endangerment finding and all of the greenhouse gas emissions on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles that followed, and that start-stop, that annoying, almost universally hated start-stop feature on these cars that were getting rid of the off-cycle credits, all in one proposal, which, if finalized, would be the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America.
Wow.
We're going to push back on the left with their false narratives, their untruth, the mess of regulation that we inherited, and our goal is to fix everything and to do it truthfully, promoting gold standard science and fulfilling that Trump mandate that the American public voted for.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. Go ahead,
It just strikes me, the EPA, the right has always had to play in this unfair playing field where if the Biden administration or the Obama administration does something nutso to pursue a political agenda. And then if you repeal it, you have this panic attack where it's they're rolling back the environmental.
Well, that's exactly. That's
God
the
forbid
headline.
we live in the 90s again.
Yeah, that's the headline. That's the implication. That's what they want to do. This is Pravda. This is fake. That they want to imply that you don't care about people's lives. That Trump administration does not care about people's lives, when the exact opposite is true. And we're actually creating an opportunity for growth again in this country and getting rid of nonsense regulations. Now, this is what's funny about having you on today. We had Senator Markwayne Mullin on in hour one, and he was talking about gas prices at $1.83 in some counties in Oklahoma. You clap back at the Governor Gavin Newsom's press office. I loved this one, by the way. This is image 303. So Governor Gavin Newsom's press office is bragging about the fact that, in California, gas prices hit lowest levels in years. Here's what drivers will pay. So he's taking credit for what you and the president are doing. Meanwhile, so what is it around? I think average price is around $4, $4.20. I just Googled it this morning in California, and you got $1.83 in Oklahoma. Why are you calling, let's just say, garbage on this note from Governor Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, because California can have lower gas prices if the left-wing Democrats who are destroying, pummeling that state into the ground would be advancing great energy policies like you're seeing in states where energy costs so much less, where it costs less to heat your home, to fill up your gas tank, where people are able to make their dollars stretch further because there are people in government at the state level who are advancing smart energy policies. But in California, Governor Newsom and the Democrats running the legislature have been beholden to the far left. Many of them are part of the far left, pandering the far left, and pushing these energy and environmental policies that are driving so many Californians to leave their state permanently for good. President Trump has been able to, through his policies, reduce gas prices to under $3 in 43 states across the country. California is not one of them, and that is because of these people at the state level, in the capital of California, pushing these bad energy and environment policies. I think that if those Democrats in California wanted to truly be part of the progress, maybe they would get the heck out of the way going forward, rather than doing what they have been doing, creating a mess that's been increasing gas prices. And it's the reason why that list isn't 44 instead of 43 is because of these people who are bragging now and trying to take credit for the progress that President Trump has been delivering since the moment he came back into office.
It's so brazen. That's what I can't get over. So they have their average gas prices in California are $1.40 above the national average. It's at $4.21. It's $1.40 above the national average. And you have Gavin Newsom taking a bow, saying, look at what I've done in the state of California. When everybody with a brain knows this is because President Trump's policies, what you guys are doing at the EPA. It's just, you almost have to tip your hat at the brazenness of the lie. Like the fact that he's willing to do this on Twitter when he knows the administrator of the EPA is going to come out and knock him for it. Another question we have, Lee, here is that we're kind of looking at utility prices as well. Are we seeing those drop commensurate with the price of energy in other ways, like gas prices?
Well, there's such a huge difference between red states and blue states.
Yeah.
And, we saw, for example, President Trump's been pushing this pipeline called Constitution Pipeline to deliver natural gas from Pennsylvania into New England. The New Englanders need natural gas. It would reduce our reliance on foreign sources of energy. It would make energy prices more affordable. And it's being blocked by the left wing. And you compare policies in red states where it costs so much less to heat your home than when you look at these Democrat-run states. It's not a coincidence. It's not like there's nothing else to it. No, it actually tells a pretty big story when you compare the price differential between the two states. Now, all across the entire country, the numbers were going up big time when President Biden was in office. The policies of his administration, all sorts of new regulations and favoring intermittent sources over baseload power. President Trump understands the need to ramp up baseload power in this country. He understands the need to unleash energy dominance. He wants to see more pipelines being built. Thankfully, they now are. He wants to see more power plants being built. President Trump has saved clean, beautiful coal. President Trump has been getting new nuclear sites online. I've been at groundbreakings all across this country. Idaho Falls, Idaho, new nuclear facility. I was there for the groundbreaking. I was in West Memphis, Arkansas, where a $4 billion data center was being built, and it was built with a partnership with Arkansas that provides a net benefit to ratepayers.
So
it's the red state policies.
Yeah, this is my question for you, Mr. Administrator, is so you've got all these new data centers going up, right? We know that we need it to fuel the AI revolution. We know that the President Trump and the administration, you guys at the EPA have made this a core tenet. We want to be the AI center, crypto center, but that takes a ton of energy. Are we worried that these new demands from these data centers, obviously Arkansas is a good example of it not being a concern, but because they're building capacity, but are we worried that these data centers are going to drive up prices for consumers at home?
It's all about how you do it, Andrew. And when you reference that West Memphis, Arkansas example, you have a partnership with the state of Arkansas and Entergy, where the ratepayers end up receiving a net benefit, not a net cost, a net benefit because of that project. By the way, over $1 billion. So you get the jobs for the construction, you get the jobs long term because we're talking about a multi-billion-dollar project in Arkansas. And what you have in Arkansas that really makes it all possible, nuclear energy. We have retrofits that are going on across the country. We have small and large new builds. President Trump has saved plants that were going to go under. And at EPA, we have been pushing forth regulatory proposals that would allow more plants to be built, to streamline the process, to make sure that it takes less time, it costs less money, there's more certainty when making this investment. See, when President Trump talks about trillions of dollars of new investment coming into this country, this isn't some hypothetical claim of something that might happen years from now. The ground is being broken all across America already of these massive new investments that are taking place. And we're just going to keep it going. We'll end up with more finalized deregulatory actions at one agency at the EPA in 1 year than entire federal governments have done in the past across all federal agencies across entire presidencies. We're finalizing deregulatory actions into the trillions of dollars, and we're proud of it. And we're going to continue to stay focused no matter what, the New York Times or the Washington Post or, any of these other left-wing outlets, no matter how much you might be, upsetting some of the furthest left-wing Democrats in Congress, they are not going to bully and intimidate the Trump EPA out of doing the right thing to follow through on this deregulatory pledge to the American public to grow the economy.
Great work. I want to say it again. Of all of the operators in Trump's cabinet, you at the EPA, I only hear what a great job you're doing. So Lee Zeldin, administrator of the EPA, great work. It is no longer an impediment to growth, but a boon. And so we thank you for your work. We'll see you again soon. Thank you, Lee.
Thanks, guys.
Final segment of the show comes up next.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, we have updates coming from SCOTUS. There's a few clips here that our team is pulling right now. You had one. Could you read it to us, or do we need to wait for the clip? This was the Alito clip.
Oh yeah,
where the ACLU was forced to admit, and we're talking, of course, about there's a case before the Supreme Court about trans sports, trans athletes. This, by the way,
all right, here we got it. So this is supposedly, I don't have the audio clip, but this is someone watching it.
We're grabbing it.
Alito, to decide if there is discrimination on the basis of sex under Title IX, we need to define what sex is, right? And the ACLU says yes. So Alito says, well, what does it mean to be a man or a woman, a boy or a girl? ACLU says, we do not have a definition for the court.
You know, it reminded me because you told me this in the break, and I was like, this is why Charlie was so good. He just stuck on this question again and again and again because he knew it fried a liberal's brain.
It actually short circuits a lot of their. Imagine if they just had to go. Imagine if they tried to run past Alito with if you define as a woman, then you're a woman.
Yeah, well, we've got. Hold on, do we have the clip yet? We might have the clip yet. Okay, we're working on the clips. This just happened, so this is all breaking. So the production team is doing a great job. I'm feeling very negative about the Supreme Court currently because I'm expecting them to come down against Trump's tariffs, and then we have Senator Markwayne Mullin saying some not nice things about Neil Gorsuch, Justice Gorsuch, and then you've got, Amy Coney Barrett is basically saying similar to like calling them trans girls. There's a boy and there's a girl, and that's what the options are. There's this trans girl stuff is it's not a good start. It's not a good start that they're actually misrepresenting the sex of the children involved.
It's interesting that Kavanaugh does seem the most on our side because Kavanaugh was annoying in that. I can't remember the name of it, but the gay rights case that was during the Trump first admin.
Obergefell?
No, it wasn't that. It was, so now that I think about it, I actually think he ruled our way, but he did right. It was like an annoying thing where it was when they ruled that like gender identity was a protected class, I think.
Oh, right. Well,
and then in the ruling, he says like, I ruled against this, but I want to applaud you guys because you've made a lot of progress over the last few years. I'm just really happy.
Well, I have a theory on Kavanaugh that he got red pilled during the confirmation.
Well, people have speculated on that. I don't think. Truthfully, I don't think his record bears that out because he's been lib on stuff.
He's been more good than bad
overall, but I don't think people have reacted to him by going, "Wow, he's way more conservative than we anticipated," right. And it must be because of that. He's basically gone the way people anticipated.
The problem with the Supreme Court right now is that Trump's first term, we have some kind of they're not swings and misses, but they're not dominant, right? They're not an Alito. They're not a here we go, right behind your head, right here. Clarence Thomas, Charlie's favorite Supreme Court justice.
It's worth noting, like probably the two best Supreme Court justices we have were picked by two Bushes.
Well, and they're a little older now. That's my.
They are. That is. So both of them are old, and the trouble is, what I've heard. I remember speaking with someone who knew the court well, and the problem was like Alito and Thomas. They both kind of react to the vibe around them. So they get depressed when it's a liberal presidency and, if they feel outnumbered on the court. But when they don't feel outnumbered, when they're getting good cases, they get excited and they enjoy being a justice, and then they're less likely to retire. And that's a bother because, it has to be said. Justice Thomas, especially, is old. It would strategically be sound for him to retire now rather than I mean, even if he were to wait another year, if we've lost the Senate through some fluke, or if it's a one vote margin, then they could conceivably stonewall. Yeah,
he's 77 years old, born in 1948, and he is an amazing.
He's an incredible justice.
And Alito is amazing. What's Alito's age?
I don't think he's that much. He's certainly not youthful.
I think he's in his 70s as
70.
well. We'll find out. I'm looking it up right now. 75 years old. So
exactly.
He was born in 1950.
So they're both.
Let's play a clip here from Alito questioning this Kathleen Martinetti, the attorney arguing before the Supreme Court case, I think on behalf of trans sports rights or whatever. 309.
Well, that has a boys, let's say, track team and a girls track team. A student who has the genes and the reproductive system of a male and had those at birth and has never taken puberty blockers, never taken female hormones, never had any gender altering or affirming surgery, says, nevertheless, I am a woman. That's who I am. Can the school say, no, you cannot participate on the girls' team?
Yes, they can.
But that person, is that person not a woman in your understanding? If the person says, I sincerely believe I am a woman, I am in fact a woman. Is that person not a woman?
I would respect their self-identity in addressing the person.
Self-identity.
I would respect their pronouns.
Respect the pronouns.
Yeah, I mean,
the big picture thing is neither of them, they're not imminently at death's door.
No.
And we have had justices who made it to 90. I believe Stevens did, and he lived a long time after he retired too.
Well, you got the Ruth Bader Ginsburg
exactly though
precedent.
So you can have people, if you do not choose the time of your retirement, God will choose the time of your retirement, and it may not be the time that men would prefer. And so we have to think about that, and we have to think about these Supreme Court appointments, because I don't think the 3 appointments we made, none of them were catastrophic. They're not. We had Souter, who was picked by a Republican and became a liberal member of the court, but they're also not home runs. And we're also seeing how issues have evolved. So for decades, the top concern of a lot of conservatives was, we need to overturn Roe v. Wade, for example. We now have that. We need to be thinking about what are the other issues that we're looking towards. And so, for example, now it's a much bigger deal. You have to have justices who are ready to overturn, the DEI regime, the anti-white, anti-male discrimination stuff, really enforce that stuff. And not everyone is great on that. And you have to make sure you're getting justices who will be skilled at that and also skilled at the coalition building aspect of it. And I talk to people who are clerks, lawyers, and they have a lot of interesting takes on this, because there are judges who might be really good on the ideology stuff, but they alienate people. And then there are judges who are good on the ideology stuff, but they're also very good at that backroom dealing stuff. And it's very interesting to talk to them.
Yeah, you have a lot of connections within this area. You're always talking to clerks, and you back channel with a lot of these people. So I take your word for this. I think I will tell you, I not too long ago, I was back east and I was in DC, and I was meeting with some people that this is all they focus on. It is picking and sifting through the potential nominees for a next Supreme Court justice. And there's already names being floated. They're being vetted right now, I'm telling you. So there's work being done, and there's a lot of disagreement about who's going to be the best, who's going to be the right pick. But it's very possible that Trump will have another pick, or potentially 2. We
might have a majority Trump-chosen Supreme Court, and it would be a huge miss if that's not an amazing Supreme Court.
And there's a lot of people that don't want it to just go through the Federalist Society again. So that's a whole can of worms for another day. It's been a fun show. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice News Break. We want to take you right to Detroit, where President Trump is standing on the stage preparing to address the audience here at the Detroit Economic Club. You can hear the president listening to the last verses of the song God Bless the USA, and now he's making his way to the podium. Let's listen in. The President of the United States.
Thank you very much. What a place. I've been here before. We spoke with you before. Who knew it was going to turn out this well, though, really? I told you we're going to do a lot of things. Nobody thought it was going to turn out like this. This has been crazy. but it's a true honor to be back at the Detroit Economic Club with the businessmen and women who are really the economic engine of America. That's what you are. You've become more of that since I've been in, a lot more. Factories and plants were going to close, and now they're going 24 hours. I just let Bill Ford, he's running his plant, 150 plant, 24 hours a day, round the clock. It wasn't running that way two years ago, I can tell you. But it's the complex that Ford Motor Company so cherishes. It was a pleasure to see that the crown jewel of Detroit auto industry, is what they call it, is still going after 100 years. Can you imagine, over 100 years? I especially want to thank the president of the Detroit Economic Club, Steve Gregorian. Where's Steve? Steve? Where's Steve? Hi, Steve. Nice looking man. Nice looking guy. And board chair Sandy Pierce. Thank you very much, Sandy. Thank you very much. And we have some very special people here. We have a man who's doing a fantastic job. I get angry at him every once in a while, but very, very seldom, because he's got what it takes. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott? Hi, Scott. Hi, Scott. What a good guy. He's got a good pulse, doesn't he? Good pulse of what's going on. Thank you, Scott. He's been great. Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall. Matt. Hi, Matt. We did good in Michigan, Matt. We won the whole thing in Michigan, didn't we, huh? 3 times we won. You know that, right? They didn't give us credit the second time, but we won the second time. But we made the last one, Matt, too big to rig. Right? That's what you got. That's the only way you win races in many cases. I got to tell you, it's too bad. I think they should get voter ID. Wouldn't it be nice? The Democrats are totally against voter ID. Who's against voter ID? How can you even campaign? We are against voter ID. How do you not get voter ID? You know what it means, Matt, right? When you're against voter ID, you want to cheat. That's all. There's only one reason you want to cheat, and they do cheat. They're terrible. Michigan Senate Republican leader Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Look good, Eric. State Senator Jim Runstad. Jim, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Former Congressman Mike Rogers, who's running for the Senate, and he'll be a great senator. And he's going to be a great senator. He was a great congressman, and then he left. He went on to very big things. He did well, no matter where he was. And I think they took that away from you last time. I'll be honest with you, Mike. I really do. I don't like to get things going. I don't like to be controversial at all. But they rigged the election on you. Mine was too big to rig. You won. I'm telling you, you won. But you're going to do great this time. He's a great guy, actually. He should be an amazing senator. Thank you. Thank you for being here, too, Mike. Special envoy to Iraq, Mark Savaya. Mark. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Great job you've done. This guy, he negotiates better than anybody around. Thank you. You need it. With Iraq, you need it. You need to be a good negotiator, Mark. I also want to thank Michigan's great congressional delegation. They're amazing. That's been back in Washington due to a very important vote that's coming up. They had a choice. Sir, we want to be with you, but if we're not with you, we're going to lose. But we'll still be with you. I said, no, I'd rather have you win. Don't worry about it. So we're going to win the vote. Representatives Lisa McClain, Jack Bergman, John Molinar, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John James, and Tom Barrett. They're great people, every one of them. And as many of you remember, I came here at the height of the 2024 campaign to lay out my plan to bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to the United States and coming back to the great state of Michigan. And just a few weeks later, the people of this state and the voters all across the country endorsed that vision in a landslide victory. We won everything. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of. Oh, it's so nice to win the popular vote. I won the popular vote all 3 times too, but we're not going to get into that. But the first time they said I didn't win the popular vote, but I won the Electoral College. So they always said, while he didn't win, this is the way I got introduced every time. While he didn't win the popular vote, He won the Electoral College, you know. So this is the way I was introduced for 4 years. And guess what? We said, I'm going back. We're going to win. And we won the popular vote by a lot. By a lot. So they can't say that crap anymore. And the thing that was most impressive, we won 86% of all counties in America, 2,700 to 525. Think of that, 2,700 to 525. And that's why when you look at the maps on Republican, Democrat, with red being Republican, as most of you know by now, I think, every once in a while you see one where they have it reversed. I said, why would we do that? Well, we think it looks better. I said, look, red is Republican. Let's not try and change the voters' minds on things. Just do it that way. And the map was virtually all right. That was about the counties. That was the 2,700 to 550, I think is the exact number. Most importantly, we won a historic mandate to make America great again. And that's what we're doing. We're making America great again like never before. And now, after less than 12 months in office, this is the easiest speech to make. I have great people, and all I'm doing is spewing off what the hell we've done. Even Venezuela wasn't too bad, was it, huh? But you have people, Democrats, they say, I don't know if we should have done Venezuela. I don't know. Anybody that says that hates our country, okay? That was as flawless an attack as there has ever been. And they asked us to help them. They have 50 million barrels of oil. They said, take it. It's $5 billion. And we did. We're working with the Venezuelan people and representatives, and it's amazing. But that was an amazing situation. But we did al-Baghdadi, flawless. We did Soleimani, flawless. We did the Iran nuclear attack where we wiped out their nuclear capacity, which would have been very bad. You wouldn't have peace in the Middle East, flawless. We did them all flawless. I want to keep it going that way, too. I like flawless. Think about Jimmy Carter, the great Jimmy Carter, with the helicopters crashing, the hostages all over the place. Remember that one? Think about Sleepy Joe Biden with Afghanistan. What a disaster. The most embarrassing day in the history of our country, in my opinion. Real dope. Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was 3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before, and other than that, we're not doing that well. Now, think of all those things I just said. Every single inflation down, growth at an all-time high, stock market every day, 48 days in a row, 48 days during the course of 11 months, we hit a new high on the stock market, all of them. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. And that was said to me by many leaders. By almost every metric, we have quickly gone from the worst numbers on record to the best and strongest numbers, the most dynamic numbers, and an economy that is far ahead of even my optimistic. I had a very optimistic schedule, I thought. I didn't think it was, but people said it was very optimistic. Turns out to be very pessimistic by compared to what we've done. But we'll go down as the greatest in history, greatest first year in history nobody's ever had, just based on the numbers, based only on the numbers, not based on me, based only on the numbers. Because, you know, you get these guys like the governor of California likes to say how well he's doing. California's doing horrendously, but he says how well. We base it on numbers. There's never been numbers like this. Through 4 long years before I took office, crooked Joe Biden and his allies in Congress inflicted the economic nightmare known as stagflation. How many times have you heard the word? We hit it with Joe. We hit everything. What a disaster. Meaning low growth and high inflation. How does that work? Not good. So you have lousy growth and high inflation. In fact, It's the lowest growth ever and the worst inflation in the history of our country. That is really tantamount to not having a good 4 years, right? In other words, Sleepy Joe and the people that ran the auto pen were a complete and total disaster for our nation. They were a disaster for our nation. Had they won the election less than 1 year ago, we would have been, as I've often said, Venezuela on steroids. Now I'm Venezuela's biggest fan. We're working with them, but they came down from a very high number to a disaster, a disaster. And we would have been Venezuela on steroids, and we're bringing Venezuela back, and we're going to be great for Venezuela, great for our country. We're taking in, as I said, millions and millions of barrels of oil, and now they're coming in initially on a daily basis, 50 million, and values of over $5 billion. That's in one day. Just think of it, the biggest ships in the world can take 1 million barrels. The biggest ships in the world take 1 million. We have 50 million barrels. We need 50 of the biggest ships in the world just to get it out. We're bringing it in to be refined. It's an incredible feeling. It's great. Winning is a good thing. We're going to work with Venezuela. We'll make that country very strong again. We'll get oil prices down even further. We have it down at about a 6-year low, 7-year low, but we're going to get it down further. Joe Biden gave us a colossal stagflation catastrophe, but my administration's rapidly and very decisively ended that. We have quickly achieved the exact opposite of stagflation, almost no inflation and super high growth. So we have the highest growth we've ever had. Think of that. The highest growth we've ever had, and we've only been there 11 months. Think of what we can do for the rest of it. But do we have wood around here? I want to knock on a little wood. They have one little, everything's plastic nowadays. It's very tough. Now we have the greatest growth, and we have, inflation way, way down. But we inherited terrible growth, and we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. The fake news would say 49 years. So when I say the history, they give me a lot of time, but I believe it's the history. But let's say 49 years. Would you say 49 years is okay, right? It's pretty bad. What do you think, Mr. Senator, Mr. Future Senator? I'd say 49. What sounds worse, 49 years or history? I think 49 years almost sounds worse. Maybe I'll just use it and I won't argue with these people. As of this morning, core inflation for the past 3 months has been just 1.6%. The numbers we just announced just before I came on stage. And GDP is smashing expectations with the fastest growth for this country in many years. The fourth quarter is projected at 5.4%, and that's despite the Democrat shutdown where we lost at least 1.5 points. The Democrat shutdown, we would have had close to 7. Think of that, close to 7 they were projecting to. The fakers were projecting to. And if we keep deregulating and adding more capacity, like I saw today at Ford, and if we don't raise interest rates every time good news is mentioned. In the old days, I'm probably old. I used to be up at these lecterns and I'd say I'm younger than pretty much everybody in the room. Now I say I'm older than pretty much everybody in the room. I like it the other way better, actually. But you're too young. But in the old days, when you had good numbers, interest rates would go down. When you had good numbers, the market would go through the roof. That's the way we're going to make it again. That's the old-fashioned way. That's the right way. Today, if you announce great numbers, they raise interest rates to try and kill it. So you can never really have the kind of rally you should have. What happens and what we want, we're going to have a lot of great months, a lot of great quarters. I want the market to go up. You announce unbelievable numbers and the market goes down because they know you're going to do everything possible. In the Fed, we have a real stiff in the Fed, but that's for another day. But they raise rates. So everyone says, oh, they announced great numbers. It's great, great, great. And the market goes down because they immediately raise rates. No, when the market goes up, they should lower rates. You want to see 20% and 25%? You want to see what we can do? We've got to go back to an old standard. When there's good news, the market should go up, not go down. Does that make sense to everybody? And that's the way it used to be for most of the time. That's the way you make a country great. But our growth potential is unlimited and could be much higher if we went back to sanity. We're not doing it anymore. We're talking about the head of the Fed, And I want somebody that when the market is doing great, interest rates can go down because our country becomes stronger. See, you view it differently. Our country becomes stronger, and therefore interest rates should go down, not up. They kill every rally. If it's, no matter who, it's beyond me as president, it's no matter who's president. You have a good quarter, and they want to kill it because they're so petrified of inflation. And growth and inflation don't necessarily go hand in hand. You can have growth and very low inflation. In fact, oftentimes growth is good for low inflation. So we're going to work on that, Scott, right? I think we're going to work on that very hard. I mean it so strongly. It's sickening. We announce good numbers and we see the stock market drops 300 points. I say, what the hell is going on? Do you agree with me? It should be just the opposite. All right, Scott agrees, so I'm very happy about this. That means if he didn't agree, I wouldn't do it. But we're already growing double, triple, and even quadruple the speed of almost every other major economy on earth. We're the #1 economy on earth, too. And the results are in, and the Trump economic boom is officially begun. It's really begun almost from the beginning. It almost begun, if you look at it, really from November 5th. You know, on another metric, just before the election, it was almost impossible to get people to join the military. We had the worst enlistment in the history of our country, the worst. You couldn't get people for the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, Space Force, the Coast Guard. You couldn't get people. And since right after the election, but especially since after January 20th when we took office, we have now the strongest enlistment we've ever had in the history of our country. We've never enlisted people so quickly, so easily. And we enlist by merit now. You know, we won a Supreme Court case that said you hire by merit. You go to college now by merit. Everything's by merit. Our country became great because of merit. And we have done some job. But think of it, a year and a half ago, we had the worst enlistment in history, and now we have the best enlistment. Things like that don't happen. You might go from the bad enlistment to okay, but you don't go from the worst in history to the best in history. But that's what we've done, every one of them. And that includes police and firefighters. It was very hard to get police. It was very hard to get firefighters, and now everybody wants those jobs. In 4 years of Biden, they secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So 4 years, less than $1 trillion. In less than 1 year, I have secured commitments for over $18 trillion from all over the world, the most ever for any country. Think of that, though. They did, and I'll tell you what, had she won, it would be a disaster because you would have had people leave. You would have not had $1 trillion, you would have had $5 trillion, $10 trillion leaving the country, and your welfare would have doubled. When you look at what's going on in Minnesota, is that a disgrace? Is that a disgrace? But we'll talk about that. Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62, it just came out, 62%. People are stunned. The fake news back there, look at those cameras rocking and rolling. No, the fake news back there is, they're very upset about it, actually, but they're stunned. They can't believe it. We cut our trade deficit in actually 10 months was when the number came out. We cut it by 62%. It's going to go better than that now. The stock market is now the highest in history since the election. We've set all of those records, and I think an all-time record that's so important to me because so many people have them is boosting 401ks and retirement accounts for millions and millions of Americans, people that are in the police departments, the fire departments, people that are construction workers. A policeman came up to me recently, a nice guy guarding me. He's a perfect guy to guard me. He was a massive guy, big, strong guy. He said, "Sir, you made me look so good in front of my wife. My wife thought I was a horrible investor because every time I invested, we lost money. And we have a 401k, and I'm up like 85%. She thinks I'm Warren Buffett. She thinks I'm brilliant. She's now calling me brilliant. It makes my life much easier. I love my wife much more now. She calls me brilliant every time. I said, don't worry, you're going to do even better for the next 3 years. But one of the biggest reasons for this unbelievable success has been our historic use of tariffs. It was the tariff that made America strong and powerful in past generations, and then we got off it and we went to the income tax system. Great going, fellas. You know, we were the strongest in 1887, relatively speaking. That was around the McKinley time, Teddy Roosevelt and some others, but we were really strong. It was all tariffs. And I know what happened. Some of these countries got together and they say, hey, convince the United States that it's no good, the tariff system is unfair to us. And so some genius, I know who, I don't want to get into it, but some genius said, oh, let's go to an income tax system. So instead of foreign companies and countries paying everything, the people started paying. And then after that, you had a depression, but that was a long time. That was in like 1913, you had the tariff switched into income tax. And then and they like to blame tariffs. You ever notice they blame tariffs? No, they brought tariffs back in 1932. They brought them back to try and save the sucker. But it was in 1929, because a lot of people, you know, the anti-tariff people. Now, an anti-tariff person is a pro-Chinese person, like Koch. This guy's fought me in every election I've ever been in, and I've kicked his ass. He inherited a lot of money, and I don't know the gentleman. But he fights me, and then he goes out and says, I made more money with Trump than I ever made in my life. And then he supports these other people that were total losers. Gives them a lot of money. But he made more money. Everybody makes money with me. I always made money for people. Now it's tariffs that are making money for Michigan, and the entire country is stronger and safer and richer than ever before outside of that period of time. Now, if they had what was called the Great Tariff Act of 1887 or something like that, and it was a great group of people like yourselves, they picked really smart people to sit on a committee. They had so much money they didn't know what to do with it. And they wanted to have the money given away. You know, we built the Panama Canal out of tariffs. We did a lot of things. Panama Canal was the single biggest investment, relatively speaking, that this country's ever made. Would be the equivalent of trillions of dollars today. And Jimmy Carter gave it away for $1. It was also the most profitable thing ever built. Thing. In other words, like buildings or casinos or anything, the most profitable thing ever built was the Panama Canal. And brilliantly, Jimmy Carter thought the country of Panama should have it, even though we lost 36,000 people to the mosquito. You know that, right? To the mosquito and a certain snake, which was not a very nice reptile. This was a brutal reptile. You got bit, it was over. It was just like, bye-bye, everybody. We lost 36,000 people. Malaria, the mosquito, and the snake. And he gave it away for $1. Well, at least we got $1. That's better than most of those guys do. We got $1 for that. Most expensive thing ever built, most profitable thing ever built, too. Makes so much money. Every prediction the critics made about our tariff policy has failed to materialize. The evidence shows overwhelmingly that the tariffs are not paid by American consumers, that they're paid by foreign nations and middlemen. And Scott went over that with us before, and they're paid by middlemen. They raise the thing. Countries get involved. They pay them because otherwise they won't have companies. They won't be viable. And we're the big beneficiary. Once again, the so-called experts were 100% wrong, and Trump was right. People of Michigan were 100% right. You elected the right guy. If you had the other person, everybody, we wouldn't even be having a meeting today, probably. There'd be no meeting. The Economic Club would be saying, like, man, we're doing bad. It's going to be awfully tough to get people to show up. This is going to be tough for the chairman. This is going to not be a good day for us. We don't want to have, let's cancel the meeting immediately. The Trump tariffs have delivered us trillions of dollars of new investment, unprecedented new partnerships on minerals, rare earths, defense, and artificial intelligence, and historic levels of foreign military sales. You know, you have the Supreme Court now going to rule on whether or not we can use tariffs. Can you believe this? A case brought about by people that are China-centric, foreign-centric, but China-centric. I wouldn't want it if I was China either. You know, China's one of our biggest taxpayers right now. China, would you ever believe you'd hear that? And they've been great. My relationship with President Xi has been great, but we have a group that's foreign-centric, China-centric, suing, and And we'll figure something out if we don't win, but we should win. I mean, we should win. So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%. And that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year. And I've told people I got into a lot of trouble because of the fake news back there. I told people, I said, tariff is my favorite word. And I said, my favorite word of every word is tariff. I've loved it for 40 years. I came here many years ago. Remember, they said I didn't come here. Then they found out I did. I got an award in Detroit, in Michigan, many years ago, and still have it. They said it never happened. It did happen. Turned out I didn't notice any apology. But all I did was talk about you're losing your car industry. This was long before I ran for politics. They said you're losing. I said, why are you allowing these foreign nations to take your car? You know, you lost 57% of your car industry. The good news is you're getting it back. But I said, why aren't you using tariffs? I've been very consistent, I will tell you that, for years and years, even as a private businessman. For years I used to, because I got, for whatever reason, a lot of publicity always. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it happens. And I talk about the importance. But I said recently, I said, tariff is my favorite word in the whole dictionary. There's no word. And I took a lot of heat. They said, what about your wife, your children? What about religion and God? What about Jesus? So I said, all right, it's my 5th favorite word. And since then, I've been fine. They hit me hard, these people, the fake news. They were killing me over tariff. He likes tariff more than his wife, more than religion. He likes tariff more than anything. What a disgrace. So I now call it number 5, and I'm in good shape. That was a rough day. It's my favorite word, and I got killed. Every word, you know, when you go up here, you take a big chance, especially me, because I go off teleprompter about 80% of the time. But isn't it nice to have a president that can go off teleprompter? When you think? Remember the speeches Joe would make? First of all, they'd last a matter of seconds, you know. Thank you very much. You ever notice Joe would always cough before a speech? State of the Union, he gets, ladies and gentlemen. And then it would be like very short. Although the one time they had him spruced up pretty good. Remember, he was high as a kite. He was floating. He was up there way up. That was a bad speech. But, hey, you got through it, you know. You got through it, if you call it getting through. This country was so, can you imagine allowing 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals, many of them murderers? What he did to this country, what they did, because it was the people surrounding that beautiful, resolute desk. But just as I promised you that I've imposed a 25% tariff on all foreign automobiles, I'm standing up for the American auto worker like no president has ever stood up before. You know, those tariffs are keeping the foreign auto workers. Now, if they want to come in and build the plant and hire you and hire your friends and your neighbors, that's great. I love that. Let China come in, let Japan come in. They are. And they'll be building plants, but they're using our labor. U.S. auto factories are now seeing more than $70 billion of new investment. Think of that. They were leaving. They were all going. They were going in the opposite direction. Now they're pouring back. It's the greatest. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And much of that money is coming right here to the car-making capital of the world, Detroit. You lost, I mean, so many places. Since I took office, Ford has announced it will invest $5 billion across its Michigan and Kentucky plants, creating 4,000 new jobs. GM is moving production of the Chevy Blazer and Equinox from Mexico right back here to America. Right? Is my favorite auto worker here by any chance? You know who I'm talking? What happens? Where's Brian? Brian. Oh, I see. He made some cash. He's have to. Oh, he's been very disloyal to Detroit. We're gonna have to. He is such a great guy, right? Man, that guy fought for me when it wasn't the popular thing to do. He fought for me from day one. Well, you tell him I said hello to him, all right? That guy, he got it. 4 years ago, he got it, right at the beginning. He understood it better than anybody, better than the great economists. They had no clue. And Stellantis is investing $13 billion to expand its U.S.-based manufacturing plant by more than 50%. Stellantis doing a good job. Never before has an administration achieved such sweeping and dramatic turnarounds as has taken place just in this very short period of time. I mean, you're talking about 11 months. 11 months and you have a different business. 11 months and you're booming. I just spoke to an AI guy, and that's booming too. You know, we're leading China in AI by a lot. I'm letting them build their own electric plants because people are saying, you know, the amount of electricity they need twice as much as electricity currently in the United States for every other business, home, factory. They need double. So I said, we can't do that. And then I had the idea. When they build these $50 billion plants, I'm going to let them build, and they're already building big electric plants to take care of their plant. And any excess electricity, they'll sell it back to our country. It's an unbelievable, and therefore, we're going to build, I think if they really added, you know, you hear how much, and I have great respect for China, but you hear they're building a lot of electricity, but we are too. But we're having it built privately. They're going to own their own electric. They're becoming their own electricity producer. And when they heard this idea, they thought it was great, but they didn't take it seriously because they said it's too good to be true. But then they realized that I was serious. So we're getting them 2- and 3-week approvals. They don't have to wait for 20 years before they get rejected. You know, in the old days, they had to wait for 20 years, and then they get rejected at the end of 20 years. Guys would give up their whole career trying to get one approval, and then they get rejected. In every aspect of our agenda, we're putting America first, and nothing will stand in our way. Nothing's going to stand in our way. Nothing. So one of our top priorities in this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that cause the problem. The one thing, they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. I don't know. It's a genetic thing. It's something in the blood. We got some real losers. Mostly great. But I wouldn't use the name Romney because I'm in his sort of territory. So I would never use that name. But all right, I'll use it. They don't have a Mitt Romney that votes against everything. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything. I got him elected twice. He was a stone cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally. He won. Then I went the second time. He won. Then he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it. Then you have Lisa Murkowski and you have Susan Collins. Disasters. And you had a gentleman from Indiana that I don't believe it, Todd Young, he voted against. And you'd say, why are you voting against? They can't give you an answer. They're unable to give you an answer. It's like, why are they against the attack on Venezuela? They're against the attack after they found out it was the most successful attack, probably the most talented, most brilliant tactically attack that we've had maybe in 100 years. And they're against it. Why? It's one thing if the attack failed. I'd probably do that too, or change. I'd be in favor. Then if it failed, I'd say, I told him not to do it. That's what they do. But here we have one of the most successful attacks ever, and they find a way to be against it. It's pretty amazing. But it's a shame, and we have some others, but not many. We have a great party, but we have people, the Democrats, whether you like them or not, they stick together like glue. They have horrible policy. Thank God they have horrible policy, because they're smart, they're evil, they're vicious, but they're bad policy. For instance, you could be a genius and try selling men playing in women's sport. You could be a genius, try selling transgender for everybody, open borders, let the world come in, let the world's prison population come into the United States, including all of the murders, 11,888. That's what we're trying to get out of Chicago and Minnesota and these places. So they stick together, which I admire because I'm a very loyal person, but they have horrible policy. Can you imagine if they had good policy? They were on this morning talking all the reasons that men should be playing in women's sports. They had a football guy there, flag football. This guy was like 6'6". He weighed 290 pounds with zero body fat. And they had a few young women. They were the size of his leg. He wouldn't have had to run. He could have just walked. They couldn't have done a thing about it. 10 of them would have to jump on him that wouldn't have had any impact. I don't think he would have been like a fly. It's so ridiculous. It's so demeaning to women. It's so demeaning. Look at the weightlifting records. I mean, the record got beaten by 112 pounds, a record that stood for 18 years. 1 ounce they put on stood for 18 years. Guy comes along who was a poor lifter as a man. He was at the lower portion of the class. Comes along and broke the record by 112 pounds. Think of that. They've fought for years to beat that record. How about the swimming records? I mean, you can go to sleep during the time the man comes in and the woman. You can go take a nap for a little while. How about the long distance race that took place not so long ago? Long distance, these marathon deals. They had top men, top women. The man came in. The woman came in 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds behind the man. Think of it. You're waiting. The man comes in. Now you're waiting 5 hours. What do you do if you're the parents? You go home and sleep for a while. Who the hell wants that? It's so demeaning to women and who are great athletes. It's so demeaning to them. And it's right now in the Supreme Court. I can't believe it would even go to the Supreme Court. I mean, could you imagine 20 years ago talking about men playing in women's sports? They'd think you're crazy. Or transgender for everybody? If you said there will be no mutilation on children, that's one of my standard lines. We will not allow the mutilation of a child. Can you imagine having to say that 15 years ago? People would say, is that guy crazy? Of course we won't. But we're living in a different time. It's a crazy time we're living in. After real wages plummeted by $3,000 under Sleepy Joe Biden, real wages are up by $1,300 in less than 1 year under President Trump. For construction workers, wages are up $1,800. Don't forget, they were down $3,000. Factory workers over $2,000, and for many other workers, over $5,000. And I just gave the military, because we're doing so well with taking in so much money with the tariffs, I just gave them $1,776. You saw that, right? Did you see that? They had 75, and I said, you know, if you had $1 more at $17.76, they said that was a good idea. We could afford $1 more. We gave them $17.76. Meanwhile, grocery prices are starting to go rapidly down. Rent is down. Airfares are down. Hotel rates are down. Cell phone prices are down. And we're just getting started. But more importantly than going down, our growth is through the roof. It's way up. Among my first acts in office was to end the radical left war on oil and gas and stop the crusade to kill American energy, and frankly, to open up cars so that you don't have to have an electric car. I love electric cars. I think they're great. I like Elon a lot. I don't think he was too happy with my policy of opening it up, and I can understand that. But I've been saying it for 4 years. They wanted everybody to have an electric car in a very short period of time. There was no way to build the stations. There was no way to get it done. I want you to have gasoline-powered cars. I want you to have electric. I want you to have hybrids. I want you to have everything. Hydrogen, I don't know about. I'm hearing it's not testing so well. It's fine, except when there's an explosion, you're a goner. Now, have you heard that with hydrogen? One guy's trying to sell hydrogen, and I say, yeah, but, sir, that only happens 1 in 100. Oh, great. When it happens, they find the body like 300 yards down the road. So I said, I'll pass on hydrogen. Maybe there's something I don't know about, but is anybody in the hydrogen car business? Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in 17 states and under $2 in many places. We have some states it's $1.95, $1.99, $1.97. As we speak, these are gas stations, and think of that. We have gas stations in the Detroit area where you can fill up for less than $2.30 a gallon, whereas 2 years ago it was $4.50, and in many places it was way over $5. Think of that, $2.30. You see it. That's like a massive tax cut, which we gave you under the great big beautiful bill, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. And with our extremely successful operation in Venezuela earlier this month, that number soon is going to go lower because we're going to have a lot more energy we're going to a lot more, as opposed to a country that's going to be totally shut down. No fuel, no gasoline. And it's, you know, they say it's got more than Saudi Arabia. Who knows? It's got a lot. And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much. But I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say make Iran great again. You know, it was a great country until these monsters came in and took it over. And it's all very fragile. What would have happened to us? I'm telling you. If I didn't win this election, what would have happened to us? In the coming weeks, I will be laying out even more plans to help bring back affordability. And again, remember, that's a fake word by Democrats. Prices were too high. They caused the high price. They never want to talk about affordability. They always go, this is an election about affordability. I say, they caused it. But they're good at that stuff. They're good at that stuff. They're fake, and they're good at that stuff. It's an election about high prices that was caused by the Democrats and that I brought down a lot. And remember, when you see energy coming down like I brought it down, and gasoline coming down, that brings everything else down. It's so much bigger than any other factor. When gasoline gets to be $1.99 a gallon, everything comes down. The donuts come down, the truck that delivers the donuts, the stove that makes the donuts, the whole thing, it all comes down, and it's coming down much faster than anybody can even believe. And remember, though, I always say, because, you know, normally when that goes down, the world comes down. That's the bad way of bringing it down. Our growth is through the roof. So I always want to say that whenever I say prices are coming down, but our growth is going way up. 2 beautiful events, the exact opposite of the Biden administration. As part of those efforts at Davos next week, I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing, as you know. You saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years. It's coming down very rapidly, and that's not with the help of the Fed. If I had the help of the Fed, it would be easier. But that jerk will be gone soon. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year, because they're getting 28 and 30% and 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. To provide further relief to hardworking Americans, we'll also be confronting one of the biggest factors in driving up prices, the monstrosity known as the Unaffordable Care Act. You know what that is, right? It's Obamacare. It's a great name, Unaffordable Care Act. No, did anybody ever think of that one before? It's true. It's the Unaffordable Care Act. Obamacare was a gift to make health insurance companies rich at the expense of the American people. In particular, the so-called enhanced premium tax credits were a corrupt payoff to the insurers, whose stock prices went up more than 1,000% after Obamacare was signed. I want the same money I want it to go directly, very simple. I want the money, those big amounts of money paid for by the government, to go directly to the people so they can buy the health care that's right for them. They can negotiate their own deal, health care savings account. But they'll buy their own health care, and everybody loves it. That's why later this week, I'll announce our health care affordability framework that will reduce premiums for millions of lower drug prices, delivering price transparency and demand honesty and accountability from insurance companies all over the country, all over the world, actually. Healthcare costs will come down very fast with my most favored nation executive order. We're doing most favored nation drug prices. When we would have drug prices stay the same, everybody thought it was great. They're going to be coming down thousands of percents. We're standing up to special interests and slashing prescription drug prices by 300, 400, 500, and even 600% and more. I mean, think of that. On that alone, we should win the midterms in a landslide. I'm doing favored nations. The country that pays the lowest price in the world is the price that we're going to pay. And we got that because of tariffs, because I said to the countries they wouldn't approve it. The drug companies were tough, but they were fine. But they said the countries will never do it because you have a pill that sells for $10, you have to sell it for 20 or 30, so you'd have to double or triple the price of their health care there for prescription drugs. Ours would come down from $130 to $20. Theirs would go from 10 to 20, the world being a bigger place. And it was unbelievable, but the countries wouldn't do it. So I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, then I'm going to put a tariff on you. And the tariff's going to be 20 times more than the cost that you're having to pay for fair health care. And every one of them said, sir, we agree with you 100%. We would be honored to do it. It was really rather amazing. We could never do it. So think of that. You have most favored drug prices. Your drug prices are going to go down like from $100 to $10. Nobody can believe it. And we can't get the fake news to write about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in medicine. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare. And I cannot get the New York Times, I cannot get anybody to write about it. When we got it done and we announced it, it was on a page way in the back of the New York Times. Same with others. They don't want to talk about it. You know why? Because it's so good. It's the biggest thing to happen. Over the past 12 months, almost every promise I made to you right here in 2024 has been kept. I've kept all my promises and much more. I mean, I've given you much more than I gave you promises, and I produced much more than I said I was going to produce. I gave you the largest tax cuts in American history, cutting taxes across the board in the great, big, beautiful bill. And as I told you, I mean, who would have
Debt relief works directly with consumers to lower monthly.
Forgotten until President Trump kind of brought it into the limelight again and said, hey, why are we attacking our citizens for income and revenue when, the government used to pay its bills with external revenue via the tariffs? So I think that we're all watching in real time the economic proof that his policies are working. I mean, like you said, the trade deficit dropped 69%, and it's the lowest trade deficit on record since 2009. And the trade deficit, President Trump declared an economic emergency around the trade deficit because we were importing so many things that jeopardized our national security and the independence of our nation. So the fact that he's been able to turn this around this quick in a year is amazing and very exciting.
John, we often hear the term America First. It's become a political policy. But even when it comes to business, it seems to me that President Trump is all about America First, showing that America can produce pretty much anything that American consumers need.
100%. I own my own business in the manufacturing industry, and I'm so excited to see what develops this year. We had a record year last year, 20% growth. And I think every American business is starting to look locally for where they can source stuff, which then creates more jobs within our nation and builds our middle class, rather than looking to how can we offshore this and create a job in another country and build their economic might. And it's really a seismic shift in business mentality that is President Trump is the catalyst for.
John Gardner, author of Manufacture Local, joining us this morning, or I guess it is afternoon by now. Good to see you, John. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thanks for having me, Terrence.
Absolutely. Again, you had just been listening for about an hour or so, President Trump addressing the Detroit Economic Club. Our Steve Gruber is on the ground there. He was listening to the speech. He was in the room with the president, joining us live now with his thoughts on what we just heard. Steve, it sounds to me like there was a very good response to what the president had to say. There was lots of applause, and it seemed to me that the audience really took to what President Trump had to say today.
I think that's exactly right, Terrence. Look, there's enthusiasm here. And one of the things the president said near the end of his speech was that he is optimistic, a lot of optimism about where this economy goes in 2026. And look, he got good numbers today. He talked about it before he left Washington earlier, before he got on Air Force One to come to Detroit. He said, look, our growth is terrific. It's 5.4%. Inflation is below 3%. But, of course, he does not care for Jerome Powell. We heard that a couple of times during his comments. He would like the Fed to lower interest rates quicker. He said if they lower interest rates faster, we can move the economy faster and stronger and build bigger and better. Now, between the time that he landed and before he came here today, he went over to the Ford Motor plant at River Rouge and had a chance to tour that plant. Big news coming out of Ford today, saying they're going to 6 days a week, 24 hours a day. And President Trump says quite clearly that's because the economy is humming along. We're selling cars again. But he said, I want to see cars sold in America. One of the things he talked about, of course, no payments on that interest. You can deduct that from your taxes if it's an American-made car. That's the theme of this president. It has been for a long time. Make it in America. And we want to make sure you make things in America and build up this manufacturing base that eroded during NAFTA and during the last 20 years, really. So he's trying to make sure that people that live in the Rust Belt, like Michigan, that they have a chance to build a life, to support a family, to have a career in an opportunity. And that's what we're talking about. And he praised Ford, General Motors, Stellantis, the makers of Chrysler products. I would say it was a very optimistic speech, Terrence. It was well received here. Of course, you've got business owners and business leaders here. It's a friendly crowd, but that nonetheless, when they get numbers like they saw today, it's hard not to be optimistic. Inflation is low. Growth is high. Wages are doing better. And so he touted his policies, and he talked a lot, as you know, about tariffs. They said that they, being the Democrats, said the tariffs would destroy the economy. He said it's quite the opposite, isn't it? He said this country was stronger before tariffs were abandoned, basically, in 1913 than it is today. So a lot of big themes here from the president.
Steve, it strikes me that the president also took a bit of a victory lap. I want to play this segment of the president's speech. Guys, we're going to pull up SOT 26, in which he basically lists all of the victories and all that he's been able to achieve so far.
Now, after less than 12 months in office, I'm back in Michigan to report to you on the strongest and fastest economic turnaround in our country's history. It's really been historic. There's never been, we're not 12 months, we're through 11 months. We've got $18 trillion being invested in our country. The most of any country ever was $3. We're at 18. There's never been anything like this. You are so lucky I allow you into this room to even be with me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The fake news will say Donald Trump thinks he's hot stuff. Right now I'm feeling pretty good, though, I will say. Oh, you're so lucky to be here. Under our administration, growth is exploding, productivity is soaring, investment is booming, incomes are rising, inflation is defeated, America is respected again like never before.
Steve, sometimes you just have to remind people of what you've done for them.
Sometimes you do it. He went through the laundry list, as we talked about. You've got mortgages below 6%. He also talked about affordability being a made-up term by the Democrats. He said, look, we have to get prices down. But when you lower energy prices, which he focused on during a good part of the speech as well, and said, look, gas in some places today is $1.99 or $1.92 or $1.97. And that's places like Oklahoma and Texas. He said, can you imagine what it's going to be like when the rest of the country is at $1.99 a gallon? That lowers the price of delivery. It lowers the price of goods. It lowers the price on the average working family. And he's right about that. And so energy policy, a cornerstone of what he's doing here. Of course, Scott Bessent was in the audience today, his Treasury Secretary, and he praised the Secretary for the work that he's doing to get things more affordable in America, to boost the income and the buying power. He talked about housing being a big part of what he's going to be talking about in 2026, and that's going to be a cornerstone. Look, with mortgage rates under 6%, he said we are going to ban the institutional buying. Think BlackRock and State Street. They're going to end the institutional buying of single-family homes in big markets like Atlanta and around the country so that the average family can afford to get in a home without having to bid against multi-billion-dollar global corporations. That's a big deal. So he talked a lot about making sure that people could, well, I guess he didn't say it, but I will, find the American dream again. That's what he's talking about here, rebuilding America from the ground up.
Steve, you know the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Well, when in Detroit, talk automobiles, and the president did that as well.
He sure did. And look, he toured the River Rouge plant. It's a very famous plant here in Michigan. I'm from Michigan. I grew up not too far from here. River Rouge has always been the cornerstone of the Ford Motor Company. It has been for decades and decades. So when they talk about going 24 hours a day, 6 days a week, you know what that means? It means those auto workers are getting a lot of overtime. It means they're getting big paychecks. It means they're having a chance to cash in on a growing economy. Then they mentioned to the Ford Motor Company people during one of the comments with the president earlier that they're going to be building a new pickup truck, internal combustion. Let me be clear about that. Internal combustion engine in Kentucky. So they're continuing to grow, invest in America. But I guess it was pretty important to point out the Ford Lightning doesn't exist anymore. That was the F-150 electric EV version. Ford got rid of that model here in the fall of 2025 because consumers, frankly, didn't want it. And when the government subsidies went away, which he also touched on, you couldn't afford it anymore. They're wildly expensive. And people that live in northern states like Colorado, where you live, Terrence, or Michigan, where I live, look, people don't trust those batteries in cold weather, and for good reason. They don't want to be stranded with no way to get going again without some sort of a charger or an intervention from a diesel generator. So he touched on all those things. He said, I want people to buy the car they want, not the car that they're ordered to get. He talked about CAFE standards. That is your fuel standards. He said we took off these standards put in by the Biden administration that were not possible. He said you put on all these computers and all this technology, you'd save a little bit of gas. He's not wrong about that. You can only get so much return out of the energy you put in. And so he said that's going to help move America forward as well. And if the average American family is paying a couple of dollars a gallon or $2.50 a gallon, whatever it might be, that's more money in their pocket. As he put it, that is a tax cut by definition. A couple of years ago, we saw gas over $5 here in Michigan. Yesterday, I saw it for $2.29. That is a huge shift for the average family trying to make ends meet every month.
Absolutely.
Period.
Absolutely. You are so spot on with that. Steve Gruber reporting for us on the ground there in Detroit. Of course, we just heard from President Trump, speaking before the Detroit Economic Club there in Detroit, Michigan. Steve, always good to see you, my friend. Appreciate your reporting.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, folks, everyday Americans make choices that shape our country's future, right down to which cell phone provider we support. Here's what most people don't realize. Patriot Mobile isn't just a wireless provider. They're an activist organization funded by selling top-tier cell phone service. They've even been on the front lines of defending our freedoms long before it was cool to do so, and they've been standing in the gap when others wouldn't. The best part is they deliver prioritized premium service on all 3 major U.S. networks, giving you the same or even better coverage backed by 100% U.S.-based customer support. Get unlimited data plans, mobile hotspots, international roaming, and much more. All of this when you switch to Patriot Mobile. You'll actually help grow a movement that fuels the Christian conservative cause. Every bill you pay helps advance the values of faith, family, and freedom. Switching is easier than ever. Activate in just minutes. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade if you so choose. Take a stand today by going to patriotmobile.com/RAV, or you can call 972-PATRIOT and use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. Stay tuned, everyone. We're going to be back with more of President Trump's speech before the Detroit Economic Club. All of that after this break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/RAV to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our...
Welcome back, everyone. Terrence Bates here. We appreciate you being here with us for America's Voice Live. We are continuing to unpack President Trump's speech that just wrapped up about 15 minutes ago before the Detroit Economic Club. Joining me now, the author of Manufacture Local, John Gardner, with his thoughts on what you just heard. John, welcome back to the show. Appreciate you sticking around. Let's talk about your book, Manufacture Local. That, of course, brings to mind some of what the president had to say, because it seems that under President Trump, there has been this resurgence of local manufacturing, or let's just broaden the scope, manufacturing in general here in the United States.
Yeah, President Trump was the inspiration for me to write my book. I'd been in the manufacturing industry since 2005. I was born into it with my dad, but really my own thing since 2005. And I heard him say, let's make America the manufacturing superpower of the world. And I said, who is this guy? And he really inspired me with his work ethic and everything else he does. But, he's really made manufacturing hot again. Has really made a lot of economists start to question, like, hey, we've been, a financial economy and all these other service economy. Let's look at manufacturing. That's how, nations used to build great powers. And so that's how the book came about, is really President Trump's inspiration. I said, hey, I have to start. The tide seems to be turning toward a production-based economy, and really, you hear the business media say, that we're post-industrial. That's a bad thing. A post-industrial economy is actually a pre-industrial economy, meaning you can't make the things a nation needs, which is never a good state for a nation. And President Trump knows this, and his pairing of manufacturing and tariffs is truly going to make us a great nation again.
John, put into perspective for us how things have changed in manufacturing since President Trump retook the White House. And I ask you this question because most of us are fairly ignorant. I couldn't tell you much about manufacturing. I just know that the goods that are manufactured are goods that I'm buying off of store shelves. So put into perspective for us, big picture, how the manufacturing industry has changed, say, in the last year and a half under President Trump.
It's very exciting. I mean, I remember when President Trump's term one, it was everything changed, and you could just feel this like I had Navy people call me and say, "Hey, we need this now. Let's get it going." Speed is you notice that things need to get done now. But the last year has been very exciting. My business has grown 20%. I think that what the president's doing is giving us, cheap energy, and the embrace of mining and refining are really the foundational bases for a manufacturer. You need the energy, and you need materials, and he's also embracing factories again and big business again, and infusing high technology. We have more factories under construction than, I don't know if any time period, but quite a long time. There's thousands of new factories being constructed in America today, which is very exciting. And those big factories will trickle down to the tier 2 and 3 and 4 smaller vendors with their needs. And it'll also make America an independent nation again. But how it is for a manufacturer, I think there's a lot of anticipation and a lot of excitement, feeling protected for once. The tariffs make a manufacturer feel protected. Other countries subsidize their goods. Their product comes in here 70% below cost. What American manufacturer can do, you can't compete. He's making American manufacturers feel protected to grow, and that's what Alexander Hamilton wrote about, is the protection of manufacturers. So President Trump's doing it.
Put other ways, peace of mind is priceless. It sounds like you have extra peace of mind. John, stand by. I want to try to get back to you to continue this conversation. If you have time, if you'll just stand by, please do. I want to go back, though, to Detroit, to the Detroit Economic Club. That's where Steve Gruber is standing by with the guest. Let's bring Steve in, guys, and see what he's got to say. So, Steve, now you've had about 15, 20 minutes to take in what President Trump had to say and chew on it a little bit. Your thoughts now?
Well, like I said, very optimistic when it comes to domestic policy, the economy, the way things are growing, the way inflation is under control. But he also spent some time talking about how effective the strike was on Venezuela and foreign policy. And as you talked about earlier, Terrence, he talked about the number of things that he has accomplished in his first year, not quite year, back in office. And it is a remarkable list. If you look at the fact the border's closed, he talked about that. He said it's closed by 97%. When it comes to drug running illegally across the open waters, the oceans, he said it's down 97%. He said it's tough to be a fisherman in Venezuela these days because nobody wants to get out a boat. But he said the same thing that we've talked about here previously, you and I, which is that if you see a boat going across the ocean with 5 giant Merc outboards on the back going 65 miles an hour with big bales on top of it, that's not a fishing vessel, all right? So he talked about all those accomplishments. Look, Michigan is... The president and I have talked about this 3 times in recent memory, that Michigan is ground zero. He believed that before 2016, before 2020, and before 2024. He thinks it is the key swing state out of the 7 so-called swing states. I think he believes that now. Look, the estimates are $1 billion. $1 billion are going to be spent on political advertising for this midterm election because there's an open Senate seat. Mike Rogers was here. He called him out, said you can make a great senator. He's the leading candidate for the Republicans. And he knows that that picking up that Senate seat would be big for the Republicans. He knows that winning the governor's mansion for the first time in a number of years would be big for Michigan Republicans because Gretchen Whitmer's been there, an adversary of the president, as you know. So he's focused. Look, this is the beginning of Donald Trump taking his show on the road until November. He's going to make a lot more appearances. He's going to be out there a lot more than he was in 2025. Of course, he was working a lot, but he knows how important this is, not just to win the Senate seat here in Michigan, but to pick up other Senate seats like in Georgia, possibly, maybe New Hampshire. But it is the House he's focused on. He knows how important it is to keep the House because without it, he, in effect, becomes a lame duck president. So a lot of things to chew on here from this speech for sure. But he hit all the themes. And you're going to see Donald Trump on the road more in the days and weeks to come. I can assure you of that, Terrence, because he is taking his message to the people, a message of populism. He talked about lowering credit card rates to 10% at least for a year so that credit card companies can't just feast on people financially. He talked about that housing opportunity, making sure that people can have houses in this country. He talked about gasoline and how important it is to lower the price of gas for everything in the budget, for not just for households, but for business, that it will lower the cost. So his focus is on how we can make things cheaper and more effective. He hates the word affordability, says it's something that the Democrats created to kind of make it look like they were doing something and he wasn't, and then he laughed and said they created this problem. They're the ones that pushed inflation over 9%. They're the ones that pushed the price of gasoline over $5. So this is the message. Get used to it. Populism, which means getting an American home, putting a cap on credit card rates, making sure people can afford to put groceries on their table. This is what this president's pushing. For some conservatives, they may not like it, but populism and the Trump train rolls on.
Absolutely. Choo-choo. Get out the way if you're not going to get on board. All right, Steve, we're going to check in with you here in just a little bit, let you take a quick break, catch your breath. When we come back, folks, we'll talk about the president's assertion that he's cut the trade deficit by 62%. We'll let you hear his specific comments on that issue ahead.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind, and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece.
President Trump will be heading back here to the White House in short order. He'll be leaving Detroit, Michigan in just a little while, heading back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. He, of course, was in Detroit speaking to the Detroit Economic Club. He also toured a Ford plant while in Detroit, talking about the economy and touting many of his accomplishments so far as president economically. So let's take you to the White House right now. Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn standing by with the very latest. Brian, you've had about 20, 30 minutes now to take in some of what the president had to say. Your big takeaways.
Yeah, my big takeaway is he's committed to bringing manufacturing and jobs back to the U.S. I mean, he's done that through tariffs. He's done that through negotiations of bringing some of the very basic, infrastructure that we need, steel and things like that. So the message to today to the Detroit Economic Club was about on par what I would expect to hear. And then also touring the production plan for the F-Series pickup truck, which, by the way, is the best-selling pickup truck in America. And Ford had sales up 6% from last year. So the very premise that President Trump was going to destroy the auto industry with these tariffs, that did not work out the way many on the left, I think, wanted it to. Like Steve Gruber said, the Ford Lightning being kind of phased out of the lineup there. But President Trump is very much committed to making sure that U.S. automotive manufacturers have the advantage over the world, and even encouraging Terrence, manufacturers from overseas to quickly, build their plants here. You build your stuff here, you don't get hit with those tariffs.
Mm-hmm. What you just mentioned really speaks to one of the points the president made. I want to play you this clip in which he talks about cutting the trade deficit by 62%. This is clip 25. Let's play this.
Under Biden, we had the highest trade deficit ever recorded, losing more than $1 trillion every single year. How about that? It was killing Michigan, and everywhere else in our country was being absolutely destroyed. But in a matter of months, largely because of tariff income and the election result, we've slashed that gaping trade deficit by, in a short period of time, 62. It just came out.
The president taking a bit of a victory lap, but it's a deserved victory lap, Brian.
It is. I was the Terrence in the Rose Garden on, I think that was April 3rd. It wasn't April 4th because he didn't want to do it on April 4th. The Liberation Day, where he announced all of the tariff rates, or for the most part, of these countries and what they would be paying and where that money would go to. And a lot of it was to chew down the deficit quite a bit. And that's exactly what it's done. And to his skeptics and critics who basically said, once again, that Liberation Day of these tariffs would destroy and put unneeded pressure on our economy. Certain businesses would leave, and that certainly did not become the output from that. So President Trump, taking a victory lap today on that conversation, as he should.
Yeah, Brian, obviously we're focusing a lot on the president's speech there in Detroit, but there's also a lot happening there in the nation's capital by you. The first thing that comes to mind is the Supreme Court. It's been hearing oral arguments today on this transgender athlete issue. What are you hearing right now? Can you kind of bring us up to speed on that? And the president even alluded to that as well during his remarks.
He did. That was one of the campaign promises, is to keep men out of women's sports and to stop the transgender everything initiative. And of course, partly that he has done that with an executive order, and I believe that was legislative signed into law as well. But and with the transgender side, the surgeries, that has passed in Congress. It's got to go on to the Senate. But I've tried to dip in the conversation with the Supreme Court throughout the day to follow these arguments. Now, there's two cases that this involves in terms of preventing or protecting women in their own sports. And of course, Title IX is a big center part of all of that. And President Trump likes to often say that this is a 90-10 or point. I think it's more like a 98 to 2% thing. The public court of opinion on this is that men do not belong in women's sports, and if transgender want to compete in sports, then why not create a transgender sports league or some sort where they can all compete amongst each other and stay out of the conversation of should men be in women's sports, and if women for whatever reason want to transition and play in men's sports, that's not even a topic. So, and why is it important that we talk about this? Because I was listening to an interview online And they said this is kind of a non-talker. This is something that has been settled, but I don't think it has, because the Democrats will obviously play into this whole conversation again about transgender rights, and it will go into the midterms, Terrence. So I think having these conversations now, and of course, the Supreme Court decision, I don't know if they will release a decision before, anytime soon. There's no timeline on that, but certainly those arguments were heard today.
Absolutely. Today were the oral arguments. It's probably going to be a couple of weeks, if not months, before we get some sort of decision, some sort of ruling from the Supreme Court. Brian, from afar, I get the feeling, and I'd love to get your perspective on the atmosphere there on the grounds at the White House, that President Trump's trip to Detroit today was a welcome breath of fresh air. And I say that given all of the noise that's happening there at the White House, all of the issues that are in front of the president. I get the feeling, I get the sense that it was a welcome departure just to get away, get some fresh air, talk about something that the president really wants to talk about, and just gave him time to think about the other things that are on the table. Obviously, you think of Venezuela, you think of the situation in Iran, all of the other kind of white noise that's out there that he's going to ultimately have to return to the White House and address.
Yeah, there's a lot of big issues going on right now, Terrence, and you're spot on with that. You got the Venezuelan situation, you've got the Iran, what's going on. He pushed out a Truth Social about 2 hours ago. I wish I had my phone. I'd pull it up for you. And I encourage everybody to go to Truth Social right now and pull up President Trump's statement on this. These are bold words here. He is telling these people to do not stop your protests, get in the streets, basically help is coming. We're probably hours away from seeing some major developments in Iran. So to your point, for him to get out of here, be able to go to Detroit, talk to hardworking Americans, in these automotive plants and these economic clubs, and talk about focusing on America first and jobs and economy, and the he likes to say the affordability crisis, which is a hoax, but I think what he wants to say is us combating the inflation that we saw under Joe Biden. So I think he likes talking shop when it comes to the economy. That is his playbook. But unfortunately, his other side of the playbook is these international, incidences right now. And so, yeah, he was probably a breath of fresh air to get out of here. And I know for the media, personally for me, I enjoy talking about U.S. economy and U.S. politics and things that affect Americans more than I do what the situation might develop in Iran or Venezuela or Colombia or Cuba or Greenland. You could just throw in a country there. I'd rather talk about the U.S. than anybody else, or any other country, I should say. Obviously those are big issues. So today was a little bit of a change, focusing on domestic issues.
Absolutely. And we saw that the president thrived when in front of an audience. He seemed to really enjoy himself in the audience.
Oh, he loves it. He even got a little dance in there, Terrence. At the end, you saw that. I was really wondering if he was going to work in a dance. And he did. And he worked in a couple moves there, which means he's in a good mood. He likes that. Yeah. And we talked about this earlier, Terrence. This is his playbook for 2026. He is going to go out on the road. I would suggest when we get into like April, maybe be once a week kind of deal where he's going to go do some of these speeches at these economic clubs or manufacturing, a CEO, headquarters for a company. This is what he needs to do in wake of all the heavy international news.
And we'll, of course, be covering it for you all here on Real America's Voice. RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn joining us from the White House with the very latest there, kind of unpacking some of what you just heard from President Trump during his speech before the Detroit Economic Club. We're going to take a quick break. We're back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece.
President Trump will be leaving Detroit, Michigan here in short order, headed back to the nation's capital. He, of course, was there addressing the Detroit Economic Club. Our Steve Gruber's on the ground. We'll take you back to him and get more reaction as we unpack the president's speech. In the meantime, a new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. However, the reality is that there's only so much the government can do. Making America healthy again actually starts with you at your home. That's where the Wellness Company comes in, though. You see and you hear from TWC doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company helps you prepare for whatever happens with your prescription medical kits, which include life-saving medications and easy-to-follow guidebooks for the proper use of the medications inside. They also offer a wide range of products from ivermectin to methylene blue to weight loss solutions and so much more. All of the products are designed to help you stay healthy and to live a longer, more satisfying life. So, Make America Healthy Again starts with you at your home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. You can start by going to twc.health/voice and order today. Use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. The Wellness Company helps you stay prepared with physician-backed solutions from prescription medical kits to ivermectin to methylene blue and to weight loss support and so much more that you can use to protect you and your family. Make America healthy again, and it starts at your home with your purchase. We're back in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece.
Indianapolis, Indiana. Good afternoon to you. Naptown, one of my favorite places. Hung out there a good little bit when I lived and worked in Evansville, Indiana. Yeah, you didn't ask me that, but I shared anyway. All right, we want to continue our conversation about President Trump's address to the Detroit Economic Club. He addressed a number of issues, but one of the focuses of his speech had to do with tariffs. Let's bring back in John Gardner. We've been talking with him throughout the day. John, I want to play this clip for you in terms of, and it really speaks to the president's perspective on tariffs and their efficacy. Let's listen in, and I'd like to get your reaction on the other side.
So great for national security. I ended 8 wars. Think of that, 8 wars. And without trade and tariffs, you wouldn't have been able to end any of them. But they brought hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury, helped curb inflation, and helped cut the federal budget deficit by a staggering 27%, and that's only for a short period of time. The number's much bigger than that when you add in the full year.
All right, so we just heard from the president, and if I can paraphrase, I think he's made it clear that he's used tariffs as a negotiating tool, but it's also a tool that's helped manufacturing in the manufacturing industry. Can you put into perspective for us how it's been beneficial to the manufacturing industry, since that is your job, that's what you do?
Yeah, well, what's so interesting to me is seeing President Trump do this. Back in my history, back in the 2007, 8, I would have clients who would make 1,000 pieces, and all of a sudden they'd say, "Hey, I only need to make 10 pieces," or those 1,000 pieces, they're coming from overseas now, and it's cheaper and more affordable for the client to make the whole part overseas, and they send it here to be repaired. Think of that. Just they send it here to be repaired, or they'll make 30 pieces as a filler order for a big job overseas. And so American manufacturers haven't been able to compete with overseas manufacturers because they get state subsidized, and then they have very cheap labor, very cheap cost of materials which is the greatest input into a product is in materials, because they don't have environmental laws that we have to follow. They don't have labor laws that we don't have to follow. Some of them employ slave labor or forced labor or sweatshop-like conditions. They don't have OSHA rules that they have to follow. It's very expensive to manufacture here. So American manufacturers have just been hurt and shrinking down. The tariffs balance that playing field out and allow us to compete price point without forcing other people to change their labor laws or environmental laws. We can compete now, and that's the great balancing effect that President Trump saw that he would do when he created the tariff structure that he's creating, and that's allowing us to compete domestically. Also, if an American citizen goes and buys an American-made good, they don't pay that tariff item. So the business media, how they spins it, all tariffs are a tax. Well, you can avoid that tax by buying an American-made good. It's the only tax you can avoid. So what President Trump's doing with tariffs is very exciting for manufacturers, because now we can compete on a level playing field.
So I'm curious, are you seeing this sort of renewed vigor even from workers, knowing that people are going to actually be using their products and that they're making a product that's just as good as any other, but that will actually sell? I mean, there's got to be some satisfaction, I would think, just in knowing that you're now operating on a level playing field.
Oh, it's hugely exciting. The Made in America stores are popping up everywhere. There's, I think, 80% of Americans want more Made in America options, and they're willing to pay 20% more to get a Made in America option. So there's a lot of excitement in American people, because we all care about our fellow citizens. We don't care about someone overseas in their business. We don't want our dollar to go there. The majority of American citizens see how we can help our friends and family by buying their product, but they've been shrunk on the vine of unilateral free trade. And President Trump said, hey, that whole system didn't work for 40 years. Let's change it to Trumponomics. And I do love the brilliance of using tariffs as a non-kinetic weapon of war to have people make peace. I think it's absolutely brilliant what he's done with tariffs.
How should the average American view tariffs? Is it simply a tool in the toolbox, or is this something that you think ultimately potentially could replace the income tax, that sort of thing? Or is it something just to level the playing field? Like, how should we really, because we're still early on. That's why I guess I'm kind of asking the question. We're still early on in the usage of tariffs. What do you think the long-term impact of this new tariff policy will be?
What every American should understand is that President Trump is trying to realign America with how the founding fathers envisioned America. It wasn't America where you're an indentured servant to the government. Milton Friedman helped create the withholding system in the Internal Revenue System in the 1940s. And he said he did it because there's a psychological effect where if you don't even see the money being taken out, you're psychologically better with that. That's not what the founding fathers intended for America. And how America paid all its bills before it started targeting its citizens was with tariffs. And President Trump is trying to bring us back to that. And all the people who say that, that they're naysayers, they say income tax is $2.2 trillion of revenue and we'll never be able to replace it. Well, first of all, 90% of Americans, the majority of Americans, pay $600 billion. Imagine replacing $600 billion in income tax, and then the American citizen has more money to spend, further supercharging your consumer market, which is the largest consumer market in the world, and it creates the market. What's great about having the largest consumer market in the world is every nation wants to sell their item here, so they're willing to pay a tariff to come and play in our market. We're not a little tiny market like Suriname or Panama. We're the largest market in the world. People will, other companies will allow their product to be tariffed to be sold in our market, and that will create revenue, which will give the working class and the middle class the ability to not pay income tax. And I think every American should feel that shift in realignment toward freedom and the original vision the founding fathers had.
John, enjoyed the conversation with you. The book is called Manufacture Local. For people who may want to follow you and read your book, how can they find it?
JohnGardnerAuthor.com, and just Google Manufacture Local John Gardner on Amazon or Barnes & Nobles, and X John Gardner VOH. So thank you so much for having me, Terrence.
Appreciate you being here. Loved your perspective. It was great to talk to you. All right, folks, we're going to take another quick break. When we come back, we'll take you back out to Detroit for final words from Steve Gruber. Again, he's been covering President Trump's speech before the Detroit Economic Club. His final thoughts right after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece.
Welcome back. Let's take you back out to Detroit, Michigan, where President Trump just wrapped up remarks before the Detroit Economic Club about an hour ago or so. Steve Gruber standing by, the host of America's Voice Live. Steve, obviously we want to talk a bit about what the president just had to say, but I want to read this Truth Social post to you, which I found interesting. He just posted this a little while ago, the president saying, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and the abusers. They will pay a big price. I have canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killings of protesters stop. Help is on its way. MIGA, M-I-G-A, which I assume means make Iran great again. President Donald J. Trump. All right, your reaction to that, Steve?
Well, it's pretty clear. He made comments, I believe, on Air Force One today as well. He is serious about watching the Iranian situation change for the first time in 47 years. He talked a bit about foreign policy here, spent a lot of time on the economy, as you know. But look, Iran is in the headlines because a lot of us thought this would die down like it did in 2019. It has not. The latest figures I was just reading just before I came on, more than 3,000 people killed now by the Iranian militia, the IRGC. So it's becoming very serious. And here's what I've seen online as well. These people that are rising up against the Ayatollah and the Islamic State there are willing to take a bullet. They're willing to stand there and take off their hijabs and say, look, we don't care. Women take them off. They get beaten. They get taken off to prison, sometimes executed. And they're at a point of desperation in that country where they're like, we're not interested in anymore. And so I think President Trump is making it known that maybe there's a lifeline coming. And look, when he warns people, if you don't pay attention, it's at your own peril.
No, absolutely. Steve, do you get the sense that this trip to Detroit was a bit of a distraction from some of the heavy stuff that he's having to deal with, i.e. the situation in Iran, i.e. Russia, Ukraine, i.e. Venezuela, i.e. transgender athletes? He got a chance to talk about something that's really fully in his wheelhouse and that he's passionate about.
Absolutely true. I mean, he's passionate about business. One of the things he talked about when he was talking about business in America was reducing regulations. He said, we've gotten rid of 129 regulations for each one we put in place in my first year back in the White House. Look, he's a business guy. He's a builder, and he knows the government regulations and these studies and so forth. The other thing he's talked about, getting projects done in a timely fashion. He talked about it a bit today again. You shouldn't have to wait 20 years to get a no. Let's find out if we can build this or not build this, whatever it may be. And these are all things that are close to him. Obviously, as a developer in New York City, he faced regulations, he faced regulators, he faced the rules and all the red tape. And he thinks it should be easier in America to build things, to get things done. And he shared that again today. And he's obviously optimistic about the economy and where it's going. And he says it'll get even better if they lower interest rates. Boy, he took a few shots at Jerome Powell today, that's for sure. Not a fan, as you can tell. And he said if Jerome Powell and the Fed would lower interest rates faster, this economy would take off even more vigorously. And so that's what he's working on. And again, he considers Michigan to be ground zero when it comes to swing states. He has, ever since I first talked to him about it in 2016, he believes that to this day. However Michigan goes, the nation is going to follow. He believes that. And, you know, I don't think he's wrong.
Absolutely. Steve Gruber reporting for us on the ground there in Detroit, Michigan. Steve, appreciate your time. It's always good to spend the afternoon with you, my friend.
Thank you, Terrence.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Well, we appreciate you being along for the ride as we've been covering President Trump's speech before the Detroit Economic Club. He spoke for about an hour, and over the last hour, so we've been kind of unpacking everything that he talked about, from tariffs to the auto industry. Again, thanks so much for being along for the ride. We appreciate you joining us for America's Voice Live.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
is followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness.
All right, folks, Tuesday, 4 p.m., markets are closed. Pag Bank, whatever the heck that is, but they're closed on Wall Street. A little bit of a rough day in the equity portion of the market. So take a look. Dow down 400 or so, plus or minus a couple. That's the Bitcoin screen, guys. The Dow down 400, S&P down a touch, 13. NASDAQ down not much at all, almost flat, down 24. But then when you do jump over to the other screen, you have oil up $1.50 almost. It's almost $61 a barrel right now. That's a little rough going. And then gold kind of held its own, down 18, which is nothing. It's up couple $100 this week already. Silver up yet again. Silver almost $87 an ounce, record high for the silver. And then Bitcoin had a very strong day today. This is what we've been talking about. As gold slows down, a lot of that money is going to drift into Bitcoin, into cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin up almost $4,000. At $90,500 when we were here at the close of business yesterday. So you're looking at a very, very strong Bitcoin market today. Ethereum up as well. So across the board, a little mixed, equities down. Some of the other alternative assets are showing some strength. Our next guest knows all too well about the Iranian regime and the misery it brings to people of Iran. He's the author of The Iran Threat and the deputy director of the U.S. Office of the National Council of Resistance of Iran, I guess to Iran, if that. Welcome, Ali Reza Jafarzadeh. Ali, really good to have you. I think we had John last week, and my question to you is, it's clear that one thing stands in the way between the people of Iran and I wouldn't call it an all-out democracy, but some sort of quasi-capitalist situation. It was the mullahs, and we were talking about what it would take. And is this exactly what it took? You needed a collapse in the Iranian rial to make the economy and inflation spike in the economy on its heels. Is that what it took?
First of all, great to be on your show, Rick. Obviously, the collapse of the Iranian currency is a trigger. In a lot of these major changes or revolutions, you don't know where that trigger comes. This one, this triggered the bazaar, the small businesses who were traditionally in bed of the mullahs for decades, who are so unhappy. Then others joined, the poor, the deprived, the smaller towns and cities, and then you had the university students joining. You have a nationwide uprising going against the Iran regime. It expanded to 195 cities in all 31 provinces of the country, and the chants are death to the dictator, death to Khamenei, who is the supreme leader of the regime, and down with the oppressor, be the Shah or the supreme leader, making it very clear that the Iranian people, the same way they rejected the Shah's dictatorship, they're fighting to end the rule of the clerics. The only path against in front of them is for freedom, for democracy, for political pluralism. That will happen.
So, Ali, over the weekend, Elon Musk pushed Starlink into the area so the people of Iran, we can see the pictures. For the first time, we saw some really graphic protesters being shot, being manhandled, being thrown around, being assaulted. And then they shut down even Starlink. So for 100 hours, we don't know. We've heard of reports as few as 500 people killed. We've heard reports as high as 12,000 people killed and another 12,000 imprisoned. What do you hear?
Well, because of the internet, we had difficulty getting information from our own network inside Iran, which has been extremely active. But the latest information we got as of yesterday that over 3,000 have been killed. This is based on the reports we compiled from our network in Iran, from hospitals, morgues, family members, and the actual number could be much higher. And the regime has done everything to put down the revolt, but today is still continuing. The protest is still continuing. I think this clearly shows how afraid this regime is, but at the same time, how fragile they are. This is the largest infliction of killings and murder on the protests in the past few years, the largest number of killings since Supreme Leader Khamenei came to power as the Supreme Leader in 1989.
Ali, so tell us how this works. Okay, so people protest. Now, the IRGC, I guess they're there to protect the mullah class. Is there law enforcement besides them that may be on the side of the protesters, at least protect them somewhat?
All of the military apparatus that the regime has, and they have so many of it. They have the regular army, they have the Revolutionary Guards, they have what they call the Basij that works hand in hand with the Revolutionary Guards. They're all in charge of protecting the system and against the Iranian people. However, you have this popular structure that the main Iranian opposition movement, the MEK, created a few years ago, known as the resistance units, mostly young people in small cells and groups. Their job is to act as engine for change in Iran. They confront the Revolutionary Guards, they confront institutions of repression. They show the people that the Iran regime, despite the killings, is not 10 feet tall. And they acted as engine during the protests, protecting the people, pushing back against the guards, in some cases disarming the Revolutionary Guards. This is where the focus should be. These resistance units need to be protected, empowered, and their right to confront the Revolutionary Guards and fight them and overthrow them must be recognized. And that's why, there's no other way to end the rule of the clerics except to fight them. And that has already been, in motion. And any element that tries to disrupt this motion to end the rule of the clerics, they act as obstacles.
Ali, at one point, President Trump indicated that he may be interested in something more than sanctions, right? So he put a 25% sanction on any country who does business with Iran. That'll hurt them, clearly. But at some point, it looked like there was going to be some sort of military kinetic, even potentially, not boots on the ground, but maybe some drone strikes, whatever. He did it once already in the last 6 months. Then he looks like he may have pushed back. What is the common wisdom on whether or to what level Trump is willing to use the United States might to remove these mullahs while the taking is good? It seems like if it's going to happen, this may be the best opportunity, maybe in the last 10 years, maybe the next 10 years.
Well, a country like Iran, which is so large, so populated, over 90 million population, if you are looking for change, that change has to come from within. Even the smaller countries like Syria, at the end of the day, it took the fighting on the ground to bring down Assad in Syria. In the case of Iran, that's why there is an organized resistance, has been fighting the mullahs for over 4 decades. A very high price has been paid by the MEK. Just in the summer of 1988, as many as 30,000 political prisoners belonging to this movement, most of them were murdered with the hope that the regime would be able to crush them. It didn't work. And now you have the younger generation, the daughters and sons, grandchildren, and siblings of those who were murdered in 1988, who are now in the streets of Iran, those who were imprisoned. So there is an organized force on the ground, which is the best tool and perhaps the only effective tool to end the rule of the clerics that has been in action. However, the role of the international community is important. The mullahs have been used to, for 4 decades, getting concessions and appeasement policy that helped the regime. That has changed, and I think it's important for the world to make the regime accountable, making sure that they pay the price for these killings, and they're not going to get away with anything, whether it's their terrorism or killing of their own people.
All right, Ali, I have one quick question for you. Now, let's speculate. This is what we do, right? We're on TV, we're not inside. If Trump were to perform a surgical operation similar to what he did in Venezuela with Maduro, coming in quietly in the wee hours of the morning, surgically come in, remove Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, what would happen?
Well, this is, Iran is obviously different than many other countries you mentioned, but in the case of Iran, the system is theocracy. The whole thing is built around the supreme leader, the absolute religious authority, and everything else is built around him. So the Revolutionary Guards are there to protect him, and the other institutions of repression are built to protect him. They also get their legitimacy internally from the supreme leader. So in the case that the supreme leader dies, or for somehow he doesn't exist, it's not the situation that you will see the rest of the system function, because the whole thing will crumble. And that's why the regime feels that they cannot give an inch. That's why when there's protests, they try to come back.
They will. You're right. They will guard against that at all costs. I'm just wondering if it would be as kind of simple and straightforward as Venezuela. Maybe not. Maybe there's a lot more air defense. Ali Reza, thank you so much. Deputy Director of the U.S. Office of National Council of Resistance on Iran. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you. Always a pleasure.
All right, folks. Americans are facing enormous financial pressure right now. Credit card debt in this country has surged past $1 trillion. Interest rates are some of the highest we've ever seen, especially on credit card debt. Families who work hard, pay taxes, and do everything right are finding themselves drowning in monthly payments they can't escape. Joining us today to talk about real solutions is consumer finance advocate with Iconic Debt Relief, Melanie Picor. Melanie, really, really good to have you. How many Americans currently struggling? This is amazing. The number is going to blow you away. How many Americans, how many people, how many of us are struggling with credit card debt?
I wish I had an exact number for you. That would be astronomical, right? But I can say well over half of the U.S. households have revolving balances, which means we have running balances month over month over month, right? There's over $1 trillion in debt in the country. So it's an astronomical number.
It is astronomical. The problem is once you're in debt like this, you tend to fall deeper and deeper in debt, right? Why is that? Why is it so hard for people to pull themselves out of credit card debt?
Well, when you really think about it or look at your statement, I don't think a lot of us realize what daily compounding interest is, right? And that's the biggest challenge. So daily compounding interest is that interest being charged on top of interest that's already been charged. So it's compounding between 20 and 30% consistently. It's not like a simple interest rate where, like, say, your mortgage, right? So it's so hard. Even $300 to $500 a month sometimes can feel like you're running in place.
Dave Ramsey, a good friend of mine, he's one of the go-to gurus on all things investing, debt, and whatnot. And he will tell you the first thing you always should do is pay off your credit card debts for the exact reason you just said there. The compounding interest is just killer. So how do people work with you to get themselves out of debt?
Well, great question. At Iconic, it's quite simple, right? We will help you find a light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, so most people will look at debt relief as a scary option and believe seeking help truly means failure, but it really does not. And it also does not destroy your financial future, which is a lot of the feedback some people are saying, right? In reality, doing nothing, doing what we're doing now, consistently throwing money away at these high compounding interest rates is hurting your future more than anything because you can't get out from under it, right? Which can take decades to do on your own. So what we're going to do is we're going to help you repair that. Okay, we're going to find responsible debt relief options about regaining that control and getting that fresh start and creating a realistic path instead of staying in or even getting worse, going backwards in the situation that we're in.
Curious. So I have debts here, there, and everywhere, right? I can't figure out which one to pay first, which one not to worry about. You'll go in and help teach us which ones to pay, or do you come in and manage it all? Do you say, let me aggregate all this, and you write a check like this, and we'll distribute it and freeze this high interest rates that are accruing? How does it work?
Great question. So it is not a loan, though a debt consolidation loan can work for some. You really have to ask yourself, once I get this loan, can I rip up my credit cards, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go through all of your unsecured debt, ensure that we work with those creditors to not only help stop that consistent daily compounding interest from accruing, but also relieve you of, up to 50% of that debt that you do already owe. Because let's face it, we've probably paid that off 2 or 3 times over the life of having that credit card. So we're not going to cut you a check. We're going to work with your creditors to reduce your overall debt. Got it.
Melanie, really good to have you on. Consumer finance advocate for Iconic Debt Relief, Melanie Puchar. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we will be back. 2.5.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece.
Happy New Year means? A new year means new financial goals, like making sure your savings are secure and diversified. Will this year be finally the year you listen to me and talk to someone about Birch Gold Group? Honestly, they're great people. I use them. I appreciate their educational approach. I appreciate their understanding of macroeconomics. There are forces pushing the dollar lower across the world, in fact, and gold higher, $4,650. That's up 80-90% over a 1-year period. That's why they believe every American should own physical gold, as I do. So until January 30th, it's another 20 days or so. If you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility, start the process. Just text the word America to 989898. Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Get that? You don't take any more money out of your pocket. You take an existing IRA, put it into gold, and you could still earn the rebate of up to $10,000. So make right now your first time to buy gold. Take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by January 30th. Text the word America to 989898. Claim your eligibility today. One more time. America, texted to 989898. All right, our own RAV Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn is at the White House today. A lot going on, some of it behind your shot, Brian, some of it in Michigan. Just give us a lowdown.
Yeah, Kevin Hassett just walked away from what they call the stakeout area right in front of the West Wing, talking to reporters for a few minutes. I would imagine one of those questions, Eric, or would you expect to be the next Fed chairman? And do you think President Trump has alluded to that? And also just talk about rates in general. He has just briefly stepped back into the West Wing. But, yeah, so much going on today. And, of course, President Trump should be arriving here in the next 45 minutes back here at the White House coming from the Detroit Economic Club, where he spoke to a group of people there, and then toured a Ford factory that makes the best-selling pickup in America, Eric. That would be the F-150 series. So lots of focus on domestic issues today, but when he gets back here, you and I both know, all eyes will be back on Iran and, of course, the developing situation in Venezuela as well.
Let's talk a little bit about what you just went through. Kevin Hassett there talking about whether or not he's going to be the next Fed chairman. Jerome Powell is clearly out. Investigated, maybe not, who knows. I think, and I've been doing this a really long time, and I know Trump. I know the guy, he likes to kind of divert the attention a little bit. Hassett would be good, but I think Scott Bessent wants it, and I think Trump really respects Bessent, and I think he's going to give it to Bessent. He wants everyone to think it's going to Hassett, but it's Brian, we said in the break, it's the best job. Fed chairman is the best job in D.C. You wield so much economic power. It's incredible. More. Also, that F-150 is the best-selling vehicle in the country, not just truck, the best-selling vehicle in the country, which is incredible. Affordability. Is Trump back on the affordability vein? Because I think he really needs to get on that before the midterms.
I think he is. Now, he still calls the term affordability a hoax, and I think what he's meaning is that the inflation under Joe Biden went so high in double digits that when they try and talk about things are affordable, it's not affordable compared to what Joe Biden left this administration, but he has brought it down quite a bit. I mean, CPI came out today with a 2.7%, so that was to be expected. I think that's somewhere where it needs to be. But, still getting the focus on gasoline, fuel, heating, cooling, all of the energy costs, rather, in line to what people can expect and what they can afford. So that will be the focus. And I think that was one of the things that we're going to see out throughout 2026, Eric, is this focus on the economy, on the U.S. economy, and how life is better now under the Trump administration or Trump policies, because, he did inherit a disaster of an economy. So within a year, I think we can all argue he's done a pretty good job bringing things back to what we would somewhat call normal here in America, Eric.
I think you're right. I think that 2.7 inflation number is right at target. You want to be somewhere around 2.5% inflation. This is their target, the Fed's target goal. It's getting back there. Remember, it spiked to 9.1 under Biden. And the reason why I brought up affordability is you weren't there that day. I happened to be invited in the new media chair in the briefing room one day. And my question to Caroline was, how come the Democrats and now this liberal media that's in front of me, and I almost said you, Caitlin Collins, too. She was in the front row. I said, including Fox. How come this front row here is calling this an affordability crisis, yet their mouths were shut, their printer ink was dry when Biden ran it up to 9.1%, but now at 2.7%, it's an affordability crisis all of a sudden. And she was right. She just lit into him and laced into him. So we're hitting the right strokes, at least on the economic front, which I'll be the first one to admit I was wrong about tariffs so far. I don't know if it's going to be a lagging indicator. I thought inflation would show up by now with the tariff situation that Trump is doing, and frankly, it hasn't. Yeah.
It's interesting. When I first got here, the first past year, I was thinking to myself, what was the media on all of this stuff when crime was out of control, the border was out of control, inflation was out of control? They were silent on all of that, but yet they're the first person they want to speak up about the prices now. Or when they lined the Pebble Beach here with all the mugshots of all the criminal illegal aliens, they were so quick to defend those guys' rights, even though they came in this country and committed crime. So the media was completely backwards in all of that. And let me be the first to say this, Eric. I respect you greatly because I know that you were against the tariffs and you spoke out against it. But now you're saying, you know what? Maybe I might have misjudged that. So you are a man of character. You're honest. You're a good guy. And I think we all respect the fact that you publicly have said, maybe I was wrong on the tariffs. And I think we all can kind of laugh at the fact that we're all, very open and honest. And I love the fact that you just said that. Because I remember you talking about the tariffs.
I'm actually, frankly, thrilled I was wrong. I mean, because we wouldn't be seeing a 2.5% inflation rate, and we wouldn't be seeing a brand new high in stock market yesterday, new high in gold today. So
you're right.
Whatever. Again, so many people like to hit Trump because he comes up with these ideas that are kind of against common sense. For me, common sense would have said keep prices low, whatever. And you go, and then he ends up being right. And you go, at some point, as Bannon says, look, you just got to go with him. He's got these senses about things that may sound counterintuitive, but you just got to go with him. Final thought before we go. Anything on Iran, Brian, by the way?
No, you're right. Well, no, I was just speaking probably about an hour ago. One of the colleagues that works on Pebble Beach here, he's an Iranian correspondent for the White House, and he told me, Brian, the images are bad coming out of Iran. He said 10,000 or more people reportedly killed. And get this, they're even dragging the bodies of the victims to the houses to the parents, the family, and saying, guess what? Here's the body. We pumped 2 bullets in this body. Pay up. You owe us 2 bullets. This regime is evil, but we could be hours before we see some type of kinetic or non-kinetic engagement with Iran. So all eyes are on Iran tonight.
Got to be. Keep your eye. There's a lot going on in that part of the country. Brian, thank you. Appreciate your time. Brian Glenn, everyone.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts.
I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the President of the United States of America, and Hillary Clinton.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
Sound like Trump, don't they? We're a nation of immigrants, but we're also a nation of laws. Thanks, Bill. A little louder for those in the back, and we must do more to stop it. Hear, hear. It's worth a reminder right now. It's worth it to remember that the so-called beacons of the Democrat Party not only condone what President Trump is doing right now, but according to their very own policies, would probably say that what the 47th President Trump is carrying out right now is tame by their own standards. The difference? Sure, it's the man in the Oval Office right now. But the difference is that Obama and Clinton weren't desperate for votes. The difference is Democrats right now are. And that's what this real unchecked rage is all about. Listen to the desperate folks, the desperation on these people's voices. These people are hurling the worst types of slurs at these ICE officers possible. They're Nazis. They're SS. They're criminals. Mamdani called him a murderer. He had no idea what was going on. He was in New York an hour later. They need to be defunded, or else let's shut down the government, is what they're saying. This is pure desperation in real time.
Are you actually willing to shut down the government over these DHS proposals?
Well, I mean, the question is for Republicans. Are they willing to shut down the government simply to endorse the most lawless Department of Homeland Security in the history of the country?
You know, have your phones at the ready, video everything. Bring us your documentation. Tell us your stories. Make sure that we have witness testimony.
I mean, the notion that Donald Trump thinks that this is somehow, or claims that this is somehow making the country safer is absurd. It's making the country more dangerous. The domestic terrorists are ICE.
To me, we're attacking brown people.
It's very clear that ICE is completely out of control. It's a rogue, lawless agency that has detained American citizens. They've assaulted people. They are putting people in the worst possible conditions in the detention centers.
ICE and Kristi Noem and everything they're doing is making it far less safe.
I think that ICE is a real job in the same way that being a member of the SS was a real job.
Member of the SS. Interesting, because the FBI has told us murder rates are going down. They could be taking these people out of the country undressed up as Disney characters on beds of feathers and butterflies while playing the flute, and they still would feel that they could compare these ICE agents to the Gestapo. And what kind of conditions are they supposed to be kept in before being deported for being here illegally? Mr. Kellyanne Conway, huh? Or they're divorced now, so it doesn't count. I imagine they're wanting some 4- or 5-star accommodations like the sanctuary cities provide. Maybe a little champagne, some ribeye steak. How'd that suit these illegals? Illegal aliens, by the way. It still wouldn't be enough for them because that isn't the point. They don't want cushier, friendlier, more nurturing deportations. They want no deportations at all. That's the only end goal for them. And they won't stop buying up armies to protest in the streets until they get to that goal. Kristi Noem confirms that they've deported rapists, child rapists, in fact, and murderers, just to name a few. By the way, they break the law coming into the country in the first place. Can you imagine protesting against that? Reframing that to be somehow a bad thing for America? Why didn't they protest when every single other president or high-ranking Democrat, Hillary, pushed for deportations? Demanded it, in fact. State of the Union addresses, Bill Clinton, right at the Oval Office, right outside the Oval Office, Barack Obama, because no one wants these Democrats anymore. The crazy policies, the indoctrination, the repeated fraud, the censorship, the gaslighting, and the lawfare. People are just done with the crap, so the only way they can win is to flood the country with illegal immigrants, to block voter ID laws, and create permanently deep blue states through crooked judges and obedient governors. Never forget, Hillary said, if they've committed a crime, deport them. Obama said, if you're a criminal, you'll be deported. Bill Clinton got a standing ovation for speeding up deportations and securing our borders. Somehow, it wasn't called racism or Gestapo or bigotry back then. They called it what it was, the law. But now they can't win anymore, and that's what this is really, really all about. These people are hypocrites. All right, there's a quiet shift happening right now in media. Most people don't even realize it. The smartest people aren't looking for the loudest platforms anymore. They're looking for the most serious rooms, channels. That's why I built The Edge. In just 3 months, just over 3 months, we've crossed 300,000 views, maybe more now since this last episode is exploding right now on YouTube. Views, I don't know, 300,000 views, 8,500 subscribers, 14,000 watch hours with zero algorithmic favors and no corporate machine behind us. Why? Well, because when you create something that respects intelligence, strength, and accountability, the right audience finds it. On The Edge, we talk about real power, real competition, real consequences, not cable news theater, not social media dopamine. So if you're the kind of person who wants to understand how the world actually works, not how it's packaged for you, you got to watch The Edge. Just watch one episode. Search The Edge with Eric Bolling on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@EricBollingTheEdge or go to the search box, Eric Bolling and The Edge. Subscribe right there. Or face your camera right at that QR code. The yellow line comes across, subscribe. Again, never going to charge you a dime, never going to charge you a penny, not going to sell your information. No one's going to package any marketing to you. Just go there that way with your camera or youtube.com/@EricBollingTheEdge. We're doing some amazing things. This episode today, off the charts. You're going to love it. Check it out. It's why the NFL and what the MLB and the NFL don't want you to see or know when you're watching these games. Really, it's fascinating stuff. We will see you in 2.5 minutes.
Pennsylvania Avenue, and we're going to the Capitol. They need to take back our country.
Events in Washington have taken a violent and tumultuous turn.
January 6th wasn't just a moment in history. For thousands of Americans, it was the moment their voices were taken.
It's insurrection.
They were persecuted, hunted.
Seditious conspiracy.
But behind prison walls, something unexpected happened. They found their voice again.
Started singing the national anthem.
We took it up to him at Mar-a-Lago. He goes, I'll put my voice on it.
Our supporters made this go platinum.
Real America's Voice is telling the real story of January 6th like you've never seen it before.
Everybody
everybody, this must be peaceful.
This is not the story you were shown.
I take responsibility.
This is the story they live.
Government entrapment scheme that this actually was.
The J6 Patriots are no longer staying silent. They are speaking, they are standing, and they are telling the truth.
You can't kill us. You can't beat us.
Scan the QR code or visit RealAmericasVoice.com. Real America's Voice presents The Sleeping Giant. Available now. At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
By the way, Trump is landing in D.C. We're going to go to, if we have video, and if he comes out, we'll take a peek at that. In the meantime, it's day 300 of Democrat lawmakers proving that they're members of the party of violence by doing and saying everything they can to get ICE agents hurt or killed while just doing their jobs. And clearly every last one of them has gotten the memo. And apparently Minnesota has more than one congresswoman who hates her country and its citizens.
And we are seeing indiscriminate takings of people by this masked secret police that is ICE. They are wanting to create this secret police force that has no accountability and no transparency. And I think the American public needs to ask itself, is this the country that we want to live in? We are a country of laws, and it's what has distinguished us from the rest of the world. And I think most Americans want to live in a country that follows the rule of law and the Constitution.
Good luck, Minnesota. Good luck. Like I said yesterday, Pete Hegseth for governor of Minnesota. Minnesota actually suing the Trump administration now for sending in ICE agents to remove those who are in America illegally. Minnesota, you know, Minneapolis, the place where they just got caught with $9 billion of fraud from Somalis. Seriously, you can't make this stuff up. The state actively protects criminals and illegals in its state at the highest levels of government. But they're suing the federal government, really is suing Trump and you and me. Watch.
It feels like we have an occupying force that has come in to our city. It is completely dangerous. It feels like we do not have a proper understanding of what the strategy is, what they're supposed to be doing when it comes to the federal law enforcement that has come into our community. And so it is one of those cases where it can result into a more dangerous situation. And I agree with our Attorney General Keith Ellison in saying we would like for you all to leave.
So, Elon, you don't understand the strategy. Is that thing up top too tight, perhaps? The strategy is removing illegals. And by the way, remove illegals in an area where, I don't know, probably a quasi mix of legal and illegal Somalis stole $9 billion. I think right now, maybe you should just zip it. As if the state of Illinois doesn't have enough to worry about. Iraq, Chirac, their attorney general also suing the Department of Homeland Security along with ICE and the CBP for carrying out the mission that was overwhelmingly voted for by the American people. Watch.
Tear gas, chemical weapons, rubber bullets, masked men carrying semi-automatic rifles and instruments of war as they intimidate, harass, and assault. These hallmarks of a war zone seen on movie screens have no place in an American city, much less at a daycare center, courthouses, in our neighborhoods, or outside our children's schools. Today, my office is taking significant action to put an end to federal agents' lawlessness in the state of Illinois.
Well, that's Kwame Raoul, the Attorney General of Illinois. I mean, Attorney General of any state or country, for that matter, is the top law enforcement officer in that state or country. And this guy has got a problem with removing illegals who are here illegally. That's all you need to know about the Democrat Party, the party of lawlessness. Love moments like this one right after Amy Klobuchar joined Anderson Cooper to talk about her state's ridiculous lawsuit against DHS and so on. He turned right around to their legal analyst, Ellie Honig, who rightfully put this nonsense where it belongs, in the trash heap.
Former federal prosecutor and senior legal analyst Ellie Honig is here. Does this lawsuit have any chance of doing anything?
No, I don't think so. What they're asking, the state of Minnesota is asking a federal judge to throw ICE out of the state and to prohibit ICE from enforcing federal law in the state. There's simply no precedent for that. These lawsuits, Illinois and Minnesota both filed similar lawsuits, have no precedent cited in there. To do that would violate the supremacy clause.
No precedence means it ain't going anywhere in the courts. Joy Reid wearing a sweatshirt that tries to fit as many wokeisms on it as she possibly can, made sure to jump into the anti-ICE fray with her very special brand of race baiting.
This woman was part of a group of people who they train to try to be ICE interrupters. And what they try to do is observe what ICE is doing, film them, and try to use their white privilege, to be honest. They're mainly white people.
Which is what we ask.
Which is what we ask them to do, right? Because black people, we can't put our bodies on the line because cops will shoot us. And so the presumption had been, particularly a white woman, because remember, part of the rationale for doing this with ICE is to save white women, pristine white women, from being ravaged by, criminal brown men. So white women have been taking the lead in being the ones to step.
Now, if I'm Kristi Noem, Holman, and whatnot, I pull that soundbite from the joyless Joy Reid, because she called this woman an ICE interrupter. Call it what you want. If you call them an ICE interrupter, that by definition is illegal. You cannot interfere with a federal agent's doing its own job. You can't be an ICE interrupter. You can be a peaceful protester over there. But once you step into the mix, you're breaking the law. And I would use that soundbite against those SOBs. Speaking of race baiting, let's get right to it. Jasmine Crockett, our favorite dummy in D.C., is Texas Congresswoman who's now trying to be Texas Senator and straight up insults her own state. How exactly is it work when she is trying to get votes?
Now, some people get a little funny when you start talking about race, but this is real. There was a Trump-appointed justice. I testified because I had already sued the state of Texas because Texas is racist.
People of Texas, you be very, very careful about electing that woman. You can stick her in the district. By the way, you'll get redistricted anyway right out of your job. You can't let this woman get into the Senate, U.S. Senate. That is a big, big mistake. Far left alliance is in full force with Pocahontas coming out to make sure that everyone knows that she thinks that New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani is on the right track when he pushes impossible socialist dreams that will only send the Big Apple right into the ground, into a fiery socialist garbage heap. It's already garbage heap, but now it'll be a socialist garbage heap.
We are not short on good ideas. And to win, every Democrat should be proposing concrete plans for lowering costs. Zohran Mamdani came from nowhere and took down a political dynasty. How? He ran a campaign tightly focused on the cost of living with easy-to-understand platform. Free buses, freeze the rent, and deliver no-cost child care.
Unfortunately, Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, you're supposed to be educated. That's not how you lower costs and prices. You don't lower costs and prices by giving stuff away for free. That's how you raise it, because demand spikes up because it's free and no one can get it. So you need more and more, and then you can never afford it. So you lower costs and prices by adding supply. Demand's always going to be there. You add supply. And the way you do that is allow people to drill more oil, allow people to frack for natural gas. You lower the price because you put more supply on the market. Allow people to do business in your state. Lower your business regulations. Lower your taxes. It creates more supply of whatever the businesses are in for your state or your city. That's how supply and demand curves work. When you artificially move them, like giving stuff away for free, you screw up the whole thing and it ends up a disaster. Socialism/communism has killed over 100 million people in this world. Look it up. Killed 100 million. They starved to death. They starved to death under communism, and they'll do it again. New York's going to starve. When Pocahontas isn't idealizing socialist policies, she's telling lies. Elizabeth Warren and her fellow comrades really do think Americans are stupid. After Obamacare, which is a disaster, which she herself voted for, made healthcare costs go so high, she's still towing the party line of BS that somehow Republicans are the ones responsible for massive mistakes.
Republicans and Democrats can come together to form a healthcare plan?
It's up to the Republicans. Democrats have made clear we want to lower healthcare costs for Americans. Republicans passed a law last July that raised those costs for Americans, and so far they've refused to back off that. So ask the Republicans, we're still in this fight all the way to lower healthcare costs.
Man, the one claims to be Harvard educated. Socialism, they suck. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. and we are just getting started.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
All right, let me give you some numbers because numbers never lie, folks. They can't lie. The Edge launched just over 3 months ago. No network push, no algorithm help, no corporate support. Already, we've crossed 300,000 views, more than 14,000 watch hours, growing this last episode off the charts. Thousands of subscribers. We never thought we'd hit 5,000. We're at 8,500 in 3.5 months. Unbelievable. They stay, too. They're not just showing up. They're subscribing. That doesn't happen in this business. Most new YouTube channels die in silence. This one didn't. Why? Well, because the Edge isn't built for the algorithm. It's built for people like you and I, people who live under pressure, who thrive where others barely survive. Former pro athletes, traders, founders, men who know what it feels like when the clock is running. Please subscribe. Just hit subscribe on YouTube. Head over there right now. Search Eric Bolling, The Edge. Hit subscribe. I'm going to go to Trump right now. He's speaking outside Air Force One, I believe.
In Iran. Yeah, Iran said that the last time I blew him up with the nuclear capability, which they don't have any longer. So Iran said that the last time. They better behave.
Mr. President, the Intel stock is really high after you invested. Are you going to invest more in Intel?
Yeah, I like it. So, well, I don't know about Intel, but I'll invest more in other things. So, as you know, Intel came to see me. They needed help. And I said, I'll help you, but I want 10% of your company to go to the United States of America. And we made, because of that deal, tens of billions of dollars. The stock went very up and very high, and we made tens of billions of dollars. They walked away and they gave us a lot of money, but they did a great deal for themselves because their stock has gone up. As soon as we went in, Apple went in, NVIDIA went in, a lot of smart people went in, they followed us. So yeah, we're doing that. We've done other of those deals. In Alaska, we did a deal where we got a big piece of a company where we were helping them to get a road. We're the only ones that could have done it. And we said, we want something out of the company for the United States of America, okay? So I believe in that. We have some other ones that we're looking at. I believe in that. If it's up to us, if they can't do it without us, and then I say, well, we'll do it. If you were a private guy, you'd say, what do we get for doing it? Now, I don't want anything for myself. I want our country to be rich as hell. But with Intel, we made billions and billions of dollars, right?
Mr. President, on Iran, do you have a message for the leaders currently of Iran?
Yeah, the message is they've got to show humanity. They've got a big problem, and I hope they're not going to be killing people. And I'm going to have a report very soon. It would seem to me that they have been badly misbehaving, but that is not confirmed.
The 1980 hostage rescue effort that ended in disaster.
Well, it was a disaster for Jimmy Carter. They had all sorts of problems, and the helicopters were crashing and everything. You know what it was? The exact opposite of Venezuela. Do you agree with that? Do you agree? As a reporter, who are you with? Who are you with?
I'm with the Financial Times, sir.
Oh, good. Well, it's a nice paper.
So are you committing not to sending U.S. troops into Iran?
Why would I tell you that? Why would I don't talk about military strategy with a reporter, you know, even though I do like the Financial Times.
Are you consulting with our allies regarding Iran? What are they telling you, and why do you think the Iranian...
Well, I'm not going to tell you what they're telling me. I don't tell you what they...
Why do you think the Iranian leadership continues to defy you, Mr. President?
You think they are?
Well,
it's only been a couple of days. Well, they said that about Venezuela, too, you know. It's only been a couple of days. They haven't defied me. They haven't done anything as far as we're concerned. But it looks like they're killing a lot of people, but it has not been confirmed. I'll know very soon.
Freelancer, the premier of Freelancer today, he prefers to stay with Denmark. Do you see that as the...
Who said that?
The premier of Freelancer.
Well, that's their problem. That's their problem. I disagree with him. I don't know who he is. Don't know anything about him. But that's going to be a big problem for him.
Do you want to see democracy in Iran?
Ideally, you'd like to see it, but what we want to see is we don't want to see people killed, and we want to see a little bit of freedom for these people. These people have been living in hell for a long time. That used to be a hell of a country. I have friends that used to invest in Iran, and they did well with their investments. It was a great place. The people were great. Even the leadership was good. And now it's living in hell. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there he is. Just talking like very, very short. Just landed from Michigan to the Michigan Economic Club, I believe that's what it was. And what, is he going to get back on this, the price, the affordability message? Again, when we use affordability, we use it the way we know it. It was unaffordable under Joe Biden. It's become a lot more affordable to live in America, especially for the middle class under President Trump this term. I don't know, Ben, do we have time for one quick voicemail?
Yeah, we have time for a voicemail. We have Paul from Ohio has some questions about the Minnesota ICE shooting.
Hey, Eric, this is Paul from Ohio. With this woman that was shot in Minnesota, why isn't her wife being charged with her death? Because one of us average white guys, if we'd been committing a crime while somebody died, we would have been charged with that person's death. But because she's a liberal white woman, they ain't going to?
Man, I got to agree with you. It's really blatantly obvious that most of these agitators that we're seeing are white people, a lot of the white women. What's the story here? I can only assume that they're being paid very well by the groups that finance the disruption, let's call it the trying to divide the country along political lines. And for some reason, we just showed you earlier, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, other Democrats have always been at least hard on illegal immigration. Maybe not hard on other types of it, but they've always been hard on illegal immigration. Yet now, if you put those words, Jimmy Kimmel or whatever those knuckleheads at late night, sometimes they go out in the street and they read something and they attribute it to Trump, and then they get the reaction and they go, oh, wait a minute, that wasn't Trump saying it, that was Barack Obama, and see what happens. If you put those words that Barack Obama said, attribute them to Trump, the liberal left and these lunatics who hate Trump would go apoplectic against it until they hear it was Barack Obama, and then they change their tune. I'm just so convinced this whole immigration drama and ICE drama is because people just love to hate on President Trump. All right, thank you for leaving the voicemails. Next time we'll have a few more. That got a little interrupted by the president arriving in D.C. Have a great night. Have a great War Room. War Room's coming up next. Always keep it right here on RAV 24/7, top to bottom. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bowling, we are out for today. See you tomorrow, Wednesday.
Local school kids in Minneapolis en masse walking out of their school to tell Trump's federal agents to leave them alone and get out of their town. Tonight, we're going to talk about what Minnesotans are doing to try to protect their schools, forming human chains around Minnesota public schools at pickup and drop-off. The Wall Street Journal reporting this weekend on a surge in, quote, volunteers, many of them moms already involved in their schools, using Google Docs to divvy up tasks such as delivering groceries to immigrant families. Volunteers are on hand at drop-off and pickup at schools with whistles to blow in case ICE agents show up. The Immigrant Defense Network telling the Washington Post that they have trained about 2,000 people total to be ICE observers in the Twin Cities. About 2,000 people total, but then the day after ICE killed Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis, they got a huge surge. They had 354 people show up in one day, the very next day, to be trained to be ICE observers. 354 people showed up in one day. The mayor saying, quote, Donald Trump should know that as long as federal agents are in our city acting unconstitutionally against our neighbors, we will continue to push back with everything we've got. Here are Democratic members of Congress turning up at the local ICE detention facility, the local ICE jail in Minnesota, demanding to be let in because as members of Congress, they are allowed by law to inspect any federal facility like that at any time with no notice. But these members of Congress were nevertheless turned away. Today, Democracy Forward went to court to force ICE and force the Trump administration to let those members of Congress in because that, in fact, is the law. And again, if they were hoping that their shambolic and chaotic violence would dissuade Americans from standing up to them, well, they do not understand Americans. They do not understand how we are wired. It is having the opposite effect.
We're giving 90-day notices to places like California, Scott. Right away, we're going to send out that notice. Who would bill the federal government as people poured into the state to send those people back because no country can afford to do it? No country can afford to take in millions of people, pay for their education, their health care, their hospitals. You just can't do it. And we all have a heart. You can't do it. But many of those people are murderers. They're people released from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums. They're people that are drug dealers. They're addicts. Additionally, starting February 1st, we're not making any payments to sanctuary cities or states having sanctuary cities because they do everything possible to protect criminals at the expense of American citizens, and it breeds fraud and crime and all of the other problems that come. So we're not making any payment to anybody that supports sanctuary cities.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Tuesday, 13 January, year of our Lord 2026. Thank you for coming to the afternoon, late afternoon, early evening edition. Now, you know the early evening edition on Monday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. The 6 o'clock show is War Room, Texas, and we're going to have a great crowd there tonight, a great group of people. Don't want to miss that. About the Islamic takeover of the great state of Texas. But I want to start first. Hey, Rachel Maddow's telling you, hey, you see how unctuous she is, how she's all puffed up there in that barn making that $20 million a year. What we Americans, she doesn't understand we Americans. Lady, you are trying to protect 15 to 20 million illegal alien invaders who are certainly not Americans to stay inside this country. And you're trying to stop federal officials from performing their tasks under the Constitution. We played the cold open this morning. All these lawsuits that the mayor of Minneapolis has and Walz has, who are all going to go to prison for the scams they've got in bed with the Somalians, including the Attorney General Ellison. You're all up to your neck in it. You're going to tell Americans, you're going to tell hardworking, patriotic Americans and law enforcement and ICE agents, oh, they don't understand how we Americans are. You're instigating. I don't know why we're not rolling up MSNBC. Oh, excuse me, ShamWow. It's the new name is ShamWow. That's the news. Or is it MS Now? ShamWow. Remember that guy that had the chamois giving you a shine on the hood of your car? The ShamWow network is instigating violence against federal. You see that clip right there? We could play hours of that type of stuff. Sheriff Mack joins me. Sheriff, when I have these questions about law enforcement, you're one of the first people I turn to. What are federal agents supposed to do, and what recommendation would you give to the President of the United States? Now, he's going to cut them off on the 1 February, no money there. Before that, on 20 January, if we head down this path, the radical Democrats are going to try to shut down ICE by defunding it. And so I think we're going to a government shutdown, but that's fine. That's fine. On 1 February, the president just said he's not going to send any more cash to these sanctuary cities. You've had this problem in Arizona with sanctuary cities, all of it. What's your recommendation to the President of the United States of what actually ought to happen here, sir?
Well, first of all, the sheriffs in those major cities, I mean, look at Chicago. It's Cook County. Sheriff Dart is the sheriff there. He's been completely silent. And if the sheriffs in Portland and Los Angeles and Chicago and Minneapolis would stand up and say, our job is to keep the peace and protect people from crime. Getting rid of criminals that were brought in during the Biden administration is what we're supposed to be doing. These sheriffs should be showing a lot more leadership instead of standing on the sidelines. So I would recommend also, most of the sheriffs in this country support Trump. And if I were Trump, I would right now, if I was sitting right next to him, in fact, I would love to help him with this. Invite the sheriffs of those areas, and especially the surrounding counties, to come to his office and come up with a game plan to help DHS and ICE. I've already talked to Tom Homan about this several times, and get these sheriffs on board. A lot of these sheriffs are already in 287G training. I've talked to these sheriffs. They want to help. And the states are now trying to go after the sheriff. We just got back from Washington State, where the sheriffs are being sued, being attacked by their own governors and their own AGs. AG Brown is suing Sheriff Wagner in Adams County because he's trying to help ICE get rid of criminals out of his county. And the AG is actually showing his lawlessness and his ignorance in going after the sheriff that's trying to go after criminals. And so I believe that.
Hang on a second. Hang on. I want to hang on. I want to make sure people understand this. I want to make sure I understand it. You're telling me in the great state of Washington, there's sheriffs up there that are supporting ICE, which they're sworn to do. They're supporting ICE, and ICE going through their federal duties to extract these illegal alien invaders, and that the state attorney general is suing the sheriff?
Yes, that's exactly correct. 100% correct. And what we just had, General Flynn and I were at a meeting there at a big rally, standing room only at the Experience Church in Puyallup, right outside Tacoma. And the sheriffs are at a loss what to do. So we were trying to give them some direction and let them know they're doing the right thing. And Sheriff Bob Songer says, I don't care what the AG does. I'm going to continue to help ICE. Sheriff Schwenk in Pierce County, the second largest county in Washington State, same thing. But Washington State is the worst state in the union for destroying the office of sheriff, attacking the sheriff, and defending the criminals that invaded our country in the first place.
How can you, when you look at Washington, you look at Minneapolis, I mean, it's no doubt it's chaos and anarchy because the people that are breaking the law, the illegal aliens are invading us here, but the Rachel Maddows of the world and all these people put the kids, they're using kids as human shields around the schools. I mean, what then is to be done? What can the sheriffs actually do when you have American citizens that are actively breaking the law and trying to instigate more violence, sir?
Well, the sheriff and his deputies should be there with those ICE agents, and they should be defending those ICE agents and working with them. The sheriff's office and the deputies should be clearing those streets for ICE and providing safety and security for and backup for their fellow police officers from the federal government. Look, the Constitution clearly delegates to the federal government protecting our borders from invasion, and in Article 1, Section 8, the laws of naturalization. And so, of course, this is a federal issue, and the states are trying to, it's unconstitutional. What's unconstitutional? Show me the provision in the Constitution that shows that ICE is outside the Constitution. You guys are crazy. You're liars. This is exactly what the problem that Biden dumped on everybody's lap, and now these horrible blue states want to join in and double down on it. Can you believe that there are law enforcement officials doing this in Minneapolis and other states? I cannot believe it.
We got about a minute. Real quickly, what's your recommendation to the president about this conference you want to have, or this group of sheriffs you want to go back to advise him? What would you recommend to the president? Because he'll see this clip.
I can give him the list of the sheriffs in these areas to get invited to the White House, get them on board, send them back, and let's create peace and tranquility in these areas where you're seeing this mob violence, supported by governors and mayors and others. It's unbelievable. Give me a call,
where do
President
people
Trump.
get
I'll be
you?
happy to help.
What's your website? What's your social media? Where do people go get you?
CSPOA, Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. There's our website. Call me, email me. Please give the president and his staff my number. I'll be happy to come help.
Sheriff Mack, we need you now more than ever, you and the constitutional sheriffs, because we're hurdling folks to a constitutional crisis. They all got to go. All 15 to 20 million of them got to go. Got to go. So, Rachel Maddow and your crew, suck on that, baby. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick's going to be here. President Trump at the Detroit Economic Club moments ago gave a very powerful speech on the state of the economy. E.J. Antoni's going to be with us. Philip Patrick is going to be with us. Please stick around. You're in the afternoon and early evening edition of The War Room.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Also going to revoke the citizenship of any naturalized immigrant from Somalia. or anywhere else who is convicted of defrauding our citizens. We're going to get them the hell out of here fast. And if you come to America to rob Americans, we're throwing you in jail and we're sending you back to the place from where you came. We're throwing you right in jail. As we liberate our country from this cultural scourge and the plague of corruption and fraud, we'll rediscover the natural energy and native spirit that truly makes America great again, like we're doing with Detroit and Michigan. If we get rid of fraud and do our job properly on the trillions that are being extorted out of our country from corrupt and incompetent governors like Gavin Newsom, J.B. Pritzker, and Tim Walz, we will very soon have a balanced budget, and that's the kind of money that we're talking about. We're talking about massive amounts of money. Our country wasn't built by people who tried to lie and cheat and scam their way to success. It was built by legends like Henry Ford, Henry Dow, Thomas Edison, the Kellogg brothers, Alfred P. Sloan, the founder of General Motors, men who lifted up American workers and strengthened our nation beyond even belief. And we're doing the same exact thing right now. I think we're doing it even better. This is the fierce spirit of patriotic free enterprise that we're now unleashing. Once again, we are unleashing it like maybe never before. Last week, we announced that I'm creating a brand new division at the Department of Justice, a legal strike force led by a really tough, smart new Attorney General for fraud. He's a fantastic young guy. He's so impassioned to do this properly. We intend to imprison any fraudster, politician, or public official involved in these sick plots to loot and pillage our country. In addition, I proudly called for the credit card companies to cap interest rates at 10% for 1 year because they're getting 28 and 30% and 32%. And it's unfair. The rates are way too high. As part of those efforts at Davos, next week I'm going to provide much more detail about our housing policies so that every American who wants to own a home will be able to afford one. We have some great things happening with housing, as you know. You saw the $200 billion buy-in on bonds and mortgages. This will include a ban on large institutional investors buying up single-family homes all over the country and making it impossible for people to buy a home. And I've also announced that the U.S. government is purchasing $200 billion of mortgage bonds to bring down mortgage rates, and it's had a huge impact. It's already started. And just last week, the average 30-year mortgage dropped below 6% for the first time in many years.
December read on Consumer Price Index, we're expecting a headline number up 0.3%, and it delivered. That's exactly what we received, up 0.3%. Now, if you look at the previous month in August, it was up 0.4. September, it was up 0.3. So this fits right in. If you look at food and energy, known as core on a month-over-month, it's a tenth cooler than expected. It's up 0.2. Now, if you look at year over year, up 2.7 expected, 2.7 arrives. The one glimmer here on the year over year is the core comes in a tenth light to expectations, but the 2.6 level is where we've been. And my favorite numbers, and they really are my favorite numbers, Joe. If we look at the index on the non-seasonally adjusted index, this started in 1913. The index number 324. And why is that important? Because once again, it's a new all-time high. Pretty much, not all the time, but pretty much every month, we get a new all-time high. 1913. And if you look at the 1957 rendition, which is the core CPI, it comes in at 331 and change. And of course, that's also an all-time high.
So, Philip Patrick, I've got you on to make this make sense to me. You know, the president is now in a throwdown with the chairman of the Federal Reserve. It looks like the markets are supporting the president. I mean, they're either meh or a little bit of turbulence in the bond market that settled out. Stock market yesterday, I think S&P 500 all-time high. Did a little bit of retreat today, but not much. I mean, the markets are supporting him. You got this, I think, excellent print or very good print on inflation today. And, of course, President Trump's down there talking about how we're not going to keep spending on all these social programs, so they're obviously stealing the money. In addition, he's got populist economics. You know, he's breaking up the big banks. We got to cap interest at 10%. I want to get affordability. I want to get mortgage rates down. in all of this, gold is yesterday. I think gold's all-time high yesterday. Backed off a little bit today, basically near 4,600, and of course silver on fire at 86. Make it make sense for us, sir.
That's a tough one. Listen, this is a crazy climate we're in. There's no question about it. I think President Trump today did a very good job highlighting the successes so far of his administration. He highlighted how capital investment has surged under Trump, how growth has accelerated without massive new entitlement spending, as we saw under the Biden administration. Energy costs, very importantly, have stayed contained. That is a tax cut for working families. I think there's definitely a lot of work to do still, right? Growth, although accelerating, GDP numbers are strong. It's highly concentrated on the back of AI infrastructure and data centers. It's going to take time. That's capital intensive growth. It's not yet wage driven growth. So I think it's going to take time for people to start feeling that. But we're heading in the right direction. Trump needs the Federal Reserve to start playing ball. I know there's questions over Trump's pressure on the Fed and their independence. I think Scott Bessent had a small freak out about that. Definitely the administration's not going to do anything to threaten the Fed's independence. I'm sure of that. The problem in my mind with the Federal Reserve.
Hold it. Philip, hang on, brother. Trump's gone full Andrew Jackson. He has a criminal investigation underway because of the cost overruns. And quite frankly, Powell's given some not great testimony in front of Congress. He's gone full Andrew Jackson, these guys. And the lords of easy money, I mean, Jamie Dimon and all these guys may have a problem. Oh, they sit there and they knit their brow and they're saying, we need an independent Fed. Well, the stock market hit an all-time high yesterday, and the bond market's no real turbulence. I mean, isn't the money... The money gets a vote here. Isn't the money saying we're fine with Trump? Independence is overrated because Trump's making us so much money. The economy's turned around under Biden, is about to collapse, that the guys running the economy making us so much money. If he wants to take on all the Fed chairs, because all the Fed chairs and the U.S. Senate, the banking committee, and all those guys are all sitting there going, Trump's the worst. We need an independent Fed. The money's not telling me that, is it?
Listen, not dramatic. Look at what happened in France and the UK. The bond markets are not revolting in that respect. You're absolutely correct. Flip side, though, we've had 5 rate cuts in the last 2 years. Borrowing rates have stayed fairly firm. In a normal climate, rates should have declined. So, yes, bond markets aren't freaking out yet. They're certainly happy with the direction Trump's heading. But Scott Bessent's reaction, you know more than me. I'm getting this from the Daily Mail. There's people within the administration trying to calm this down a little bit, because I think if it goes too far, we may start to have problems.
I think it should be noted that there wasn't a lot about Powell in today's speech, and Scott Bessent did fly on Air Force One out there with President Trump. But so make this make sense to me. We've got, I think, a carrier strike group somewhere in the Straits of Malacca heading toward the North Arabian Seas. All the discussion tonight is going to strike Iran. And I think if he had a target set that said, hey, bang, you drop one there and the Ayatollah falls, he may think about that, but I'm not so sure that target set. We keep saying just keep the economic pressure on. This thing is collapsing. You've got Greenland. The Danes are getting ready to send some special operators to Greenland. You've got obviously the situation in Venezuela. Is the geopolitics like, why is gold on fire and why is silver on fire when you've got these other markets that are not really in horrible turmoil because of President Trump's challenge? Just like Andrew Jackson, Andrew Jackson said, hey, we don't need a central bank, but if we got it, the people are going to control it, not the bankers. And I think Trump's saying the same thing. Why is gold and silver on fire, sir?
Listen, there's so many forces driving it. We've got inflation, we've got de-dollarization, we've got geopolitical instability. It's like the perfect storm for physical precious metals that we're seeing. By the way, I want to say something on foreign policy. It's interesting. Like, there is a world where things land right. We have a free Iran, we have a peacekeeping force in Gaza. I mean, this could be some absolute genius. We'll see how it plays out. But this is interesting times we're living in. I think putting economic pressure on the Iranians, a 25% tariff for anybody doing business with Iran, that's probably the smartest thing to do at the moment. But interesting times for sure. And I think gold will continue to thrive in these climates.
I tell you what, Philip, can you just hang on for 1 second? I just want to hold you through the break. EJ and Tony is going to join us. Philip Patrick is with us. Make sure you want to talk to Philip Patrick. There's a couple of ways to do it. By the way, in the box, we're going to put the box of the President of the United States getting out of the helicopter. He's going to be heading back to D.C. I think he's getting a big national security briefing this evening when he arrives. So everybody's on tenterhooks about this situation in Iran, where the Persians are in the streets trying to overthrow the Islamic Republic. They've done such a great job in the last, 46 or 47 years. People are so thrilled they're in the streets, and there's a report today maybe 10,000 or 20,000 dead. I mean, there's a report there this slaughter could be a lot bigger. The president's trying to weigh more economic pressure. Birch Gold, take your phone. A couple ways to get to him. Take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898. You get the ultimate guide, which is totally free and no obligation, of investing in gold and precious metals. Don't forget silver in the age of Trump. And you can get right to Philip Patrick with doing that. Also, the end of the dollar empire. Go to Birch Gold, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Now you have a physical copy of it. We actually made it into a book. You can get a signed edition of that, signed by me, with a qualifying purchase. Go to Birch Gold right now, check it out. But most importantly, get to Philip Patrick and his team. That's who you need to talk to. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick joins EJ and Tony on the other side.
California wildfire ripping apart Los Angeles County.
This is ridiculous. This is death by 1,000 paper cuts by Democrat policies.
That is President Trump's motorcade.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Trump has returned triumphant.
We hope they come out tonight.
We prayed together and we cried for 4 years.
Such an amazing feeling.
Flight 5342 colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter. 67 lives lost.
Liberation Day was extraordinary.
We never charged anybody anything, but now we're going to charge.
I think it's a great day here at the White House.
They've sold out our country, and they don't care why they're here.
We're now averaging 2,000 deportations a day.
Finally, a president steps up and does the presidential thing.
The strikes were a spectacular success.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
The great Scott Adams passed away this morning. Gave his life to Christ at the end of his life. Just got word, came across the wire. I'm trying to check this out because I think he's part of the Trump administration. I thought he was an ambassador. Former Arizona Attorney General Mark Brnovich has passed away. We'll get more details on that. Remember, Mark was on the show many times during the big steal in 2020, trying to find out what in the hell went on there and get to the bottom of it. And I think he was potentially going to run for governor or the Senate. He was really a rising star in the Republican Party. So we'll get more on that as soon as we get it. E.J. Antoni joins us. E.J., talk to me about the numbers you saw this morning, the print on inflation, because Treasury's talking about a disinflationary boom that's coming, given we're just getting traction now on the supply side part of the big, beautiful bill. Plus, unless the Supreme Court upends it tomorrow, which may be a possibility, the commercial relationships of the world will change because of tariffs and trade. And it's acting as a forcing function to bring capital investment back here, but it doesn't look like it's causing inflation. What's your analysis of the math?
Well, Steve, thanks for having me. Real quick on tariffs, the Supreme Court has a lot of different ways they could go here, not the least of which my sources are telling me is a growing possibility among the justices, is that they may decide to essentially say that the IEEPA tariffs are unconstitutional, but for the sake of not causing chaos, they may allow existing ones to stand and just not allow future ones. So that means new tariffs would have to be implemented with things like Section 232, for example. So the president still has a lot of tools in the toolkit, so to speak. It's not as if he will be down and out if the ruling doesn't go his way to one degree or another. Now, in terms of the math that we just got today, both the numbers out of the Treasury and the numbers out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics were pretty darn good overall. Not great, but good. In other words, we're heading in the right direction. We are continuing to see a general disinflation trend. And by the way, core goods, a category which was supposed to explode in terms of prices because of tariffs, it hasn't. In fact, in the last month, not only was the annual rate low, but the month-over-month rate was actually slightly negative, a fraction of a percent. So instead of seeing costs explode here, we are seeing the cost of tariffs not passed on to consumers by and large, but mostly eaten by foreign exporters and middlemen, which is a great thing for the American consumer, because those customs duties in the first 3 months of this fiscal year, Treasury just told us this afternoon, is up to $90 billion. For context, in the previous fiscal year, when we still had Biden in office, that same category of revenue, these customs duties, the income coming in from tariffs, was only $20 billion. So fourfold increase there, really tremendous progress. This is helping reduce the deficit, which is significantly lower right now than it was this time a year ago. And again, coming back to these inflation numbers that we're seeing at the consumer level, not only has inflation cooled, but wage growth has not. That means paychecks are continuing to get bigger, and more importantly, they buy more than they did a year ago. They buy more than they did when Trump took office. In fact, the average American's weekly paycheck, Steve, buys about 1.5% more now than it did when Trump took office. Conversely, under Biden, that average weekly paycheck shrunk, at least in terms of what it could buy, by about 4%. So that tells you two things. One, we are course correcting. We're heading in the right direction. The boom that Scott Bessent keeps talking about has already begun, and it's going to continue. But it also tells us that we haven't yet undone all of that damage from the Biden administration. And I think that's how you square the circle of how can the economy be improving so much while so many people still feel dissatisfied. We are still dealing with the hangover from the Biden years.
And we're going to have to take care of that. Number one, as I said, when people came out after the elections in November, oh my God, it's about affordability, and they all fell into the trap of saying affordability. There were tweets out there saying November 26th about affordability. I said, whoa, calm down. You've got a plan. You've executed the plan. You're going to drive the plan, and that's both the supply side tax cut and the trade and the commerce. They're driving to a point. Just focus on growth, jobs, and wages, and real wages. If you do that, it's all going to work out. You can see it coming right now. And look at the trade deficit. I think we had the lowest trade deficit since 2009. Exports up 30%, imports down 30%. President Trump, it's kicking in right now. The question I have for you, how did all the experts that from Liberation Day all the way till it started kicking in July, just over and over on MSNBC every night, oh, that's going to blow up. His trade policies are so terrible, and they're going to cause this massive inflation. They're going to wipe out the working class. The trade policies are done to build a robust middle class and working class, and the experts completely whiffed on the inflation part of this. Why did they miss so badly, EJ?
Steve, because these so-called experts, they're not experts in fields like economics. They're experts in politics. They say what they think will sound good. They say what they think will sell books or appeal to politicians, whatever the case may be. Look, at the end of the day, the same people who have been ragging on President Trump and his policies were the exact same folks cheerleading for Biden and were dead wrong about inflation being transitory. Remember that one? And they also are the same folks who were wrong during the first Trump administration. Guys like Paul Krugman, after Trump was elected in the first term, he told everybody, look, I've sold my stocks and everyone else should too because Trump's going to crash the market. What happened? The market took off, hit record high after record high. Exactly what it's doing this time around. Paul Krugman was one of the cheerleaders under Biden who said inflation's transitory, there's nothing to worry about, nothing to see here. And then when we had inflation, he told people, oh, it's just all in your head, it's not a problem. And then inflation was somehow good for you. I mean, these people are liars, Steve. They are always in wrong, but never in doubt. Because for them, it's not about the facts. It's not about the numbers. It's not about reality. It's just about the politics.
Just go back. I've been following your Twitter feed. Just go back, take a minute or two, what you just said about people. Actually, there's more on a real basis. There's more money in their pocket. The prices are a little bit down. They're feeling now for the first time that they're able to buy more, and that's going to continue. If you look in front of us with GDP growth, and GDP growth is over 5% for the private sector. It used to be great coming in here all the time talking about, hey, when Biden was talking about growth, it's all of this massive government spending. If you take that out, we're worse than a recession. We're in a depression. That's changed now. The Atlanta Fed saying, I think the private side, not the government side, private side GDP is going to be like 5%. Walk me through how that gets down to the individual. How can they actually feel it in their paycheck and around the dinner table?
Well, Steve, one of the biggest things is that as the government is spending and borrowing and printing less money, it means less inflation. It means you don't have to worry about the raise that you just got being eaten away by higher prices. And that's why earlier we mentioned paychecks. It's not just that paychecks are bigger, it's that they buy more. That's the real kicker. That's what we want to see. It's that wages have to rise faster than prices. That's not what happened under Biden, but it is what's happening under Trump. And as we start seeing effects of the big, beautiful bill kick in, like the full expensing, these different tax cut provisions, as people change their withholdings and they get bigger refunds and they keep more of they have more take-home pay essentially because less is getting removed in taxes with each check. All of these things are going to help increase consumer spending. It's going to increase business investment. This means faster wage growth. It means more people getting hired. And this CapEx boom that the Treasury Secretary has talked about repeatedly means more productivity growth, which, by the way, we're already seeing. The latest productivity numbers are just going gangbusters. It's looking great. And that means, again, it means faster wage increases for people. It means more take-home pay, more consumer spending. And this is where you get into the opposite of a downward spiral, an upward spiral, where this starts feeding on itself in a positive way, and we start getting that positive feedback loop, and you get real private sector growth, and not just like you were saying, Steve, under Biden, where it was government spending goosing the numbers, but this is real, genuine growth, and that's what makes people better off. That's what increases people's standard of living.
E.J. Antoni, once again, you're spectacular about walking through the math. Where do people go find you? Particularly that Twitter feed is on fire. Where do folks go?
Well, that's going to be the best place to find me, Steve, and the handle there is @RealEJ Antoni.
Brother, thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you,
Philip
Steve.
Patrick, how do people... thank you, brother. Philip Patrick, I want people to get directly in contact with you and your team now more than ever. You called this shot when we first started this journey, 4 or 5 years ago? Gold was at 1,000. Silver wasn't even, representing, and now silver's, I think, at $86. It's 1.5 times the barrel of oil. You've got gold at 4,600. I don't know. It's not the price. It's the process of how value is driven in physical gold and silver. Where do people go to get to you, Philip Patrick, and have a chat?
It's very simple. And everyone should know this now. It's birchgold.com/Bannon. Again, birchgold.com/Bannon. That will get them access to a lot of free information, how and why to invest in gold under a Trump administration, certainly heading into 2026. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to be cautious of. And I think that will cover that. It will also get them access to the End of the Dollar Empire reports and book. And I think for those who are purchasing in January, they get a signed copy. I don't even have a signed copy of that book, so it's a good one.
You got to do. You got to do a purchase that I sign off on. No, do a qualifying purchase. You're going to get a signed. You're going to get a signed edition from yours truly, Philip Patrick. We're very proud of that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Steve. We're very proud of it as well.
Make sure they can also get to Philip Patrick.
989898. Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, take your phone out and just text Bannon. It's no obligation. It's totally free. For the ultimate guide, it's kind of shorter than the Dollar Empire. We're trying to teach you the whole thing. Here, they're just trying to talk to you about gold, IRAs, 401ks, all the methodologies, but it's great. It's no obligation. It's totally free. The ultimate guide for investing in gold and silver or precious metals in the age of Trump. Philip Patrick, thank you so much. Folks, take advantage of all the information Birch Gold puts out to help you on your financial planning. Cleo Pascal, our favorite, everything strategy in the Pacific Ocean, pulling hard duty at the Honolulu Defense Conference. Hawaii, Oahu, in the 1930s was called the Gibraltar of the Pacific. Up until Pearl Harbor, it was thought to be impregnable. It's so important for your strategy and our strategy of the Central Pacific as the new, as the heartland is on the Eurasian landmass that Mackinder made famous. Cleo Pascal has made the Central Pacific. What's happening? You got a minute. Tell me what's happened in the Defense Forum. I'm going to hold you through the break, ma'am.
So I think that the message is finally getting through because one of the keynote speakers was the president of Palau, which is one of the 3 U.S. freely associated states, who is here to talk about what's been going on in the Central Pacific. And he's from a country that recognizes Taiwan. So he's been on the front line of the Chinese political warfare operations. And I think they're starting to understand we need to secure the center of the Pacific, not just through kinetic, but through political warfare. And some of the solutions are being discussed here.
Unbelievable. Stick right there. We're going to come back to you through the break. Want to make sure we thank everybody at Birch Gold for putting this on. Also, Home Title Lock. It's very important. Every dream you've ever had is in that home. If you're lucky enough to own one. Now, President Trump is moving heaven and earth to make sure that we drive down the age of first-time home buyers. It is 40 years old. That is not acceptable. President Trump knows that. He and Bessent are on it, working every day. But make sure that if you own a home, if you're lucky enough, 80 or 90% of your net worth's tied in it, that every dream you have doesn't turn into the biggest nightmare you've ever encountered. Somebody take a hard money loan out, keep the cash, and you got to pay it back. They don't want to hear your tale of woe. They want their money and their interest. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve, 14 days, 2 weeks, free on their $1 million triple lock protection. Go there today and check it out. Get rid of the anxiety, get rid of the fear, get rid of the angst.
California wildfire ripping apart Los Angeles County.
This is ridiculous. This is death by 1,000 paper cuts by Democrat policies.
That is President Trump's motorcade.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Trump has returned triumphant. We hope they come out tonight.
We prayed together and we cried for 4 years. Such an amazing feeling.
Flight 5342 colliding with a Black Hawk helicopter. 67 lives lost.
Liberation Day was extraordinary.
We never charged anybody anything, but now we're going to charge.
I think it's a great day here at the White House.
They've sold out our country, and they don't care why they're here.
We're now averaging 2,000 deportations a day.
Finally, a president steps up and does the presidential thing.
The strikes were a spectacular success.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So Cleo Pascal, there may be a strike in Iran tonight. Obviously, the non-interventionists are saying economically, Scott Bessent gave this speech in March about how the Trump administration is going to put the screws of sanctions and go after their currency, and they've done a magnificent job. This is why you've seen all the riots in the streets. This is why we argued against a decapitation hit during the 12-day war. You don't need that. You don't need America. If you break it, you own it. We don't need to break it. We're breaking it right now with the people of Persia. They're the ones in the streets. Of course, there may be a strike tonight, particularly if there's a target set. You never know. President's going to look at all alternatives, but there's a carrier battle group I think is going to maybe assist in that, taking it out of the South China Sea. The folks there at this Honolulu Defense Conference, did they buy into your theory of the case and the Warren's theory of the case that the Central Pacific is the strategic pivot of the Western Hemisphere in America's homeland defense, in which President Trump is from Greenland to the Arctic to the Panama Canal to South America? We bailed out Argentina, and they paid us back already. They paid the $2.5 billion from the $20 billion line we gave them. They drew down $2.5 billion. We paid it back. I think we made $50 to $100 million or something. And see, in Venezuela, we snatched the bad guy and kind of told the regime, you got to do the following, and we're going to control the oil there, and maybe even Guyana, and maybe the Gulf of America. You added to Texas, we're like the 10th power. We don't need the Gulf Emirates anymore. We don't need Saudi Arabia. We don't need Qatar. Don't need UAE. Don't need any of it. We got it ourselves. Have people there bought off in the fact that conference you're sitting at is so important because the strategic center of our country happens to be in that vast ocean right in back of you, ma'am?
Yes, I think it's starting. So, as mentioned, the only head of state that they have speaking here is the president of Palau, which is right. That's the Battle of Peleliu. A lot of Americans died for Palau to become independent. But the challenge is that you have to travel from here in Honolulu 8 hours west to get to more of the United States in Guam and the CNMI area. And that's when Admiral Paparo was speaking at the opening session, and he was asked how important the Indo-Pacific is in the context of hemispheric defense. He didn't mention that the U.S. is in Asia. The U.S. is on the front line of Asia, and if you can't secure the center of the Pacific, you can't secure those Americans sitting way out on the front line. And they're not there accidentally. This goes back to McKinley, who said, President McKinley, who said during the Spanish-American War, unless that perimeter is secure, then Oregon and California aren't safe. And then we learned during World War II, if the center of the Pacific isn't secured, then the U.S. isn't safe, because that's where the Japanese staged from for over 30 years. So we're starting to see some recognition. And we're also starting to see exactly what the rest of this hour has been about, which is the confluence of political warfare and economic warfare. So you're seeing new levers coming into play. And again, in Palau, I think we're starting to see the first roots of a new form of strategic foreign policy. They signed a deal with the U.S. on December 23rd, where the U.S. will be able to send up to 75 deportees to Palau. That was the headline. But underneath that headline, the U.S. is agreeing to send to Palau on the ground law enforcement personnel, cyber personnel, customs and immigration, people who can actually do the counter-Chinese political warfare operation